Boards games, it's what we're talking about. Boards games, I'm not gonna shout. I am starting off this restreaming with another bit of singing. And today we're all about the main bits of. Yeah, I am gonna say it is the main bit of Bez and Friends Day. Bez and Friends Day. Man, I am really not doing this very well, am I? But hello, Alex. It is lovely to see you. Long time no see. Oh my gosh. That hour, it just flies by, doesn't it? Trying to grab a wee bit, trying to do the wee bits that you have to do. And it is lovely to see you all. I hope that you are having a good Saturday. We are early in 2021. For anyone who is watching this after the fact, or anyone who is just tuning in and has no idea what on earth is going on, what is this Bez and Friends Game Day? Who are you? Who is Bez? Who am I? Well, I can't help you with that last question. I'm really sorry. But maybe I can tell you a little bit about the others. So let's get to it. I am Bez, and I make games, and I love board games, and that's pretty much all there is to that. I've made the L deck, and you might have just missed that Bidel and Invisible are now the L deck games that won the 2020 design contest. So here's a little picture of Invisible after the fact. Here's a picture of Bidel game in progress, and here's one of Invisible again. Now this is what's going to happen today. On this stream, right now, I am going to tell you all about the game Make a Word Search. That's going to be happening in just a few short minutes, by which I mean within the next 10 minutes. Anyway, then we're going to have Alan Paul on at 1 p.m. These are all UK time. Alan Paul on will be joining us and talking about March of Progress, that we will be delving into how this game came to be and everything. At 2 p.m, Xate, or I should say Alex Cannon and Xate, we've already been there. So Alex Cannon, known as Aquasulis from chat, who can see the screen now, I'm glad to hear that. Boom, they are going to be talking for a couple of hours about these two games, and yeah, we were chatting and saying, Bidabel will possibly take a little bit less time and Invisible a bit more time for the demo at least, but we'll do a good bit of chatting as well. And Scora, this lovely, beautiful game from accomplished graphic designer Rory Muldoon at 4 p.m. MonsDRAWsity. Honestly, MonsDRAWsity is one of my top games of 2020. I've not played a lot of new games in 2020, but this is without a doubt first, if not first. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, this is definitely my number, but yeah, no, I've not even played it in real life, but yeah, MonsDRAWsity is pretty awesome. So if you want to know what kind of games these are, make a word search. All you need is a bit of paper, a pen, and we will be able to get in on it. March of Progress, 2-player strategic tactical games. Bidabel, light, bidding on things, chucking cards into the middle, trying to net. Invisible, deep, pondering. Wow, this is making my brain hurt. One person or one team tries to stay hidden, the other team tries to find them. Scorer, putting cards in, trying to get majorities, and it's kind of reminiscent of trick-taking in a lot of ways, but also inspired by area control, and it's really its own unique blend. MonsDRAWsity, it's basically saying, hey, this is me telling you about this is telling you how to draw things, and that's that gamified. And then 6 p.m. we will wrap up. So once again, thank you everyone who is joining me, and you can jump on here, or indeed, if you want to get in on winning those award-winning LDEC design contests. I mean, I say award-winning as if it, look, what is an award? Is the spiel? What is, an award that one person ultimately decides as opposed to a committee? And, I don't want to overstate it, but there were 19 games, like, I think nearly 20 games submitted for the LDEC Design Contest 2020, and these two were the top. So if you want to try them out, check out on the Discord. And hopefully in just a few minutes, we will have Chris joining me. So yeah, we will, I'm just messaging them, and so hopefully in a few minutes we will have Chris joining me. Until then, let me ask, oh, there is Chris. I was just saying that in a few minutes Chris will be joining.
Indeed, you were very correct. I heard
today?
you. I was maybe watching. I'm very good, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm generally well. I was. Did you see any of the morning stream at all?
So just before I joined the stream, I checked in and viewed about the last 15 minutes of this morning's stream. It seemed very positive, so I'm very happy.
I'm going to, just for consistency, modify the capitalization of your pronouns. It's just a thing I'm trying. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, like not a problem at all. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so hello, Chris. You've got Lexing. And so, yes, this morning, for those who didn't this episode, by which I mean the one that was just an hour and a bit ago, let me close that. Yeah, we had Alan, Paul, Alex, Rory, and we were chatting about why we design. And these are questions that I want to ask everyone who comes on here. Why do we design? What's our favorite parts of it? What difficulties did, and why did we design this game? And so, Chris, I am going to be asking you to multitask. But okay. So you are going to have to keep your competitive streak in check. Please do focus on the Discord and give that 70% of your attention, and put like 30% of your attention on here. I appreciate that. I know it's a lot to ask people to do two things at once. Let's say, okay, do it with this exact percentage split. But yeah,
I will try my
LDEC Design Contest. Do you have anything that you want to say? Because you might not be here at 2 p.m. So just because this is the day all about it, do you have anything you want to mention about these two games beyond what you've already said privately? Is there anything you want to publicly say about these games?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know how much everybody knows about how much information that we sort of processed and went through when we were sort of playtesting these games and going through them. But yeah, this year was particularly different in a sense. I mean, from what I hear from you, I wasn't here last year, but judging any games. But yeah, it sounds sort of unique in the sense that we've got two different games that are just completely different from each other, and it was something really, really nice to see in that sense, because it meant that we were unable to come down to an official singular winner, but that's just because they are in essence so different from each other, but they both complement the decks so well in different ways.
And there's been a lot of interesting ideas, even from just this final round of sending it out to judges, we had some ideas of, and I think that's Alex saying thanks, and yeah, I think it's all deserved. And
Sure.
yeah, they do complement each other, but more than that, I think they are both games which clearly have a lot of, still untapped sadly, but still a lot of potential. Biddable as a mechanism which streamlines, and I've talked for words about this over on my Board Game Geek page. So if you check out my Board Game Geek page, or if you check out I took over the LDEC Twitter just for a few minutes to retweet a thing that will link you to the Board Game Geek page where I went into all the thoughts, and they are amazing games. And so congratulations to both the people. And just in the past few weeks, we've had people suggesting, hey, what if when you're putting down things, there's extra cards in the middle that you remove, so you're spiting someone without hurting yourself necessarily? That would be interesting. So then it makes it more cutthroat and takes that. Hey, what if in Invisible, you're doing both of the roles at the same time? Now, I'm not saying that these are definitely the best versions of the game, but it seems worth exploring that possibility space and giving the time to explore these things, if that makes sense.
I think I'm really going to enjoy the development stage of both of these games, because I feel like there's going to be surprises down the line, things that we never thought about, just in general, I'm excited to see
100%.
how these two games are going to develop in the future, and whether or not we were right in our original predictions of how much time we think we might need to give something. And that's going to be the best part. I mean, we're going to get to play it repeatedly. We're going to get to try new things, and I'm excited. I mean, I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's, just, I don't want to dwell on it too much, but the whole, what someone mentions, this is right at the line, but I'm going to say this word. It's like a fecal festival. And that kind of sounds worse and better in some ways than the word I'm avoiding saying. But it's like, I was just thinking about this whole year so far. I meant the virus.
Yes, I understand what you mean now.
It's a bleep show. That is what I'm saying. I think Alex is taken aback by me. Yeah, I don't mean an actual festival where, yeah, okay, but like, anyway, it is honestly, it's a trap. It's sad times when like we are under such extreme lockdown, and hopefully we will get together and be able to, play games and stuff soon. Anyway, yes. In theory, I am now meant to be going through all of these games in this time, and so now I'm meant to be talking about Making a Word Search by Bez, which is a game that you have not played yet, Chris.
I have not, but I am ready. I have got a pen, I've got some paper. I've heard about the requirements.
Anything about this game?
No.
That's fair. It's like, okay, so this is a very old bit of paper, but any bit of paper will do. If you've got A4, then you probably will need to put it into like a quarter. That's probably big enough. The first thing you need to do is to make yourself a little square and divide it into 5 by 5. And whilst people are doing that and numbering the rows like so, I will ask.
Okay.
Yeah, I will start talking about how this game came about. So, Chris, you're going to have to interview me in some manner and about my design motivations or stuff. So, you can ask me how I made the game.
Okay, so yeah, how did you come up with the original idea then? That's a good question.
That is actually a good question. Well, I came up with the original idea because of Michael Fox. Michael J. Fox. Not the Michael J. Fox that's known from Back to the Future, but Michael J. Fox, who streams Idol Michael and is best known for having contributing on The Troubled Life of Billy Kerr. Anyway, so Michael was doing a game jam, the idea being that you have to make a and write game. For those unfamiliar with the term, roll and write is very common. You roll some dice, you write something on some paper, and it's been a really big thing. I mean, obviously, the oldest example commonly being Yahtzee. It's quite popular. It's quite a mass market game. But recently, there's been a lot more roll and write games where they've used this technology of everyone playing at the same time. So you roll some dice and everyone uses those same dice. And so it's what they call true multiplayer solitaire, where you could have 100 people play with the game at once, which is quite cool. Anyway, Michael said that we want a and write game, so it doesn't need to be roll and write. You could have flip and write where you use cards instead. And then people started saying, and I was exploring, hey, Michael, what do you mean by you need to have a second component? It turns out Michael just meant don't have bespoke cards, have dice that are special, don't have something that other people have access to. And so then we had loads of chats in the, chat, and we talked about an exercise in write where someone sees how many sit-ups they can do, and then the number of sit-ups that they can match determines something that you can draw. That didn't say, it was a fun idea. No one did anything with it. I thought, hey, what to read and write? That would be quite cool. Let's use a book. So you could just do bits of a book, find a word, and that's the way that it goes. And so that's a lot of the thinking you can see in Michael's Discord. I was thinking, okay, what can we play off? You've got the length of the word, you've got the letters within the word. Now, I did also think, okay, maybe you do a sentence, maybe you pick any of the words, maybe it's like the number of words in the sentence, maybe it's something like that. Maybe you've got a complicated thing. And then I came up with 3 different ideas. It was quite a complicated thing, and then I realized, hey, wait a minute, Bez. The whole hook is that you're flipping through the book. It should feel like that word matters. If you're just kind of saying, okay, a vowel means you can move along this on the consonant, means that you're slashing someone, that doesn't really feel like the hook, kind of not leaning into it thoroughly. So in the end, I went with the letters within the word are the letters that you can write down. And then the length of the word is the line on which you can write it. So let's say the word was also, A-L-S-O. You could write any of those letters, A, L, S, or O, on the 4th line. And then I had that idea. Possibly, obviously, I've done a lot of word games in the past few years, but thinking, okay, this is a way you can do it. Having mind that gives it a wee bit of constraints. It's not too simple. It's not too overwhelming. You can put it anywhere. I played it a few times, just saying, okay, can I make it perfect? Can I use all 25 of these letters? A letter that you use gives you points. A letter you don't use doesn't give you points. And then the first day that I was playtesting it, and says, Chris, you are natural, apparently. You're doing a good job interviewing me. But, and hello, Ross. It is lovely to see you. Thank you for joining in. And yeah, we are just about to play a quick Make a Word Search game if you want to join in. And anyway, so the first time I played it, so I was like, yeah, this is a wee bit too simple because I'm getting 24 or 25 out of a possible 25. That's not great. Like, if you're always scoring the maximum possible, then that means that, hey, well, this is too easy. This is like just a kid's game. And then I was like, okay, maybe you've got to make words that are 4 or more letters long. You've got to make words only in certain directions. And then I think it might have been Alex who said, oh, maybe you get rewarded words. And it's such a bleeping obvious idea in hindsight. And I'm going to say yes. That was the thing that made this game from a interesting, pleasant activity into something that I would genuinely like to play again. And I think McCall called it quite a brain burner. So it's 1 point for each 4-letter word you make, and 3 points for each 5-letter word. And yeah, as Chris says, that is totally fine, and enjoy the PlayStation 4. What are you playing? Feel free to chat. That is us. So do you have any other questions? You could ask me about like the... Do you want me to write a bunch of questions in private chats? Would you like to ask me?
So how long have you been developing this game for?
Oh, it's new. It's brand new. When was Idle Michael's thing? I think last week. Yeah, I think it's a week old. So this game is brand hot off the press.
Nice.
I think.
Excellent.
Someone, it says Alex. There we go. Feels like about 2 years ago. Exactly.
Yeah.
But
time is irrelevant in this year.
And I don't know. Sometimes it feels like knowledge from games helps you in other games that you make, if you know what I mean. I do think that if I were to make another game involving big body dexterity movements, awareness of what people are able to do, I'd have an awareness of what people are up to. But and by the same token, having made literally tens of words games, any words game is going to be a little bit simpler. Now, I'm not going to say that if I were to try and a strategic Euro game with a lot of mechanisms interweaving together, that I would be brilliant at it. I think, you know, it would certainly make me better than, oh, this is going to sound horrible, but, you know, I'd be better than maybe you or someone who hasn't made games at all. But I might...
No, for sure. Like you would definitely have the experience and knowledge behind you in like certain game mechanics and stuff like that. Yeah, for sure. That's normal. I was also wondering, what is there any other game that may have inspired you to broaden, to narrow your focus and to make this one? So was there anything in particular that sort of made you think, oh, this is a really good mechanic, I'll introduce this? Or was it just sort of freehand? Oh, thank you very much.
And I just want to... like, for sure, all the Muckles, because I made Muckle and then I made Muckle like online, which is very good because it's Muckle was, and then Mini Muckle, Micro Muckle, Nano Muckle, and like reversible, where you're working words backwards. Knowing there had been a game for the L deck where you were actually putting letters into grids with the L deck. So there was a time when I had a 4-4 grid and you were trying to make a perfect grid where it was all 4-letter words. That was very difficult. I mean, it was possible, but it was insanely difficult, don't get me wrong. And I guess it gave me a starting point of knowing, well, that's going to be really difficult. 3-letter words, it's easy. I don't want to do 2-letter words. And so there was a bit of a leg up. But the main mechanism of read and write, flip to a random, that was something that very much came up on the day. And that is something that honestly would not exist had Michael Fox not done the game jam. And I think that's such a wonderful thing about game jams. People are talking together. People are saying, hey, this is your restriction. You've got to work within this restriction. When people saying, hey, let's chat about your ideas. And then you see someone else making something and then it inspires you to work for something. And then the fact that Michael was going to get on their stream the following day was what inspired me to actually try it out. And so, yeah, I tried it out with my parents, who both found it quite difficult, just managed to get the 25 points, which at this point is kind of like the entry level parts, but yeah, it's that key mechanism, flipping. You never know, okay, what history has kind of led into this. You could draw parallels, but I think it was mainly in the original day.
It kind of sounds like, you know, when you're doing a play jam session with musical instruments, everybody's got a theme that they're sticking to. I mean, you've got like, you know, maybe you're all playing the blues, for example, but you can all freehand a little bit and introduce new things that you wouldn't have thought of before. And, you know, having that environment of other people who are also talented and experienced, that, yeah, it's going to breed a lot of creativity.
Absolutely. Game jams and musical jamming sessions are doing it solely as that two going of ideas, which is super lovely. Oh, sorry about this. Tom enjoyed the recipe book we played with on Tuesday. Made me try and find food-related words on my grid.
Oh, that's a super good idea, using specific
I'm trying
themed
to
books.
think what I've played with. Oh, I never played with... Oh, sorry, Chris. Apparently, my internet connection... Well, internet connection in this house is not the best, so sorry. Apparently, he played with the recipe book, and apparently that made Alex... She suggests one of these books, which are, and the thing I love about it is that the books are quite different. I don't think I have I liked Trigger Happy. That was quite a nice general thing, and I liked how it rose from the bottom and went to the top, because it just so happened that there was an awful lot of 5-letter words in there. So you filled up the bottom and then only filled up the top once those were filled. So I guess that brings me to one thing that I'm really proud of with this game. Yeah, anyone can play it, and whichever book you play it with is going to be different. So Chris, I will let you choose. Which book should we play with? There are definitely some words here. Not many, but we can have Subway Art, which is all about graffiti. We can have Japanese for Busy People, which will have a lot of short words, I think. Or maybe I might do the first non-English word. That might be interesting. Or a more normal book, Map That Changed the World, by Simon Winchester, which was a lovely book about the geological map that uncovered the strata. So which book do you think we should play with today, Chris?
I'm definitely going to go for the Subway Art.
Okay.
I'm interested.
And do you have, if anybody else has any questions, or Chris, if you have any questions about this game, then feel free to ask after the fact. So there are no page numbers, but we will see how it goes. Now, Alex apparently likes the idea of bonus points for thematic words. No, that's an interesting one. You could potentially have like a 5-point bonus for what's the most thematic words that you've got. So I do apologize to everyone. I don't have the bandwidth to have a 2-screen layout, but I am going to remind you of the things. And flicking to a page early on in the book, the first word is on. O-N. Yep. It's telling you that on the cover was a selection of writers' names. On. Let me... And so you put one of those letters, either an O or an N, and hello Robin, lovely to see you, on the second line. I've chosen to put it here, but you can do whatever you want, as long as you're putting an O or an N on the second line, so you can't really do whatever you want. I
Probably made a mistake, but we shall see.
No, I've not played it that much. I honestly don't tend to win this game. So next word is... I'm actually going to go through these pages a few at a time. So the next word is while. W-H-I-L-E. So put one of those letters in the fifth line. The sentence being, wow, while thousands of kids are writing their names on every available surface in New York City, masterpieces such as appear on these pages are relatively rare. That is while.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Are we going down as well as sideways?
So you can go any direction. It's like a word search. You can go top to bottom, bottom to top, left to right, right to left, or the 4 diagonals. It's like a word search.
Yep, I've made a mistake.
It's all good. I mean, what you thought would be good for that word can work, and also everything else. And so just remember to put, and thank you very much, Alex, for doing that, and put one of those letters in the fifth row, and this is where it gets possibly tricky, but I am putting the H over here, near side. So it can go a few pages forwards. I see. And so you understand the scoring system, right? At the end, you circle, or during the game you can do it as well, you circle any words you make. Every 3-letter word just means that the letters you used actually managed to score. So letter scoring is up to a maximum of 25. 4-letter words give you an additional 1 point. 5-letter words give you an additional 3 points. But you can't have a 5-letter word that contains an entire 4-letter word. So if you had boats, you would score 3 letters for boats. You would not also score boat, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yep.
Felix, as in Felix the Cat by Rasta. F-E-L-I-X. Oh. So that's, and I have gone for something in the middle. Oh, that's page, there's quite a few pages that have literally no text, unless I were to count the text in the image, if you know what I mean.
Oh, the actual graffiti. I thought that was the point.
Are you wanting me to start? Okay, chats can decide. Should I start reading the... I was just going to do the captions.
See, I think the I feel like the graffiti should be part of the story.
I will let people in chat decide. First person to vote gets the final vote. Man, that's no use. We want to abdicate the decision to someone else. Should we use the graffiti or should we not? Someone tell us.
I think if we've not been using it already, we'll just carry on as. Oh, okay. Well, no.
Oh,
now
Chris seems excited about graffiti, so let's do it. Okay, so on this page it is mode, M-O-D-E, as in that is the name of the artist. M-O-D-E. Okay. Oof. Oh, I am not happy about this. Yeah. I'm going for... Yeah. And hello. Tom suggested definitely doing graffiti. So if you want to catch up, the first... wait a minute. Oh, I missed Felix. Felix. Sorry about that. The first 4 words, as lovingly written by Alex in chat, have been on, while, Felix, and mode. The next is peanut. P-N-U-T. So that's 4 letters. P-N-U-R-T. Peanut. Are you just laughing at these random words that we're going to see?
I was just confused. I was like, peanut, how is that 4 letters? And then I saw that Alex had written it in the chat, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, these are graffiti artists. Normal spelling rules do not apply.
Indeed. This is going to make it so much more fun.
Okay, the next one is off. As in off my line. O-F-F. Let me see if I can... Off. So that is 3 letters, and put an O or an F in the third line. I don't think I'm going to do well this game, but that is how I'm doing so far.
I don't think either of us are doing especially well right now, don't worry.
Yeah. I'm not competitive. I'm not even competitive against anyone. I just want to generally improve at this game. That's the nice thing about multiplayer solitaire. Oh wow,
you
is one.
Choose to compare yourself to others.
A picture of someone running across a train. There is absolutely no graffiti in this image. Just running across the top of trains, as you do sometimes. Next page says this. T-H-I-S. It is, as in this piece, is for Brett and Kerry. C-H-I-S. Alex saying, there was no text, so that was 0. It's an invalid word. Person running across the train. But we had this, and oof. I'm thinking if I get an A, I could have both. But that would be pretty good. Let me flick a couple more pages. And if I look just at the graffiti, the first word is Randy. R-A-N-D-Y. And some very nice lettering there. Randy. R-A-N-D-Y for 5 letters. I'm happy I've got that hin. So
this game is hard.
Okay, this is I should have known that there would be some words I need to sort of censor. But two, T-O-O. As in two, them tunnels. T-O or O. Oh, this is to move, roof. Oh, I could do booth. What if I get if I put an O, I'm just thinking if I put an O in there, then it goes O-O-T-H, and I could go booth, which would be quite exciting because then it would be 5 letters. But if I wait, then I might get an A, and yeah, I'm going for the booth. I'm going to live the dream. Yeah. Check it out.
See, that's smart going downwards with the words that you're trying to make, at least, because then you have more of a chance.
Yeah, you've got more flexibility. I can't distract. I will check the page before. Yeah, I can't quite read this, so I'm going to go with spank on the following page. Spank. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is not where I wanted. Oh, excellent, actually. S. You can always use an S on the end. War.
I wanted world, but there was no O or a D.
Okay. Oh, this is actually a foldy out page. Hand, as in Hand of Doom. And I am going to show you the full glory of this foldy out page. Hand of Doom. HAND. One of those letters on the 4th line. But where on that 4th line? You should still have 2 spaces. So you still have a choice as to location and letter. Once the line becomes full, then you start putting it on the adjacent lines. Oof. Then let's go with, let me see, Dondi, D-O-N-D-I, D-O-N-D-I. Oh no! Oh well. Dondi is 5 letters. Some lovely lettering here from Dondi.
Oh, Dondi, right? Yeah, 5 letters.
And I am quite chuffed with my bottom line, because I'm just going to grab my pink pen, and I have shin and hind on the bottom. Oof. This is your first game, remember. I've played it a few more times than you.
Thanks for the...
So this is Blade, B-L-A-D-E. Thank goodness for the caption underneath, otherwise I might not be able to read that quite so quickly. B-L-A... It's Dondi with an I. And now it's Blade, spelt exactly as you would expect.
How am I going to use Blade?
So, when a line is full, Blade, because it's 5 letters and the 5th line is full, you go to the next one. So this is going to go on line 4. So okay. Blade will go on line 4, which means you have to put one of them on the 4th line.
All right.
Ease, nice. Managed to get dent for 4.
Oh, you can go backwards. Yeah, nice.
Okay, next page. And what does this say? Case, K-A-S-E. So that's K-A-S-E. And because line 4 is full, you're actually going to be putting that onto line 3. That's true. That is indeed German cheese, but these people were New Yorkers. Oh no, it doesn't wrap round. You can't skip line 5 and go to line 1. I mean, it hasn't even been asked that, but yeah, because the length of the words does wrap around. Like if there's a 6-line letter word, but I think it's simpler to not wrap around. But I'm interested to hear what other people think. I mean, oof, nice. I'm still, I'm not happy with. I've got that. Sha. Although lots of sha words are a bit rude. We will see what happens. Next page. Mitch. M-I-T-C-H. Another 5-letter word. You definitely learn a lot about the length of words in books within this game. It's like never before had the fact that so many of these were 5 letters been so meaningful. But yeah, when I think about it, yeah, eject, rogue, R-O-G-U-E, yep. Skit, just thinking of people I know from Glasgow. I actually know that I'm 2 steps removed from that famous graffiti. Banks, B-A-N-K-S, that's 6. So that would have gone to the... Oof. Mitch, sorry, I'm still thinking. This is not great. Toa is a word, so...
Damn it. I always forget that. I've started playing Scrabble recently, and I'm absolutely atrocious at it. So maybe in part I need to like get better at both of these games.
So you should have one square empty in line 3,
yep.
1 square filled in line 2, and all of line 1 empty so far. Scene. S-E-E-N. Wow, this is wild style. Scene. Check this out. I would not have been able to read this had it not been for the caption.
Wow.
This is what you call proper wild style. So, S-E or N in line 3. Okay, I'm putting that there. It doesn't give me anything straight away, but I don't know if sen is a word, but I'm thinking nest, or we'll see what happens.
Is that S-E-N?
S-E-E-N, scene. So only 3 options.
Alright, I'm just getting a lot of very similar letters very near each other. I'm not sure if I'm happy with this.
Okay, the next page has mad. M-A-D. This is a collaboration with Mad and Scene working together. M-A-D. M-A or D in line 2. Oof. I could do sham. Boom. There you go. 4 letters. Sorry, I'm just rubbing it in your face. That is not I'm just quite excited by my 4 letters. It's all about 5 letters though, which I've still not managed. Next one. See, let's let's I'm going to say it's the best bits of graffiti that I can actually read, and I'm going to say artist. Artist is the first word that I can read. Here. ARTIST. As Alex says, because it's 6 letters, it wraps round to line 1. Artist. Oof. I could. Definitely doing that. Boom. Shams.
Watch me get that 5.
What's that? What are you planning with that are?
Nothing. I don't want to influence what words you might pick out of pages.
I'm genuinely just flicking through until I can actually. This is a lot of pages with just characters, so just drawings of people. Okay, here we go. Sonic.
What's the word?
SONIC.
Sonic.
That's 5, so that's going to go on line 3. Sonic. Wait. Yes. Oh. Runa, I hope you're doing well. Alex really helping me out by transcribing everything. Blade. And this is actually a picture of Blade, the artist, and Dolores, who painted this collaboration together. So it is again Blade. LADE, which will go on line 2, because line 4 and 5 should be full for everyone.
I got my 5.
How?
Water.
I don't. Water? Oh, nice! Nice! Nice.
Yeah, I've only been thinking about the 5-letter words here. Everything else is trash.
Blade. Oh, what am I going to do? Okay, I'm going to just putting an A there because A's are. That is such a waste of good jokes to take Runa seriously. And I'm going to go with, well, you are in luck because we have the. As in
yes.
the all. Alex excited to get the T. Oh, actually, I am as well. Boom.
Same. Everybody wanted that T.
Yeah. In the house. T. It's like Tetris. You know what? In Tetris, I think that the T block is the best block because it's the most flexible.
It can be.
This is John, as in John Lennon. This is a eulogy to John Lennon, apparently. So there we go. JOHN. So everything else is going to go on line 1. I mean, you should have 4 squares left on line 1. Toot. Oh, boom. Toot is a word. Oh, tooth. I've even got tooth. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tooth. I'm actually starting to. Wow. Jason. So it's Jason, but without an A. So you can, and that was John on line 1, and sorry, John was on line 2. Is that correct? I confused myself, Chris. Did John go
no,
on?
There was no space for John to go in line 2. It had to go in line 1.
How did I fill up? Oh, let me double check. You
should have 3 left.
Oh yeah, D and then John. Okay, D was the last line 2.
John there.
Oh, so Jason.
Oh yes.
Jason. Sat. I'm regret. Actually, I'm going to be cheeky and scribble that out and put it in a different box. So I do still have. Wait. I think I might have put the T where it should have been John. Yeah, I think I had a brain fart, so that should have just been Hoot.
The T was definitely on line 2.
Yeah, so that's my TH from John and S from Jason. Sorry about that, everyone. I just had a brain fart for. So we've got 2 pages. 2 TO, as in to all the boys in blue, catch me if you can. That is as drawn by an unnamed graffiti artist. T or O, those are your only options. Go for that. Or dust. Let me go for. Okay. Good thing the artist knew grammar. Great. So now the short words come, says Alex. And I'm going to. Oh. There. THERE. As in, there was once a time when the Lexington was a beautiful line. When children of the ghetto expressed with art, not with crime. But then as evolution passed, the transit buffing did its blast. And now the trains look like rusted trash, and we wonder if graffiti will ever last. There. Oh, and Alan is in chat. And there. Hest, chest, sesh. There. Oh, yeah. Okay.
We're not counting 2 letters, are we?
That's it. I'm just going through letters in my mind, hoping I can somehow make something ST work, but no, none of those things are going to work. So Dostow, like DOST. I think that's a valid work. I know it's like Shakespeare in English. I'm just going to quickly double check DOST. Yes, it is still in Collins. And that gives me 2 points. So,
yes, tell is apparently on that word. As in TEL.
My screen. So circling all my letters used, I have managed to make shams, hoot, shin, hind, dent, sod, nests. Oh wow, I made nests. Oh wow, that's plural. Oh my god. Okay. Eat. And so I did actually manage to use all 25 of my letters. Niall, check in Collins' English dictionary. Come on, pick a dictionary. I think that Collins is fine. And so for if it's a capitalized noun, then it doesn't count. If it's capitalized at the start in the thing, then, yep, it's capitalized, so it doesn't count. So what length of words count? So 3-letter words allow you to have used that letter. So you're trying to use all your letters up to a maximum of obviously 25. So you could get 25 points by only using 3-letter words and nothing else. But if you've made a 4-letter word, you get an additional 1 point. If you've made a 5-letter word, 5 letters is an additional 3 points. So looking at mine, dent for 1, shams for 3. Hind for 1, nests for 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So I got 35 because I had 1 point for dent, 3 points for shams, 1 point for hind, 3 points for nest, 1 point for hoot, and 1 point for dost.
So you don't get any points for 3 letters, do you?
No, you don't get any points for 3 letters, but they allow you to get the points for having used that letter, if you know what I mean. So for me, it was 25 plus 1 plus 3 plus 1 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1, which is 35. And let me make it big.
I went crazy on... There we go. I went kind of crazy on the 3 letters.
Yeah, it is really about going for those longer things. But you did manage to use
and ease
almost
and
everything.
Water. Almost everything apart from this O there. That down there. Unless someone can let me know like how I missed how to use that O, and then I'll be very happy. But
so you have 1 extra point for ease, 1 extra point for tide, and 3 extra points for water gives you 5, plus the 24 for, exactly 29 for Chris. So 29 for Chris, 35 for Bez, and Runa had a question that I already answered. Ooh, Tom got 30. It's not as good as your first time. Ooh, Alan managed to get 31. Congratulations. Oof. Oh, man. Yep. Alex, of course you win. Alex basically is the smartest words gamer that we play with in stream. So, Alex, yeah. I feel like if we were to play Wibble, I think I might still beat Alex, thanks to my having played several hundred games of that. But if we were to play, I don't know, anything else like Quintuple, I think Alex would probably beat me even in person. Oh man, yeah, that's sad to hear. But yeah, that was so that was our first game, and that was Make a Word Search. So at this point, I should wrap up. And are there any questions, or can I just invite Alan on without further ado? Should I do anything to wrap up? What do you think, Chris? Does anyone have... We should have like 5 minutes for questions, like just in case anyone has any questions or comments.
Yep, sounds good.
If anyone has any questions or comments, then please do so. Otherwise, yeah, please. I think it's Alan Paul who is going to jump in for a minute to show us our next game, which is going to be March of Progress. Alex scores for shot, hoop, suits, lest, snide, posed, moon, and soon. Very nice. 1, 2.
There were a lot of those. How did you get them all in the right place? I need to think better in the future.
2, 3, moon, and soon. Nice. 14. Wait, was that 14? Oh no, wait. 12, sorry. 12. I would have scored 31 if Chambers Dictionary knew the same slang that I used at school, says Tom. What was your word that you were trying to use?
That's incredible.
Yeah, Alex managed to use every letter, plus got 12 points for that. Ooh, spade. That is a nice word. That's a 5-letter. Boom. 3 points right there. So what do you think, Chris? Would you be able to show it off to someone if someone jumps in later on today and particularly wants a game of this?
Yeah, for sure.
Great. Well, as I had on the stream, it is 1 p.m. So at some time in the next couple of minutes, can you see? I don't know if people can. So in the next couple of minutes, Alan Paul will be joining me for March of Progress. And meantime, if you want to jump into the Discord, then please check out the Discord and speak to Alex, who is eager to show off Bidabel, Invisible. I'm glad that I divorced the game from the people, because otherwise it would have had to be like, okay, which of... Yeah, it should be the games rather than the people who are getting rewarded, if you know what I mean. But yeah, so hopefully, let me see if, just in case anyone doesn't have the link, I am sharing the StreamYard link with Alan on Facebook again. And so, everyone else, how are you generally doing? Oh, thank you. And yeah, thanks for not sharing your rude word if it was really rude, Tom. And yeah, it's a wee thing going on, and we've got pictures from Chris and Alex in chat. And hello, Alan. It is lovely to see you again. Long time no see.
Yes, indeed. Yes, that was fun. I enjoyed.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Shall I let you?
I started a bit late, but never mind. I think I got the hang of it and went back and did the other one. That was fine. Yeah.
Chris, shall I let you head off for a wee bit? Chris?
Yep.
So if you can just keep the Discord and let everybody know that Alex is playing stuff there and that Alan is playing stuff here. So
perfect. No worries. Have lots of fun.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
What do you mean by this? Why are penguins hard to get along with?
Because I'm eating a penguin. And I just wondered if anybody knew, and it turns out it's because they're always fishing for compliments.
Oh.
Okay. I'll leave you with that. Bye, everybody.
Thank you very
much. Yeah, old school. Bye-bye. So,
hello.
Yes.
Hello, Bez. Hi, how are you?
Hello, I am generally well. I'm glad that people enjoyed that, and I'm just looking up the March of Progress Tabletopia, which
I could share
very helpfully puts up.
I can share screen if you like. Is that the easiest one? I don't know how to do it. Can I share?
Oh, I
Or does that not work?
think that I'm not. I don't think guests are able to share screen, or are
Well,
you?
I have got a share screen option here. Yeah. I have got
Okay,
a
then
share
if you
screen
can,
option.
then please do.
So let's just do it, shall we? Oh, the technology. Let's see.
Yeah, I think your internet is likely to be a wee bit better than mine.
Well, right. Did that work? Oh, hang on. Did that work? StreamYard is sharing my screen. It's saying, oh, look at that. Great. Oh, well, okay.
And Alex says, I feel like penguins were made by cracker joke writers trying to get some out of season work.
Yes, could be.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh. So,
right.
I want to join.
Well,
and then
excellent.
We're
talking about this game here. I know you can see on screen, but of course I haven't got the March of Progress icon on my share screen. But there we go. That's what it is. Yes. Are we going to play, Bez? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I thought we'd kind of
talk about it and play.
I thought we'd talk a wee bit about how this game started.
Yeah, sure.
So maybe yeah, for those who weren't this morning, give us the 1 minute overview.
Well, 1 minute overview. My God, yes. Well, 1 minute of overview of how it came about was I was reading, as you do when you're a war gamer or a military historian. I was reading On War by Clausewitz, and you're supposed to drink when you say Clausewitz or quote Clausewitz, because that's the kind of thing you do in military history. I was reading that book, and he talks about the theory of warfare. So he's talking about a theory of war, particularly he's in the early 19th century. He's talking about a theory of war, and he's saying basically war tends to extremes, which I think we kind of nowadays, because of the 20th century, we kind of know that. So he starts his theory of war. It starts on that very highly theoretical basis about two states fighting each other, and the tendency to extremes mean that they'll do. That they will maximize the resources they can use for the war, and destroy things in order to do that. Basically, they'll actually use masses of their own resources to the detriment of the rest of their populace in order to fight the war more successfully. And I thought to myself, well, would it be possible to illustrate the kind of dynamic of that total war type of thing in a relatively simple, straightforward card game? So I boiled it down into what you can see in front of you here. Basically, it's 8. We have a standard little deck of 8 cards each, and we play one of those around secretly face down, and then we flip them both up, and then we do the action that card has on it. Each card has on it only one action, and we have only a very small maneuver space, which is basically, I boiled it down like Clausewitz boils down the whole kind of warfare into some very abstract theory. I've boiled this down into a maneuver space, effectively of 3 spaces. You've got your own country. In my case, I've got orange. I've got the orange home country. Bez has got the blue home country, and then in between us, there's a neutral country. So those are the 3 spaces that you can move in. And we each have a limited number of armies. These are the armies here. If I double click on that, you see the little meeple army thing. And we have 3 of those each, so a very, very small number of troops we have. And the idea of the game is we have to earn victory points by taking control of these territories and playing a victory point card. That's it in a nutshell. But because, of course, we're playing an individual action each set face down, turning it up. It's a game of bluff because we're both playing actions at the same time. So it's a game of bluff and reading your opponent. A bit like real war, in a sense that you don't know exactly what your opponent is going to do. Now that's the very quick overview of what this game is about. These over here are victory points. The white cubes of 1s and the black cubes of 5s. These are the little armies. Now, on you'll notice that on your home country card, you've got an army. You start with one army. You've got 2 dice. Now, this dice here on the stars are victory points. So this dice here means your country will earn 3 victory points if you score it, if you control it when you score. This means that all your armies, this is army strength, all your armies are worth 1 strength point at the moment, and you can increase that during the game.
And is it a race to victory points?
The opening scenario, introductory scenario, is effectively a race to victory points, because there's you win if you get 18 victory points, which is in fact half of what we've got here. I think more than half of what we've got here. We've got, these are worth 5, so that's 25, and there's another. How many have I got here? I can't remember now. 5. I've got 10, 35. Yeah, so 30. We've got 35 victory points. So 18 is 1 more than half of.
Oh yeah, so someone will always
It's
win.
a majority.
Perfectly mathematically balanced. Of course it is.
Yeah, exactly.
I would be very disappointed if it had been anything else.
Now, yeah, so that's the very of just this. But the whole point of this game is that it's the march of progress. It's actually it's these cards over here, which are in fact quite important for the later. These are extra scenarios you've got. There's actually, well, there's 4 main 2-player scenarios plus this introductory one, which we're looking at over on this side. So you've got there's the Age of Marlborough scenario, where the Age of Marlborough is the 18th century. It's an era which is normally seen as an era of limited warfare. So there aren't a huge number of battles. It's an age which revolves quite a lot around sieges. So there's rule changes and victory condition changes, which give you a flavour of what kind of strategy was like in the 18th century. And then we have now going forward in history a bit, we have the Vive l'Empereur, which, surprise, surprise, that's about Napoleon. It's a Napoleonic scenario, when you've got an era where, because of Napoleon largely, there are more battles. Battles become a decisive part of warfare, and the French have got quite big advantages. The Allies, the Austrians and the Russians and the British, to an extent, have some work to do to catch up with the French in terms of their battlefield capability. And then we have World War I in the West. I've skipped a whole, obviously. Napoleon is like up to 1815, as you know. World War I in the West is going 1940. There's a big gap in the middle there. I can go into that in a bit.
It's kind of a war. It's a kind of like a game system in the wargaming sense, in that there's a sense of overarching rules that stays consistent. But with a bit of modular setup, you are. I'm not going to say simulating, but you're providing a vague facsimile of different military conflicts. Yeah,
so World War I, the rules changes in World War I scenario do actually reflect the kind of attrition that you get in World War I in the West. I've had people say, this is really a bit frustrating, this scenario, because you can't break through, and you think, yes, that's World War I in the West. So anyway, and World War II, which a lot of people like, this is the biggest. Actually, this is the biggest scenario. Where was it? There we go. That one there. This is the biggest scenario. And
Tom just saying what's.
Oh right. Oh great.
I've played March of Progress a few times. Haven't played all the way through the scenarios yet. But in the ones I've looked at, it's impressive that Alan got each one to feel quite different with such a small play space.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's the idea. So World War II in the West is the biggest one. It's a 2-part scenario, and it reflects kind of Hitler's early success against the French, and then unless the Allies actually lose, there's a second part where it's a bit of a it's the Allies trying to use their resources, their overwhelming resources and air power to beat down the Germans. That's the idea. There's also a 3-player scenario here, which was an addition that was suggested for Kickstarter. Anyway, so that's an overview of how the game
So we've got an idea of roughly how it plays. We can get into it in a few minutes and have a wee demo. I thought, wait.
Do you want me to stop?
No, leave it up unless it's using too much internet for you.
That's fine.
I was going to say that. Let me actually put it like that.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, yeah, it's not like, Alan, you are in the hot seat. You need to answer these questions. I mean, yeah, it sounds like you were trying to make it the simplest possible war game that you could make.
Yes, I mean, initially, as I said, I was reading Clash and thought, well, this if Clausewitz can boil things down to a nice theoretical abstract set of maxims almost, and build quite a lot of very interesting concepts of what the nature of warfare is like as a conflict. You know, I felt, can we boil all that down as he's boiled down some of the complexity of war? Can we boil it all down to something really, really small? It was almost like a design challenge thing. So I had recently done a design challenge for myself, which was a 16-card game design challenge. I think partly came from Brett and Matt's Good Little Games initiative. That's Brett Gilbert and Matt. Oh my God, brain gone.
Matthew Dunstan.
Matthew Dunstan. Wow. God, sorry. Yeah.
It's all good.
Same as you earlier, Bez. Sometimes you can't remember people's names. Yeah, Brett and Matt have a website which is called Good Little Games, and those are basically supposed to be, you know, tiny little things which you can download and print out and play. And they're really relatively small games, but it's almost like it's a kind of little design challenge type of thing. And I was doing one of these. It was actually a 16-card game called 16-Card Carrier Strike originally, and it was literally World War II carrier battles just using 16 cards and some dice. That was the whole design challenge. That's the 16 card design challenge is, right, you've only got 16 cards. You can use dice and counters as well, but nothing else, and you have to design a whole game for that with that particular envelope of pieces. So I did that with the 16-card Carrier Strike, and it hasn't yet developed into a publishable game, but that set me on the road of trying to do small games, and in a sense that was why I thought, wouldn't it be a nice idea to try and do a kind of Clausewitzian type of game for which turned into March of Progress. So yeah, I mean, Brett is particularly good at those kinds of games. He's got a lovely game which is called The Other Hat Trick. It literally just uses 17 cards. I can't remember the rules, unfortunately, but it's a lovely little, which is a shame.
I mean, we don't really have time for too many tangents.
No,
I mean, but you know what? So we should do just like a solo ramble at some points, because we've not actually done a solo ramble for quite a while. I mean, I've enjoyed our group discussions, but
back to March of Progress.
Yeah, back to March of Progress. So you read this short distillation of what war means. You wanted to do a similar thing within the field of board games rather than text, and then, what was the main difficulty, would you say, when you were making this? What was Was there any major obstacle that you can point towards that you felt a bit of pride when you finally managed to crack the nut?
I think the initial major obstacle was actually was selecting the actions that would make it an interesting set of decisions to make. Because I mean, the actions are the things you'd expect: move your armies, attack with your armies, recruit, increase the strength of your armies, score. Those kinds of things were the things which have to go in the game once you've got that kind of basic structure. But it was actually working out how many actions do I need, to make it interesting. If you have too few actions, then it becomes a bit of a rote it becomes too easy. The decision becomes too easy for the players. The key thing actually was both players playing simultaneously, obviously, because that introduces a whole lot of bluff. So if I move my army forward, I don't know whether you're going to move in as well. I don't know. So do I after I've moved my army in, do I attack you? If I attack you, you might have fortified, in which case your army strength will be greater than my army strength. If you've recruited an army, can I just temporarily let you have more armies than me, or do I have to recruit again in order to keep up in that kind of arms race?
Yeah, it's very much a game of bluff. And when I played it with you, I think it was maybe 2 years ago. I don't know. It's been quite a while. It was you were still putting together some of the later scenarios. We played a couple of the earlier scenarios, and I just really enjoyed it, and I was keen to play more. But of course, one downside of it is that it is just a 2-player game, which when you're organizing a house party for an entire weekend with maybe 10 people in the house, it's a bit antisocial to just play a 2-player game, really.
I mean, in a sense, that there is a little 3-player variant as well.
Sure, I mean,
but that was to try to address.
If people want to try the 3-player variant, we won't show it today, like on this show on Twitch. But if people want to try it in the Discord and try it with you on Tabletopia, is that something that people can try out?
I actually haven't got a 3-player version on Tabletopia. You can certainly try out the other scenarios; are certainly available. Yeah, I haven't done it.
Okay.
I didn't do the 3-player version on Tabletopia actually for some reason. I'm not quite sure why, but it's only 2, which is possibly a bit of I think it was a time thing, because I put it on Tabletopia for Spiel Digital. As it's free to play on Tabletopia, so you can go and have a look at it. That was in order to kind of, well, I suppose drum up trade, but stimulate interest in the game. And a few people have played it, but the 3-player is it's a very small add-on variant.
I mean, it's interesting that
game too.
Again, I don't want to get too much into this tangent. We've got, Alan and I chat every couple of weeks on a Tuesday. We're chatting this Tuesday about inspiration and initial design decisions. But when you talk about drumming up interest, it's not like this evil marketing thing. It's just genuinely the viral marketing of board games is basically, have people played this game? Are they enjoying it? Do they want to play it more? And if people are enjoying it so much that they want to play it more, yes, they will buy it. And that's almost the most benign marketing that you can have. It's like, for goodness sake, if you've already tried it for free, you already know it's bringing you value, and now you just happen to get the 2-player version, like the physical thing that you can then play and see the cards a little bit nicer, because you can't do this so easily with a screen.
Well, no, that's well. I mean, I can show you the cards on the screen. Look, but it's not gonna really work, is it? Yeah. Like going back to one of your other earlier questions, the other bit which was difficult, I have to say, was getting the balance of the asymmetric scenarios right, or as near as I could anyway. I mean, there are 2 asymmetric scenarios. There's the Napoleonic one, because really you've got Napoleon. He's gonna unbalance things by definition. So balancing that was quite tricky. And then the World War II in the West one, again, it's supposed to be unbalanced, because it's like, it was unbalanced in the start. The Germans have more power, and in the second part, then the Allies have more power. They're getting those bits of balance right, because you haven't got much to play with here. I didn't want to increase the count of components, so I wanted to keep it to 3 armies each, not just give the Allies more armies. That's the kind of easy route, and add more components. But there are other ways in which we can tweak the rules and get that asymmetry to work, but still have the game balance correct. Because the Germans are likely to lose, but we can put a time limit on it, so that In effect, the Allies have to win within a time limit. Otherwise, it gets too expensive for the Allies to beat the Germans. So it's those kinds of things which were quite tricky. There were some extra nice bits which I was really pleased with. So working with Clemens Frantz on the artwork. I know, quick diversion into artwork, the really nice.
Just a very quick shout out to Michael, who's just joined us, and hello, Michael. It's lovely to see you. Oh, and Robin's in the chat, so hello to you too.
I don't think you can see. Can you see the background? You can't quite see the background of those cards. It's pretty murky. But on each of the of the country cards, on here we might be able to on here. Let's just see. These will be sideways, unfortunately, because they're sideways. Never mind. Actually, if I zoom in, that's better, isn't it? If I zoom in completely on this. The background of each of these country cards, this is the weakness of having it on video, is a map. You just about make out this little map here on the orange home country. So there's a map on here, and each of the country cards, if you look on here, it's got a different map. So each of the country cards has got a relevant contextual background map. I mean. Oops, not that one. Excuse me. There's one I particularly like. I'm not going to go through all of these, obviously, but I think I can probably find these.
No, but I mean, these little incidental details absolutely matter a lot.
They really do, because I mean, I was really really pleased with things like this. Here we have a map of, actually, if you look at the Spanish Netherlands, there is a map of the Spanish Netherlands behind there. So, and I think one of the advantages of the Kickstarter was that the Kickstarter folks were really keen on having this kind of little extra thing in the game. It gave them a sense that we were really, trying to give them something which was very special. And Clemens Frantz is really good at this type of stuff, and we saw some maps, and actually made quite a lot of effort to get these looking good. So I was really happy with that.
I think that these small details, there's no denying that they matter. So well done on everything that you've done. And so shall we go through a quick game? Hopefully we'll be able to go through one in 28 minutes. And
here we go. Yeah.
You'll have to remind me of all the rules, because it's been a while since I played.
Well, at least we can get these. We can get the rules. Let's do that. Let's just flip. Let's flip these over. I've got these sorted, actually. If only I could remember how I did it. There we go. I've got.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at. Alex is back in their safe space. Mildly less splattering.
Right. There's two move cards. There's two move cards. And as you can see from the artwork on them, the move cards allow you to move either one army or a group of two armies, one area. So that's basically what they do. One army, one area, and this one is one or two armies, one area. So those are straightforward. Then there's two there's two attack cards. There's an ordinary attack, and there's an attack +1. So the ordinary attack only applies when the attack cards only apply when you've got armies in the same country. So basically, if I'm in there and you're in there and somebody plays an attack, there will be a conflict, and you just simply compare the army strengths. So it's very easy. In this case, we're 1 against 1. If it's an ordinary attack, we're 1 against 1. If it's a draw, everybody
and the army strength is literally just the number of
it's just the number of figures multiplied by this number here. So we've both got one army multiplied by 1, so we've got 1 strength each. If it's equal, we both die, because this is very bloody. If it's an attack +1 card, you have to discard a card from hand, and you get +1 to your strength. So if in this situation I had played attack +1, then I'm on 2 and you're on 1, and you would lose. And if you lose all your armies, and the attacker doesn't take any losses at all. So then we've got recruit, because obviously you want to get more armies, and you can, if you play a recruit card, you can put another army into your home country. It's straightforward as that. You can't recruit anywhere except in your home country, and only if you control it. I'll tell you about in a second. Next, after recruit, we have fortify. Now, in this situation here, you could perhaps fortify your guy. If you fortify this guy, play fortify, you lie him down. Oh, come on. Stupid thing. Oh, why is that not lying down?
Don't know if anyone
There we go.
knows the shot.
That's better. That's better. That means that army in defense gets +1. So then if I played my attack +1, you would also have a +1 and we both die again.
Okay.
may not be what we both want, but it's better than just you losing. Then we have the last two cards. We have this one, a strength card. This one allows you to decrease the victory points of any country that you control by 1 and increase your army strength by 1. So this is where control of these territories is important. You control your home country unless you've lost a battle in your home country and there's an enemy army stuck sitting on your capital. In that situation, I can't use these victory points here to increase my army strength. But if you haven't actually fought me in here, then I can still do it. You only control the neutral country if you are the only person with armies in it. You have to have at least one army in it, and your opponent has to have no armies in it. Then you control it. And that allows you to use these 2 points, or one of those 2 points anyway, decrease one of these 2 points to increase your army strength. And that's can be quite a big advantage, particularly in the introductory game. That's strength.
Can you go below 1?
You can't go below 1. You can go below 1. You can take the dice off entirely. Yes. So you can go to 0. You can't go below 0. Yeah. And finally, the scorecard. The scorecard, well, it's obviously when you score. And the very important thing about the scorecard is that is the only way you get your cards back. Because when you play one of these cards, it stays on the table, stays in your discard pile until you play your scorecard. So when you score, you get all your cards back, including the scorecard. You score 1 victory point automatically, plus the number of victory points for each country that you control. So, for example, in this case, if I score at this point, I will score 1 point automatically, and I will score 3 points because I control my home country, and I won't score any others because this one is contested and you control your own. So I would gain these 3 victory points. These 4 victory points, excuse me. 3, 4. Oops. As you can see, I'm not manipulating this very well. There we go. Right.
So you've got all these cards in your hand. Each turn you play one of them until you play that scorecard, and then you've got all of them again, and you go through until someone gets 18 victory points, which is the end of the game.
That's it. Now you can't play your scorecard until there's at least 1 card in your discard pile.
Okay.
So we should be able.
I think that's good at stopping degenerate strategies.
So, are we going to? Oh, what's happened there?
I was going to try to pick up all these cards. I can't remember how.
Well, that your cards are over here. Ooh. Do you want to pick those up? Your cards are your blue one.
Ah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You're orange, aren't you? You're red. So I'm blue. Yeah, I'm blue. Excuse me. Going mad. Yes. I'm just thinking of myself being at the bottom of the table. I could switch the table around, but I couldn't I? Actually, I could no, that would definitely disadvantage you. Let's not do that. So I'll tell you what. I'll put them all into a pile, like so, and then you should be able to just right-click on them and put them all into your hand, which is the bottom icon, the one that's got an arrow and thingy on it. Can you do? Have you got that? If you highlight them all by Shift and drag, shift and drag over all 8, and then if you right-click on it, you should be able to see the bottom icon, which is
Can you see these 8 cards that I? Oh yes, you can.
yes. If you yeah. Oh, actually, you'll have to have them. Oh, it doesn't allow you to put 1 into your hand. Oh, hang on a minute. It doesn't allow you to put 1 into your hand for some reason.
Look.
It's all about doing the deck. That's better. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just put them in there. Sorry, everyone. Showing my relative.
Right. If you right-click on it and pick if you right-click on the pack, and then
yes,
the bottom,
draw.
it's the bottom eye. Yes, the one. Yeah.
And draw 8.
All of them. Draw all of them. All right.
Okay,
right,
great.
so we're done. Good. Now nobody else can see. Oh, you can see my
Okay.
cards, but nobody can see yours. Okay, fine.
I promised to. Okay, what I'm going to do is I am going to cover parts of the screen.
You do yours first.
You'll have to trust me, but
you do yours first and put it face down. Then I can't see what you've done. That's the easiest way to do it.
I'm covering my screen, so I can't see yours.
Oh, okay, then fine. Okay,
you're going to have to trust me. What I
I
promise I am.
will totally trust you. Let's just see what we're going to do here.
Puts it so that I can see the chat, but not your face. But so
if you want to select it face down,
I'm just pondering my strategy because I'm happy to make moves quickly and keep this moving along, but I'm thinking now, okay.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. We better move these back, hadn't we? Excuse me.
Yes, we start.
There we go. That's it.
Like, we only start with one person.
We only start with one army only. Oh, the important thing is this. The sequence of play is important. The sequence of actions is important. All they move first, then recruit, then fortify, then attacks, come in, then strengthen, then score. So note, because we're both doing it simultaneously. If we both pick move, then we will both move, but the person with the initiative will choose who moves first. The initiative is this thing here. So orange has initiative to start with. If we both move, or we both attack, then the person with initiative chooses who does it first, and then it swaps to the other side. But
okay, so the tiebreaker, once you've got the advantage of the tiebreaker, then the tiebreaker flips.
Switch, that's it. But this sequence of actions is very important. So you fortify before somebody attacks, so that you don't know when you attack whether they're fortified or not. And also, strength comes after the attacks. So when you strengthen your army, the army in the field isn't affected because you're re-equipping. It takes a while to re-equip.
Well, doing that strength seems like trying to use those resources from the middle seems definitely like what I ideally want to do. And I'm thinking, okay, I don't need to worry about you doing it yet, because if you were to go in, then, well, I could move in, and then if you try to do it, then you can't do it from the middle. Okay, but maybe I want to do that. Maybe I want to get an advantage. I mean, attack pointless. Maybe I want to move. Maybe I want to recruit. Okay, maybe I want to do something. Well, I clearly don't want to. Probably don't want to fortify, but I've made a decision.
Okay, I've played my card. Okay, right, we turn them up.
3, 2, 1.
I have.
Oh, you are moving, and I am recruiting.
Yes, that seems fair. So, move goes first. I go into there, then you recruit, and that means.
And what is this little +2? Am I able to put my people into the +2 to get?
Sorry, the +2 is the garrison. Sorry, I didn't mention that. Yeah, if you're attacked in your home country, you get an automatic +2 to your defense. So only in defense.
Okay, so you don't need to do anything to get that +2 bonus. No, it's just there as a reminder.
It's just there as a reminder you've got a +2 bonus.
Okay.
So you've done that. Right. Okay. That's good.
Next,
next turn. So, oops. Hang on. Right, let's do that. Okay.
And I am moving.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm scoring.
That's as fair.
Right. So, I have chosen to score, which means I will get 4 points because I control my home country.
Hello,
And I
Rory.
get them automatically.
Lovely to see you.
Let's just try and take more than that. Let's do that. Oops.
Alan has
Right.
just scored some points.
So I get these
Wait a
2
minute,
cards.
4 points?
3 for my home country and 1 automatic point. You with this card automatically get 1 point. Yeah, you automatically
Okay,
get 1.
oh yes, I see. 1
And
point
you
plus.
get-
Okay.
and so I get these. I get my cards back into my hands, and I've got the. Oops! Oh, I can't draw them like that, can I? Except by going down to the bottom. Ag. Okay.
Okay, so
Right.
next card is
Next card.
this is tense. What is Alan going to do? Oh, I feel like I'm being ganged up against. Chris is rooting for you, Alan. Okay.
I'm doing that. Okay.
I'm attacking you.
That's fair enough. Attack plus
Yes.
1. Yeah. Well,
Boom.
I decided.
I'm in.
Yeah. I fortify, but that doesn't do me any good because you attack plus 1.
I used the
Now
plus
you
1.
You have to discard a card from your hand.
Yeah, but not the scorecards, clearly.
Like the scorecard.
Yep, I am going to get rid of this one.
Okay.
And your soul person goes away. Alan
goes
is off
away,
the
yeah.
map.
I am.
Sorry, I am like a
defeated.
tyrant.
That was a bit of
Hey.
a shame. That was a bit sad.
Well, sad for you.
No,
I mean,
sad for me. It's sad for me. Yeah.
it depends on your perspective.
Let's play that.
Okay.
I'm going to score.
Okay, so you're trying to rush some scoring. Okay, so
I get
Alan's
another-
playing the shorts game. I'm trying to rush the scoring.
Another 4
I'm trying
points.
to.
We've done that.
How do I turn the die?
Oh, you right click on it and reset the number.
Ooh,
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that either.
rotate. Set to. So
Set
it's
number,
to
set
1.
to 1. That's it. It's quite neat. That's
And-
quite a neat feature. I quite like that. Yeah,
Okay,
that's it.
So now
your armies are
my
worth 2.
armies have a strength of 2 each. And
Yep.
if I were to score right now, I would be getting 5 points.
Yes, you would. Yes.
Mm.
I get my cards back. Oh, sorry, I can't do that again. Typical. I always forget on tabletop you can't right click and get them into your hand if it's only 1 card. So yeah, that's well, I've got 8 points of the 18 I need, so not too bad.
So I'm thinking, like, if I were to just be boom, score, boom, score, boom, score, then I wouldn't be able to catch up with Alan in time. I do need to, because that's only 25% more points, and Alan already has an 8-point lead. So I do have to be even more bloodthirsty, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, obviously there are finite cards, so
There are. You're gonna have to get them back at some point. Yeah, you have to score pretty much. Yes. So you have scored 5 points. Yeah, and you get all your cards back.
oh yes, I will take
Yeah.
my time doing that whilst you
Yeah.
do your bits. So you're getting
Okay.
another recruit.
I'm getting another army, so better. I think I need armies.
We will see what happens. And take, it's not take, it's draw.
Draw 8. Yeah. That's it.
6.
That works.
Okay.
This is a lot easier. This is a
So-
lot easier than Kingmaker on tabletop. I say that.
I have
next
decided.
thing. Yeah, I know you have decided.
Is everyone?
So have I.
So the only comments we've had about anyone supporting anyone is, okay, more blood. I'm going for the other person.
I'm going to strengthen my armies.
Oh,
That
so
means
you're
I-
reducing your own scoring
Yeah,
potential.
I'm
Ooh.
reducing this to.
Oh man, Alex is
Mm.
waving for you. Waving a little Alan Paul flag.
A blue flag! Yay! Yes.
Okay.
Then I'm going to. What am I going to do now? Well,
Strengthening your armies. Okay.
I thought I better.
Yep, it makes absolute sense. Okay. I'm doing the same.
I'm not. I'm
Scoring?
I'm scoring again this time. Yeah.
So let's throw this die away.
Yeah. I'm scoring, and I get 3 this time. So if I put that one there and take 2 off, that should be 3. So I'm on
each
11.
of my armies is now worth 3.
Yep, I can live with that. He lied, Glibby.
Can you?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I feel like I've managed to do well, but I feel like Alan's probably got some sorts of trick up his sleeve.
Oh no, I haven't got any tricks. Me, none at all.
Oh wow!
Where are we? Where's my card? There we go. All right.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Go for it. I am recruiting.
I am moving too.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. You're moving too. Of course, at this point, you don't have to move forward. You could theoretically move backwards, but yeah, I don't think you're going to.
Yes. So if I were to attack you,
Yes.
and you were to fortify, you can only fortify one thing.
Correct. Yes. But don't forget
So
my
you would
garrison.
have a strength of 3+2.
No, all my armies are worth 2.
Oh,
All of them.
Oh yes, yes.
So I'd have.
Gary.
So
that would
I
be
would have.
7. Okay.
That would be 7. Yeah.
Indeed, it would. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
And ooh, Runa's supporting me. Boom. Yeah. Runa's on my side. Thank you, Runa. Runa's waving a towel because cleaning dishes. And
Are we ready?
yep, I'm ready. I've put down my
Okay, I've
card,
done
you can
mine. Yeah,
see.
I've got mine. Yeah, okay, go for it.
Move.
He's moving another army. Yeah, I have fortified. I figured I was getting it.
Which would give you a strength of 7, and I would
I was
only have
getting
strength of
fitness.
6, so I've got to, really be bloodthirsty.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? Okay.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Okay.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I think I do that.
Can't have any Bez followers here, says Chris. Join the alternate chat on the other side of the table.
Let's see. I'm going to do. I'm ready. Are you ready? Yes?
Yep, I am.
I am doing scoring again. And you're scoring.
As am
Yeah,
I.
that makes sense. Yes.
So I get 4.
Yes, you do. And I get 3. Which takes me to
14.
14.
Oh, wow. So unless I
Yes.
manage to... Yeah, I need to do something to stop Alan scoring within the next few turns. So...
Okay, this is going to be fascinating, isn't it?
Would you say you're good at your own games, Alan?
No, I'm usually awful. I think when I was playtesting Confucius, particularly, I used to win the one game out of 12. It was not good, but anyway, one game out of 12 is not a good rate.
Yeah.
March of Progress, I'm not too bad at, actually, to be fair.
I have moved.
Yeah, I have to strengthen, really. Recruit, rather. Excuse me, recruit.
Ooh, yep.
You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. You've got 9, and I've got 2, 4, 6. I'll have 8. No, I've got 9 because I've got 1 fortified.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's 9 each. 9 each. What's this? So this is what's this scenario based on?
Well, it's really an abstract one. I called it 30 Years' War because it does tend to extremes. It tends to,
it feels like we're basically ruining everything.
We've
feels like we are laying waste to everything in between us, and I kind of feel bad for all these resources that we're ruining.
Yeah,
wow.
I mean, you've done most of it because you've destroyed the neutral country. Look at it; it's just burning from end to end.
Yeah. Lay your card, Alan.
Oh, sorry.
I've already laid mine. And hello, Xates, it is lovely to see you. And we are just finishing up this game where I am attacking Alan. I'm being extremely bloodthirsty. I've got 9 points. Alan's got 14. But I might be able to turn this around.
Let's do this.
Are you fortifying?
Yes, I am.
Yep, I thought you would. So you are on 10. I am... So set that to 4 and reduce that to 2. So now suddenly my people are worth 12. Boom.
Yes. And I'm only worth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm only worth 10.
And so if I beat you with an attack now, which is kind of inevitable, we both know it's coming, are all your pieces going to be taken off?
They would be, yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, Chris is not happy with me winning. You can press F to flip it, by the way, Alan.
Oh, yes, of course you can. Yeah, well, I'm moving. I'm not staying around there to be killed. So I'm going to go into the neutral country.
No!
He automatically stands up. And he stands up as well. I'm not staying around there to be killed.
Okay, so that goes away. But
that goes away.
You've escaped, and you're going to... So maybe I need to lay waste to my own resources now? So you don't score them?
Well, it's possible.
Wait a minute.
I thought you might like that. But and you also put one of your armies. Let's get that out of the way. You put one of your armies on my capital. Oops, excuse me. On. Don't do this to me, stupid thing. Let's just do that. You put. They fell over. Typical. Oh look! You can stand him on the head. See that?
Hello, Pray. It's lovely to see you. Alan and I are playing a game of March of Progress.
Needs to be in my capital. He's standing on his head, but who cares? I tell you what, I'll flip him up if you like. I'll flip him over.
And Alan has 14 points. I have 9, but Yeah, Alan's trying to. I've managed to take over Alan's home territory.
I love that flip. I love tabletop. You can flip things, and it just goes through the pieces. Sorry,
It doesn't matter.
No, I know.
We know
You're,
that.
there you are. You're on your
Okay.
capital. You're on my capital. You have to. If you want to maintain, you can score points from my capital now. Unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. But you know, sometimes these things happen. So, what am I going to do?
That wasn't meant to be.
No, it's okay. What am I going to do? Well, I can't do that.
And so much more convenient when cards can just flip through other cards. Yeah, we don't need those.
Yeah. Oops.
Card down, and
yeah.
I had my score.
Yeah, and I'm moving.
1, 2.
I'm moving into your home country.
3, 4. And
so you get 1, 2, 3. You get 5. You get 5.
Oh yes, of course.
2 from my country as well.
Because it's +1. I forgot about the +1.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting about that +1. Was that +1 just there to ensure that you always have a wee bit of a chance in theory?
It's to ensure that you don't get a stalemate.
Of course, in case people reduce it down to 0, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
To allow you to take the dice completely off. And hello, Mark Peebles, and
I can't score any
we
points.
are just finishing up this game, and we'll do this as quickly as we can. Alan's,
because you're occupying my capital, I can't score any points, which is a bit of a disadvantage.
Oh, I thought you could score my capital now.
No, I can't, unfortunately.
Hmm.
So really, at this point, I really should resign because I don't think I can get back into. Although I could actually get my army back, but my army back isn't going to work because you've got more ability to. You can now milk my victory points for extra army strength if you want to.
I mean, I'm basically going to win in 2 turns.
Yes.
So you could. I thought you were able to score, which was a misunderstanding of the rules.
No, I can't. No,
I thought you were
I
going
can't.
to get 3 points, go on to 17, and then I would go on to
so
19.
I will surrender. I surrender.
Roar! I'm victorious. I have dominated you. And so, yes.
Yes.
I'm going to... Sorry, I was trying to do a whole dramatic table flip, but I'm not doing it very well.
You can't table flip on tabletop.
Yeah, but just kind of throwing all the things everywhere. Hey,
anyway,
so,
I think that gives you a flavour of how that works. Now, in some senses, oh, you've gone off. Oh, you've gone offline for some reason. Oh. In some senses, the introductory scenario is literally it's just to teach you the rules. It's the scenario. It's the other scenarios that give you the interest in the game, which vary the rules. So, for example, with the Age of Marlborough one. Wait a minute. I'll get the Age of Marlborough card. With Age of Marlborough, there's a slightly different setup. You don't get attack +1 cards because in the 18th century, pitched battles were rarer. So you don't get the +1 cards. You get your home countries VPs cannot be less than 2. So but there are 2 neutral countries in the middle. So the idea of this scenario is you're maneuvering to dominate a province, and then you use that province to increase the strength of your armies. So it's very much more of a maneuver game. And in this game, again, we have to get to 18 victory points. But if we both reach 18 victory points at the end of a turn, we're playing with 36 in this rather than 35.
Ooh,
we have
so
a draw.
You
can tie. Yeah, but that's to reflect that idea. In 18th century warfare, you often got an invasion, and there might be some maneuvering around, and somebody would then go away again, and they'd make peace. So it's that kind of situation. So with those small rule changes, we get the flavour of 18th century warfare.
No, it's a really lovely game, and thank you so much for showing it to us. And
Thank you very
yeah,
much for allowing me
it's
to.
a great one. If anyone in here now, what we're going to do on this Twitch for the next couple of hours is chat to Xate and Alex about their LDEC design contest winning games, which was Visible and Invisible. And if you want to listen to that, then please stick around to the Twitch, listen in. You'll be hearing about how those games came to be, and who maybe a wee bit more about Xate and who Xate and Alex are, in case you don't know. If you have been listening and you want to now go and check out March of Progress, I would encourage you to do that and go to the Discord channel, which if I can type in Discord, and so if you're not already in my Discord, then please go to the Discord. And why is that not working?
I shall be there. I shall be there.
Can I ask a question, Alan?
Yes.
If you're still there.
Yes.
How many iterations do you think the game's gone through?
Oh, that's I have no idea. I mean, dozens. Yeah, lots. Yes. I mean, the main game system itself, it probably only went through half a dozen iterations. I mean, the major thing I had to decide was whether it should be 2 actions or 1 action each, and 2 actions was definitely too much. So that was the main thing. But no, lots of iterations. It's all that fine tuning that had to be done, even in the main. Just working out, should it be move 1, move 2? What do they actually mean? Because move 2 could mean move 2 armies any way you like. But the trouble is that gives you too much flexibility. So I made it 2 move. It's 1 group of 2 armies you move. So those kinds of things just require so much thought and so much play testing. Even something relatively small like this. I mean, I suppose I'm relatively experienced, so I can reject certain things as things which I don't think are going to work at all. But yeah, a lot of iterations. The World War II scenario, which is horribly asymmetric, that took. I mean, we must have played that between 50 and 100 times, I guess.
Wow.
To try to get a balance right. So yeah, a lot. Well, you know, like most games, takes a hell of a lot of work to do.
As we cross over, I want to say a hello to everybody in chat, which I want to do a proper shout out to, and I will very quickly share the screen just to say, we are at 2 p.m. So on the Twitch, Bitabel and Invisible by Xate and Alex Cannon, that are these people. I mean, you can probably tell who is who. If you don't, then you've got handy name tags. On
Alex,
the on the Discord, go in and
Hi Xate. Great to see you.
We will try and get MonsDRAWsity played. Bye, Alan. So, a quick hello to all of Xate's friends. It's lovely, wonderful support from Mark.
They're not just my friends; they're all friends
with
Eric, Aquas too.
Love to see you. Okay, I was trying to think of a couple name like Xate's.
It's Aquaxatus.
So Aquaxatus.
Aquaxatus.
Okay.
Try saying that 3 times fast.
Aquaxatus.
But surely it should be like Aqua Cook for Sulis.
We'll cook aqua for board games.
Chocolate, thank you.
No.
And I'm glad you're a wee bit better. hello, Matt. It's lovely to see you. And yeah.
If I would admit that his name
Aqua
is Alex,
Sate-
it would actually work
yeah.
really well to be Alex Sate, but I won't admit his name's Alex, so that doesn't work.
It's all a lie.
We'll drink water for board games.
I mean, if you're willing to give me board games just to drink water, I'm in.
Well, I mean, I don't think many people will give you board games. Although, if you were to drink a large quantity, no, the amount of water that I'd ask you to drink in order to receive a board game would probably be detrimental to your health. I'm not going to lie, because that's
Yeah, you can get water poisoning, can't you?
it might
So this is
be
Bez's murderous
entertaining.
side coming out. It's like,
Yeah.
I will make you drink lots of water. It's like about as evil as Bez can get.
Yes.
You will be extremely
You
hydrated.
must drink. Oh. And apparently Michael just did an unboxing and someone's been
I
to
saw a
Michael.
mug, but I had to leave after the mug. Was there more than the mug? I'm curious. I'll have to go back and watch.
Just a mug.
So, for those who don't know, Xate is an amazing mod designer, developer, a culinary artist, literally cook for board games. Is there anything else that you wish to say about yourself, Xate? Or Alex,
I'm an absolutely
anything
boring
else that you
person.
think that...
I'm only getting every other word.
We all know that's
But I
not
think-
true.
Um,
Can you introduce Xate? Alex,
What
can
can
you
I say?
introduce Xate?
what can I say? Sate is an amazing person. There you go. Yeah,
Okay.
she's been
That's his
just
bit.
a great person to get to know. You know, one of the main reasons that I keep coming back and hanging around on Twitch is that I might bump into her maybe a bit.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're incredibly different people, and our brains work in completely opposite ways, which makes it fantastic to bash those brain cells together and make something cool and have fun argument discussions.
But they're mostly written because we do a lot of our game design in Google Docs. So Aqua will be typing something and I'll be typing next to it. No, but didn't you think of this? And they'll be like deleting mine and I'll be like deleting this. We'll be like, yes.
Wow.
Those have been the best times. Yeah.
Yes.
Best of times, the worst of times. So, Xate, do you feel like you are able to say anything about Alex?
I don't know Alex. I know his alter ego Aquasulas, who is I won't call I get that people have real names, but I just don't believe that. Even though I don't want to be called Will Cook, I would rather be called Xate. But Aqua's just kind of Aqua.
I can't cover it up.
He's so I'm going to say something mean. Aqua does not think highly enough of himself. He is way more talented than he gives himself credit for. And he just needs to be a little bit more confident because this is one very talented, very intellectual person that I've had the pleasure of getting to know. He's got a really cheesy sense of humor that, despite itself, makes people laugh. See the joke about cheese earlier today. Just no.
I know my audience.
I don't like that humor, but for some reason it makes me laugh when you do it. And he makes puzzles that will burn your brain and maybe your entire house down. And it's been very fun getting to know him and work with him in Google Docs and Tabletop Simulator and on Twitch. And just, yeah. I can highly recommend 10 out of 10, get to know Aqua.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can really feel the love. This is so how did you, for Alex, Aqua, you can change your name to whatever you want. But to-do list number 1, get to know Aqua, says Chris. Edit words are great. They'll need some aloe. But we could say we'll I don't know how to pronounce that.
I think that's harder to say than Xate.
People call you Will Cook. Like,
Yeah.
Hey, Will.
And then the rest of the internet believes I'm a male from Britain named Will Cook, which I am not any of.
There you go. Look there. It all started when we were shoved together in a team on.
Yeah, you were
Letters
about to
from
say how you
Whitechapel.
met.
That's when we really got to know each other, and
Those were the worst
really
of times.
got to know how different we think.
Yeah, the Loozapalooza channel did Letters from Whitechapel every Saturday for a couple months. I think we played the game two times through, and we played like each night of the game as a separate Saturday. Actually, we played more than 2 because there was that one time we caught him on square 125 on like move 3. But yeah, Aqua and I were Team Brown because there was like groups of people in the chat controlling each of the characters. And I mean, we did stay the course. We stayed Team Brown, but we definitely we have different approaches to strategic games. Very. So there would be these little side chats going, and everyone would be like, "Team Brown, what's your move? Team Brown, are we still waiting on Team Brown? Has Team Brown said anything?" Team Brown, and we'd be like, "I think we should do this. No, I think we should. No, we definitely need to. No, I want to do." We have this whole like side chat going. Yeah, but it made for some fun times. If you can survive Letters from Whitechapel with Aquasulis, you can survive anything.
I didn't realize that it was that much of an ordeal playing games with Aquaxatis.
I mean, I think it would be equally bad if you and I tried to control the same character, Bez.
I cook for Rulis. I
think we might just go back to being individuals.
just because I turned you apart with your trying to mash your names together so too much. Yeah. By the way, apparently Will is a female name in the Netherlands. I'm not sure if you're aware.
I did not know that.
So yeah. Oh, and people are just saying that you should be Bates or.
Where did the B come from?
So I think it's all 3 of us now.
Oh.
Apparently we're a trio. It's like the band.
Well, I mean, Aqua and I are very pleased to have you on today as our guest.
That's true.
Thank you very much for this exuberant xenophilic what's the name of the show?
I mean, that's for chat to figure out normally.
Excitement?
But... Exactly. Teotihuacan.
Backs. Okay. That. Oh yeah. That. Okay. Anyway, in all seriousness, what was the? So this was like 2020 that you first met online.
Yeah. I mean, on Loozapalooza in like March. Yeah.
And
been
we
a
never looked
crazy
back.
year, hasn't it? I mean, not to get too downbeat, but I mean, more like so many relationships forged like online. It's been like some nice stuff as well.
Rob, I love that.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Like, I can't believe how many cool people I've met just through these circumstances. Like, some people, maybe some people in chat as well that I quite appreciate, you know.
For sure, yeah. I think I'm in the rare position that this year has been one of the best years in a long time for me. And I realize that I'm in the minority and most people have had it really rough. I've had it really rough too. But if I hadn't had the support that came through COVID online, I would not be doing very well at all. But because everyone's having a tough time, there's a lot of support on the internet, a lot of people doing things, reaching out, forming communities. And because of that, this year, which was already going to be very bad for me, has been very bad, but with friends. So,
It makes a big difference, doesn't it?
yeah.
It makes a big difference.
Is that meant to be squiffy?
That is squiffy, yeah. So one of the vocabulary words we learned on in people's stream.
Okay.
So
It's just trying to work out what that.
I've also started writing words with a U in them this year. It's just
The funny thing is that squiffy is actually squiffy.
That is how you spell squiffy. I'm just kind of. It was just an unusual word, and just because it was broken up into 2 lines, but given that I've seen some people with the Twitch icons do like, and those 2 brothers Murph, they have da-ng, so you can write dang, if you know what I mean. But might be an idea, Peebles, since you're affiliates, if that's one of your icons. But anyway, this isn't a show for me to throw in random icon ideas for Mark Peebles. This is a show for
tangents.
you two to chat about how you started making these games. So what was the first game that you made together?
I mean, it would have been something for the L design contest.
I think it was biddable, wasn't it?
I mean, it gets complicated with design together because we also worked on each other's solo entries. So we were kind of doing it all at the same time. It was kind of a big group of like 6 games we were working on. Well, and actually more because we had a couple we didn't even bother pitching. So,
yeah, you had a whole raft of games that I remember. And I thought... I think I'm pretty sure you twisted my arm into making something, and then also twisted my arm into making 2 other games with you.
Yes.
And thank you very much. It's worked out quite well. And we just decided. I think between the pair of us, I think we like strategy, and especially. So we thought, why not kind of get together and make something that is completely apart from the game, some of the games that Xate had made, which were predominantly word games. I thought, like, what can we do? Like, we've got the cards. We could try a few different things. I think we definitely we tried a social deduction game, I think.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we both had independently had ideas for a social deduction game with the L deck, and we tried them out, but it was also too difficult to really play test and work through, and also the deck was changing from I have the old version of the deck. There's already a new version of the deck. There might be a different version coming. We were just like, okay, so all the factors that we were considering using were different on my deck, and it was just like, well, this is getting too complicated, and we thought we had better ideas elsewhere, so we pursued the other ideas. But yeah, I pressured a lot of people into entering the LDEC competition, just like I pressured a lot of people into entering the in a bond photo competition and the various other things around the internet. Blackmailing people into joining Michael's stream or whatever. That's just kind of what I do. I want to do fun things with fun people. So if I'm doing something, I try to encourage other people to do it along. And the LDEC competition was mostly just about Bez because I actually know Bez, like in real life and stuff, back from days when travel was allowed. And so that's how I ended up on the stream all the time. And then Bez was talking up the LDEC competition and saying, oh, there's not been any entries yet. There still hasn't been an entry. And I'm like, well, that needs to change. As soon as 1 or 2 entries come in, everybody's going to enter, right? So who's hanging out in chat that I can convince they have to make a game? Look, it's Aquasulis. He's British. He can't say no.
That's true. I'm very easily led. Yeah. So really, it really opened up when we got the tabletop. Was it Tabletop Simulator? We jumped into that and got to just muddle around with things, and we came up with this idea for a bidding game because there wasn't one in the LDEC yet, and I thought, okay, what could work? How could what things could you use on the cards to kind of just
we literally went through all the games in the LDEC on the sheet of what games exist and how do they play. We read through that together, looking for what doesn't exist, what's a hole. Because we didn't want to just make something very similar to one of the other games.
Yeah. So. And I think it was I've been thinking about a system for like something like For Sale. So in For Sale, you have an initial auction for the property cards, and then you put them all into the middle at the same time and reveal to collect up the money cards. And I was thinking that's a really slick system, and is there some way we can adapt that kind of flow into a bidding game with the letter cards and the suits? And it kind of just fell together from there. I think we tried a few different ways of scoring and a few different ways of bidding, but over the course of probably 2 or 3 playtesting sessions, we whipped up into something pretty solid that we're happy with.
Yeah, we had to meet in the small amount of space between Aqua's kids actually go to bed and Losapalooza starting. That was our window every night that we would try to hit. Let's do our design work then. So.
I mean, it sounds like quite a focused, intense window. And I am, obviously really grateful for everything that was done. Prey had a bidding game idea but didn't follow through with testing and developing it. Obviously, there's going to be future things. And so you can join in next year. That's totally something that you can do. By next year, I mean actually this year.
Prey is one of the people that I've also gotten to know better through the L Design competition. Because we were asking around everywhere. Well, primarily, I was asking around everywhere who would playtest our design games, and asked in the Loser group and everywhere. And Prey was one of the volunteers. She's like, "Oh yeah, I like board games. Sure, I'll do it." And I didn't know Prey prior to that, at all. Maybe a hello in the group, but we hadn't had side conversations at that point at all. And she volunteered and came on and playtested some games with me for a couple hours, and it was awesome. And that's actually turned into an ongoing thing. We've did the scavenger hunt together at Shelfapalooza, I think, one of the cons. And we know each other online much better now because of that. And a lot of the other people playtested too. I felt like I got to know a lot of the community through the playtesting really well, because I asked them to come into Tabletop Simulator and onto Skype with me to talk. And so I got to just know people. I got to know Dina, who's on your show quite often, came in and did a session with us. It was the first time I'd ever talked to her at all. And I got to test the game in a lot of different language, or actually all the games. I was testing all of my games and all of Aqua's games because why not? So a lot of people played a lot of games for us. And we tried some of them out even using different languages just to see, okay, the deck is primarily for native English speaking and for English words, but let's just see how does it work if you don't have English as a native language and you're trying to play what games work. Does Invisible work if you don't know English very well? Can you play it with Dutch? Can you play it with Spanish? We did a lot of random combinations. And of course, Biddle was not a problem. It didn't matter what language you spoke to play Biddle at all. So a lot of international testing, which was fun.
Yeah, it's kind of the way that things go when you've got flexibility in the letters that you can use from the cards. And I know that Garbled from, like, the forthcoming Garbled from Wild Games is also now doing a vaguely similar thing. I've seen a couple of games actually in the past couple of years that have done something with this letter or that letter. And for sure, as soon as you bring in, we don't need to talk so Cord. This was not the only submission, as alluded to. Alex did have another code design with Xate, and Xate had a couple of solo designs. Yeah, it was at the point where I feel like you started going and then you'd been wound up and you just would not stop.
Yeah, I at one point remember Skyping Bez and asking how exactly the 3-game submission limit worked. If I had 3 games I was submitting, but I was also submitting half of a game with Aqua and another half of a game with Aqua, is that 4 games or is that 3 games and 2 different games in a different set? And how many times could I get away with just adding another designer? And Bez was like, well, keep it reasonable. So I think I only submitted 5 in total. 3 by myself and 2 half games, half with Yui. So
just a few games.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
was bored in July. I needed something to do.
5.
I made way more than 5, Bez. I only showed you 5. Be happy.
Wait, so that's 4. Like, so I mean, it was definitely a decision that I had to make. And look, the limit of 3 per person was always there to stop someone just spamming loads of stuff at me, if you know what I mean. And given what I knew of Xate, I knew Xate wasn't. So those are for next year, asks Chris.
Oh, okay. I'll resubmit those other ones.
Like, it's got
Well, are you allowed
like
to?
everything,
Not-
sort
not
of thing
that one,
out the
Aqua.
contest. I'm continuing to work out. Oh, sorry, Alan says, I really wish I had time to design L games. Well,
Ooh, an L war game. I want to see that. Alec, the L war game.
Call it L Cid. Yes.
How combatable, attackable, but
I mean, there's some fun stuff that can happen.
wow,
I might want
you
to get in
are
on this.
really good at motivating people to do this.
Alan, I'd be
Wow,
up
I need
for,
to have
for
you on
some,
my show every day.
We could get something going together. I hear Aqua's probably up for it too. We could do a little design team.
Yeah,
Then it only counts as 1/3 of one of your 3 entries.
exactly. But the question is, are we allowed to enter again? You know?
Just
we've
put our
won.
names in tiny little print.
Look, it's a constant thing, and I think it would be good if it was like, okay, enter, but
Thanks, so.
I don't want people to be like, oh, it's always the same 2 people winning, you know. And I could imagine it going that way if David Brain was allowed to submit all their entries to this. Oh, Batel is really good, but oh, apparently we're not letting Alex talk enough. So, Alex, explain how you decide how Invisible started.
Well, Invisible started because I love deduction games. And I just literally been playing a whole bunch of Letters from Whitechapel. So I thought, could I make one? Could I make a hidden movement game out of a deck of letter cards? And I thought, well, I mean, if you need a map, and you can make a map of a grid of cards, and when you're moving through letters, the obvious thing is to make words. So it can still be a word game. And the reason it worked so well for me was that there's a lot more information than just the letters. So you have, obviously, it's really information rich. The deck itself, it has the suits and it has the numbers already on there, as well as all the letters. So it gives you a really good selection of things to work with. And so adding on clues, like getting a little bit of information each round to try and guess what word you've made and where you might be on the map, really kind of fell in to my head just in the first couple of playtesting sessions that I did solo. And then it was just a kind of then for me it was working out if it's actually a game that somebody could enjoy. And so I first showed it to a close friend who absolutely loved it and couldn't stop playing it. So that was a good sign. And yeah, she playtested it dozens more times than I did, and really encouraged me to keep going with it. And yeah, and that was great.
Did you ever beat this person at your own game?
I did. Yeah.
Did you?
I did.
Did you?
I think it was an accident. You might have made a silly mistake, but on the first version, I think you only got one life. Like one time you get caught and that's it. And we played a few times like that. And I think
I still won.
I think I got you once.
Yeah. Just saying, it wasn't impossible.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and I mean, it's a hard game for me. I'm not naturally that analytical. I think I have to really work for it. But the puzzle was there, and I love puzzles. So if I've got a compelling puzzle, and the other team can kind of, or the hider can just kind of come at the puzzle from the opposite angle, that gives them a bit of a puzzle. So it was already giving you kind of a bit of strategy. Like, okay, I could make this word, but if I end up on this word, that's on a 1. And so if they ask me what number I'm on, and that's the only 1 on the table, then I shouldn't end up there, because it's really easy to be found there. So it was generating these interesting puzzles, kind of slow, like as little self-contained units. So like a couple of turns is its own little puzzle. So I was really pleased that it came together that way, and I'm really pleased that it's had some people excited about it, and enough to put it forward to the contest, and enough that people enjoy it enough to think it is deservedly a winning game. So thank you so much.
Bez always says that each game in the L deck should be someone out there's favorite L game, and mine is Invisible. So
thank you.
Check.
Sometimes I am being amazed that people still, I guess it's weird here with that people listen to me so much, if you know what I mean, because
Did you say
I'm
something?
just like a person saying all these things and actually remember. Oh, for goodness sakes! I love you, but just want to. Vim says congratulations on the win, and thank you WordTag for following. And oh yeah, Rob says that if you wanted to make a 4X game, then I guess you would need 4 decks of the 4Xs.
Mm.
Well,
The SX card is my favorite one in the LDEC,
Yeah.
I must say.
Yeah. I quite like the
Because it's-
owl card. It's pretty good.
I like SX and I love the IU card. Those are my two favorites.
Is it generally just because
Keep your mind up. Guys.
did
Come
you
on.
say IQ or IU?
You know me too well, Aqua.
Can I highlight things? I can't highlight messages, so shame.
And XXXXL.
4XL.
Oh,
Is that when you have a spreadsheet that's just really sexy?
No, 4X is a beer, isn't it?
L. Anyway, look.
Is it?
So you went. Let's take a step back. Pete, this has been a fun chat, and I need to have you on both again properly. But at this point, people who are watching might not have a clue what either of these games even are. And I feel like at this point, we probably should explain what these two games are. So one was started by Alex, which is Invisible, which has been briefly explained. One person, the other person's going around this grid of cards, trying to find them. And then the other card, which was the initial spark, came from you both at the same time. Invisible, where you're bidding with cards. Do you want to do... I'll let you two between yourselves work it out. One of you explain Bidabel and how you started up with that concept.
I'll leave that to
Rock,
you.
paper, scissors for it, or well, it's gone through a lot of changes, and I think probably still some more to come. It's not completely finished yet, but so far it is basically not a word game using the LDEC. I've heard there are people out there that don't like word games, so that's one of the reasons we made it a not a word game. And we're using the letters on the bottom row of the cards to bid for cards that are in the market area of the table and take them into our sets for set collecting. But the sets we're collecting are based on the borders. That's kind of basically it. And there's some scoring involved and there's some strategy involved, but that's kind of the basic overview.
And what I really like about this is the fact that I can't get over how clever this mechanism is. That the things that are in the market are those same things that you were bidding with the previous turn. And this gives it a great elegance. It means that there's less upkeep. And at its best, you are thinking about, okay, not just how much do I want the things in the market or how much do other people want them, but also what do I want to go into the market for next time.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't want to put a certain border card down, even though it might be the best letter to play to get your advantage. Because, you know, Aquasulis over there is collecting the bubbles. I don't want him to get any more bubbles. So I'm just not going to play that bubble card.
And likewise, if you know that you need to get a particular suit, you can kind of half guarantee you're going to get it next time, or have the option.
This one has
flood the card with a particular
changed
suit.
quite a bit since you know, it was submitted. There's been lots of simplifications, and do you want Alex to talk about? Shall Alex talk about this, or both of you between yourselves can talk about this?
You take this one.
Sure, yeah. So when we originally submitted it, the scoring had changed. So the scoring was a bit more mathematically involved. So for every card you take of a suit, it scores one more than the previous card. So if you have the first card you get of each suit is worth 1 point, the second is worth 2 points, the third is worth 3 points. So as the suits get the sets get larger from each suit, the scoring kind of really explodes. So really, you really wanted to kind of have a main suit that you're going for, and try and kind of get maybe a second or a third suit up as high as you can. And for me, I mean, that's kind of the thing that we settled on, and it worked quite well, and we didn't think of what could be better or more accessible, so we just went with that. And so the version it's been changed to now through a bit of testing and development is that your largest suit that you've collected scores 2 points for every card, and your second largest scores 1 point for every card. So through testing had proven that that actually produces pretty much then exactly the same result in terms of how the players rank, but it just reduces the amount of maths involved, which is great, because it means that it's going to be even more accessible for people who aren't really interested in adding up numbers.
I mean, there was a chart, to be fair. You didn't actually have to do the math. You just looked at the little graph and said, I have this many cards, it's that many points, which is what I do, because maths and I don't agree.
And the other thing was the amount of cards on the table at any time. So when we started, it was just 1 card per player, goes into the middle, and so it means that if you play your card, if you play the least powerful card, alphabetically, you take the last pick. But obviously, if there's only 1 card per player, there's no choice there. So you just have to take whatever's left. And now there's an extra card in the middle of the table. So there's every player gets a choice. It might not be a choice if both of the cards are the same suit, but in theory it expands the range of choice that every player has, especially the last player going. I think there's oh yeah, and the last change was that at a lower player count, like when you're playing with 3, you strip out one of the suits of the deck to kind of just make sure that there's a little bit of more tension between who's collecting what suit.
Well, and Bez changed the way that the first 2 cards work. The bonus. When we first
that's
did
true.
The game, you would lay 2 cards from your hand down, face down, as bonus scoring cards for the end of the game, and those suits, whatever suit was on them, would score +1 point per card of that suit, and they remained hidden until the end of the game. And now those cards are flipped over at the beginning of the game and simply added to the collection. So that's very different. There've been a lot of changes, and there might be more coming, or something going back.
Yeah, I think
right now it's like that.
Yeah, as we were kind of playtesting it and thinking about these things, I had it in my, I figured it out that if you just add the initial hidden objective cards to each suit, it doesn't really. It's the same kind of points. It gives you, I think, it gives you like an extra 2 points if you pick a pair at the start. But actually, there's not much of a difference between that, a +1 per card, or adding to the set. So we'd thought about changing it already, but I think we went for the +1 per card because it feels slightly different. It feels more like you've got a special bonus scoring rather than bigger sets, and it feels slightly different. But as you know, we had made this game in a few evenings 6 months ago, and that's not very long. It's nothing should be set in stone. After such a small amount of time, so we're presenting it as a work in progress, and I think it's got some really interesting design space there that we could explore, and get it to be really accessible, and also with some really interesting decisions. But it's just taking the time.
Yeah, the maths has been simplified, but the feel changed with that. It's something I think need to still look at. But yeah, what's the goal of the game? What are we trying to do with it? Who's going to be playing it? But we have time for that. I think Bez something about this. The game's going into development for like a year or something, so we'll have plenty of time to keep playing this and playing with anyone here who wants to keep playing word games with us. That's something we can do.
100%, because parts of it is that, and yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the people who were able to try it out only tried out the 2-player variant. Now, Tom actually came up with some really interesting 2-player variants, which I think definitely needs to be explored a lot more. So, again, both these games are snapshots in time. It's possible that there's going to be an aspect that will continue. Definitely possible that it will be different in a year's time, and that in a year's time it might have gone further. It might brought aspects of the original thing back. I mean, with that final card, and that would bring a little bit of that initial placement back.
Well, was that a cliffhanger for you guys as well? All I heard was with that.
The thing that you wanted to change, your audio cut out, so we didn't hear it.
Yeah, it's like,
wait,
what? Tell us, Bez.
I think you're talking about the final card.
I was just saying that with the final card, instead of once you've used it, it comes back and it does something to those suits. So maybe like it doubles that particular suit. So it's like, okay, you need to keep one in hand, and then you need to manage the sequence of cards played for. And it would be bringing back little bits of that hidden object feeling, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Did you hear that?
It's all about...
Can you hear me?
Just about. Yeah, it's a lot of clipping, unfortunately, but we're pretty much getting it. Yeah, I think we spoke a couple of days ago about the games, and just really nailing in what is the target market, what is the intended player experience, and who enjoys those types of games. So, as Tom mentioned, there's lots of things that we can tweak, lots of things that could work, and it's just really nice to be at a point where we have a chance to really kind of explore all those possibilities.
And we're back to the Bezzy stop motion. You're muted and stuttering. So
For me,
Yeah, I think so. To talk to Runa's comment,
Chris,
we're all
come on.
connected separately, and Bez's connection is poor at the moment, unfortunately.
yeah, Bez is at their parents', and the internet there is not as good as the typical connection in London. So there might be a little bit of sound issue, but just, every third word from Bez still forms more sentences than some people I know.
What are you trying to say?
I mean, I would never call Bez verbose.
If Chris coming on,
If Chris coming on.
I like that.
If Chris coming on. I think if Chris coming on.
Please, Chris, come on. And
I want to sing Come On Eileen, but it doesn't work with Chris. Come on, Chris. Just, Can you change your name to Eileen for a few minutes? Because that would work
too. No, that's not good. No.
I mean, if Chris wants to come on to me, I'm okay with that too. think there was a calendar in the works.
Oh yeah, it's such a shame that never got off the ground. Oh, excellent!
Come
Excellent.
on, Eileen. That's awesome.
Okay. So where were we?
Tangenting like normal.
Sounds perfect. Excellent. So what was the last question to be asked? Sorry, I missed out that last question.
I don't remember.
We're talking about the development to come.
Oh,
You can
yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Well, so
You
what?
three can play.
Something
We can
about
play.
free playing.
I mean,
I was just going to ask you: is there anything you two are particularly looking forward to when moving into the development stage? Is there anything maybe perhaps that you're looking forward to changing, or particularly not looking forward to changing, or?
Aqua, you better take this one.
I'm looking forward. I feel like the game it's really nice as it is, but I think there's a lot of possibility there for just having a little twist on the rules, like maybe the scoring rules, to open up the level of decisions that you're making. I like the fact that it's simple enough at the moment that you can just take whatever card you've got the most of. But I think maybe not in the I don't know if there's going to be variants. I suppose there could be variants, but I think it's got just a huge possibility space that trying all those different things out could be really fun. Oh, it's going to be really fun. Now, can I do this?
Can you do that? That's a good question. Alan's asking, can you three can play? I'm guessing that's how many players can play the game, maybe? Or Biddle is for 2, 3, or 4, 2 with a variant. I prefer it at 4. I think it's better, but that's just me. And Invisible is a person versus team game. It could be person versus person or person versus persons, depending on who's there and how you like to play it. I kind of like the 1v1 option personally, because I feel like if I'm strategizing with someone else about where I'm hiding and trying to talk about moving around the thing, I'm giving away too much information by doing that. I'd rather keep my words close to my own paper and just go at it myself. But there are a lot of people that prefer doing it as a team and kind of having that little silent discussion, back and forth, working together for how to make words and where to best go and strategize. And I like that it has that option. You can do it 1v1 or versus a group. So I wouldn't do it group though. Like 1v20.
I was also going to say that when we were playtesting it as well, we had the opportunity to playtest it. I think it was the first time we played it 2v1, and it was us me and name has slipped my brain, so I'm just going to carry on. We were playing against Bez, and we had the option to sort of discuss and discuss tactics and stuff like that, and that was really fun. But then we decided to play it one-on-one the other day, just me and Bez, and then we literally found ourselves there with just like bits of paper, just like covering our faces and trying to not give away anything. You don't want to show your eyes, you don't want to like show the inkling of where you might be going, or make any movements with your mouth that might give you an inkling, but but yeah, I really enjoy the different kind of ways you can enjoy this game, and you can either have it so silent and tactile, or you can have it kind of breeding more fun, sort of less quiet, if you see what I mean, when you're playing together.
Yeah. I also think Invisible offers itself up very nicely for a unique font. Bez is doing the different decks with different fonts for the different games, and I think there could be a really fun spy-themed one going on for Invisible. Aqua, did you freeze too? You're not allowed to freeze. That's Bez's thing.
Who, me?
No,
Or Aqua?
Aqua froze. Like, what's up with that? Like,
Oh, I thought they were just being very stern with me.
I mean,
I was like, am I not exciting enough anymore?
always, Chris. Always.
Apparently. Well, when we finally get people back, we could try and actually start one of these games before we run out of time.
What, like, I don't think Tabletop Simulator is going to run for me as well as StreamYards. And definitely not for Bez, I think, because with their internet being down so much.
Okay, I can always try and get onto Tabletop Simulator. Hold on 1 second. And then I should be able to stream it from my side, because I think I'm
Like,
on one of the best internet here. So.
Do you ever get the impression you enter a room and then everyone else leaves?
All the time.
All right, they're back. Things are working. Aquasulis is attempting to win a staring competition.
I'm sorry
and
about
was
it.
definitely winning.
Attempting, they won. Hello, Bez. You're back.
And we hear Aqua typing.
So,
Oh, sorry.
Aqua, so have you tried sharing the screen? Is it just not coming up on your list of possible things you can share?
Is that me? Sorry. Yeah, I can share my screen. I'm just waiting for the tabletop link, sorry, that you said you can send. Or...
Do you have Tabletop Simulator ?
Well, this is fun. Word games.
Yes.
For those of us who
Chris.
don't have words.
I do. I'm starting it up now.
Hey, Daniel. Nice to see you in the chat as well. We're having a few minor technical difficulties on the side of pretty much everyone involved. But that's okay. I'm surprised that my computer's keeping up.
Technical difficulties is what we're talking about. Technical difficulties. I'm not gonna shout.
That's even funnier with only half of each word coming through, Bez.
Oh no, I don't have it. Oh, right,
It looks
okay. It won't take too long, hopefully.
It looks like Alex is saying, "Oh, I'm back," but I don't know how this happened.
I don't have Tabletop Simulator.
Or is that me?
I lied.
That's I guess that's your new design competition challenge, Robin. Rumbly, I want to see that game from you next year. Technical difficulties. So we've already started next year's competition. Alan Paul has been animated to make a war game based on the L deck. Rumbly's going to make technical difficulties. We're going strong. I think the 2021 competition is going to be a real interesting one. Get your ideas now and start working on them. It's going to be tough to win this year. I'm calling it right now. We already have 2 well-known designers submitting ideas.
And don't forget, Bez is entering their own game, you know, puzzle, where you have to piece together all separate words that have been clipped randomly throughout a sentence, you know?
Yeah, you have to use Twitch streams and your L deck.
Exactly. This is how we make a mobile version of the game.
Right, and Prey's coming up with a new game or 2. I heard that as well. So we already have, awesome, Alan, way to go. So we already have the 2021 challenge going strong. Get your submissions ready. Due date will be in summer, so you only have like 6 months to work on them. Get them in development. Get them as great as you can. Aqua's muted.
Is that viola music, Alan? 3 pages of notes.
Okay, how do I get inventory? How do I? Oh, network unreachable.
If you,
Yeah,
in the
I should
first time,
imagine
if I-
this coming up.
I've opened up.
I should have sent.
Shall I try it again?
I'm trying to send it right now, but the internet isn't working well.
Okay.
I can't.
Well, I
even
have heard
find
that
the
people could come over
downloads
to
I
the
have.
Discord channel to get it shown to them by a certain Aquasulis. So that might be.
Yes. Yeah, someone should actually just jump in. Who would like to play this right now? A third person. Okay, so maybe Alan, Nicholas.
I don't know
Robin,
how you're going to get
Ray?
this. There's no way the internet
We
can handle
can.
us.
We are too fierce for the internet. Steam has loaded for me. How do I give you something? Where's my stuff? Gift. Send gift.
So this is the
Or-
exciting part of today's show. The how does one gift someone a tabletop simulator membership portion of the Bez and Friends Day stream. If anyone's unaware, Tabletop Simulator is actually pretty awesome. I didn't have it until earlier this year when, Aqua, the LDEC was not the first game we worked on together. I remember why I have Tabletop Simulator. You did a playtest for your space, the narrative space game, and I wanted to join. That was pre LDEC competition.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That was one of the most stressful 2 hours of my life.
Alan,
I mean,
jump on.
It was something.
Not you. It was the just.
Well, I mean, I barely said anything,
Oh.
and that's going to tell you how bad it was if it was a group of people that kept me from speaking. Because I was just like, you know what? No. But yeah, I definitely recommend getting Tabletop Simulator if you don't have it and you play board games, and especially if you like playing prototypes of things, because then we can ask you to play all of our prototypes of things, which is even better.
Okay, apparently it has been sent. So Chris or Eileen should have it. Are you going to be Eileen forever now?
Sent where?
I feel like the joke's kind of over with
To your
Come On
email.
Eileen, but you know.
Oh, to my email, right? Okay.
Pray, what is it hard to imagine? That get you to play our prototypes? I mean, I've already been pretty good at getting you to play our prototypes, so. In fact, didn't you first start coming on Stuff by Bez to watch along and play on Tuesday nights and things after the playtesting? I feel like that was another big win
wow.
for the Bez community. Was Prey started coming along regularly. Hey, Dave, and possibly Ilka, and possibly Bo.
Oh, getting you to not talk. Apparently getting you to not talk is hard to imagine.
It was one of those playtesting experiences that go down in kind of the halls of fame for worst playtesting experiences. I definitely have not joined another playtesting group from that community since then. It definitely turned me off of that group. But it did make me have a lot of fun playtesting with Aqua, and then designing games with Aqua, so that was a win, I guess.
Genuine question states, do you think that you and I could talk for 24 hours about a button?
About a button?
Yeah.
No. I mean, there's a difference between could and be willing to. I could talk. I mean, we already did the challenge one time after a Tuesday stream. Bez challenged me to wax poetical on the alphabetical game for 15 minutes. Seeing as how this is a game that I do not particularly care for. And I was able to do that, a 15-minute uninterrupted, quick talking, poetical narrative to how wonderful that game is. So I could probably talk for 24 hours about a button, which, I mean, there's lots of types of buttons, so I could go for a while.
No, but just about one button.
Want to.
One button.
I wouldn't want to, would you? I mean,
it seems like it's like Mount Everest. It's like the challenge.
I don't know. I also have a little bit of an attention deficit disorder. I think I would get super bored of the button after like the 3rd minute and just be like, no.
Why
if I
ever
talk
do
about
this?
that button and all the places I've taken that button on trips around the globe, sure. But I would not be focusing on the button.
Okay, so I have sent... that Alan popped into the background. I wasn't able to get Alan in, but Chris, hopefully you've got Tabletop Simulator, and I think your connection is better than mine currently.
I'm trying to download it.
Are you thinking that we're all going to get in Tabletop Simulator at all? I don't think my computer can handle that and StreamYards.
Oh, okay. I was hoping that, and Squirrel, and but yeah, how about we do a demo of what's happening here if your computer can't handle the both of them, and maybe Alex can explain it with face-up hands.
We can play an open hand a bit. Yeah, we can do that. So if you just watch the screen, and I'll do we'll just ignore everybody. Pick a player to be. If you can see the screen there, just don't look at each other's hands. I'll trust you all. And then here's... Oh, hang on a sec. I think I forgot our step. Oh, wow. That's cool. And disconcerting.
Apparently, you're not easy to distract, Sate.
I looked for the squirrel. I just couldn't find him.
Yeah, the sad lies. I mean, maybe there was a squirrel in another part of the world. That's all that's going on.
I know about a chocolate squirrel, but he's not here anymore.
Oh, does the recipient know that they got the chocolate squirrel? Are you allowed to say who it went to?
They don't know yet, but they're not here right now, so I can talk about it. Oh,
That was outside my window just now.
awesome.
Speaking of squirrels. Yeah, I'm very easily distracted, hence why I'm taking pictures of squirrels.
So Dave says squirrel, and you look out the window, and there's a squirrel, and that's just... So Dave, you caught one of us at least. You caught Chris.
Yeah, so there is squirrels. There we go.
Of course, I'm on the
Okay.
5th story right now. There aren't exactly any squirrels.
Okay, so look. Oh, we...
I'm just playing this game. Right. So I'm just going to make a random setup. So these are your starting sets. To the,
all good, Alan.
near your hands.
We're just...
If anybody wants to jump in, they're welcome to. I've put the password and the table into private chat.
Look, Aqua can't even win when he's playing against himself. That's a terrible hand.
This is a... Oh yeah, this is a terrible hand. Who shuffled these?
Mark Peebles.
Okay, so...
Yeah.
In this game, you've got 4 cards in the middle. That's the market. And everyone's got their own individual bit of... how many is remaining?
You have 13
Yep,
cards
so
on hand.
Alex has put down 2 cards, and I see each person has put down 2 cards of different suits, which is not necessarily what you have to do. They could be the same suits if you wanted, but you could diversify. It's up to you, and then you're making a stake for something. Now, in this example, if I was the player on the left, you'd probably want to start off organizing some of these cards by the lower letter, because The lower letter is kind. Do you organize your cards by lower letter when you're playing?
I
do.
do. I
Yeah.
do.
Okay.
It's quite hard to do it when they're stacked up like this, apparently.
Yeah, tabletop simulator is not fun for that. Definitely one of those games you need to go buy the L deck to play. So if you don't already have an L deck, this would be the time to start, preparing your purchase order. You might as well throw in a copy of Yogi while you're at it, just because save on shipping. And
Bye,
Kitty
Dave,
Cataclysm.
and maybe Elka and Bo. It's lovely to have you, and it's good to have you in the audience for once. Hello, and yeah, thank you for dropping by. So yeah, at this point, you want to think, okay, what am I going to put into the middle? What do I actually want? If I've got the IC and the TC down, okay, I'm already in lines, I'm already in crosshatches. Well, I've got a couple of options there. And then you look at what other people are likely to take. So the person with TD and IU in front of themselves, well, they're going to concentrate on the other two. You're not even in the same competition as them. SC, well, that person's probably going to go for the EW, but if that gets taken by the person with TD and IU, then it's going to be a bit of a battle. And RM only wants the line, so at this point, if I were playing as the person who's got TC and IC, I would personally be putting the EY down, because that's my worst card for a bid, and also it seeds the board with another line, which I quite fancy for next time. And let's say Bez is left. Is it worth trying to go through a quick hand of this just to show how it works, at least?
Yeah, sure.
So I'll put down the EY as my bid, and Chris, you say it's pick a side, and
I'll take SCNB.
Can you see these cards at all? Oh.
Yeah, it's fine. I can just about see them. I'm about to join into the tabletop anyway, so it should be fine.
And so, Sates, you need probably want to be the top thing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pick the D card just to go ahead and show what it's like to be up closer in the alphabet, and make a stupid move because why not? That's what this is about, right?
The physical L deck is not going to be available for a while. I'm still doing the letter shapes for the categorical deck, which is going to be the next version. And yeah, hopefully in the next few months it will come out, but I don't have a clear deadline right now. If you
they
are
will also
prepared,
be a little bit smaller and actually fit on your table.
if you're prepared to do a print and play, then you can buy either the deluxe thing, it's half price right now, for £2.50, which means you get the nice cards that look exactly like this, and you can see both sides of them and print it out onto card, or you can get the Comic Sans version, which is cheaper. It's normally £1. You can get it for 50p. And at 50p, if you've got a printer, it's like, why on earth not?
I can see that there's somebody else who wants the box, the IC card there, and that's the same as I want. So I'm going to go for something that's medium high, because this is the only card I really want right now.
Okay, and Chris is putting in something, so Chris's hand is actually hidden. And hello, Steph. It's lovely to see you.
Hi, Steph.
Hi, Steph.
I'll have to put this on my lamp soon. It's the way of the world. Things are getting dark.
Okay. I need to put one down, don't I? Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, that's how you do it. There we go. All right.
Nice. So, everybody's played a card, so we all simultaneously reveal, and then we work out who's put down the first card alphabetically. So it's the bottom letter on each card. So, say you're up first.
Yeah, so I get to pick one of the cards, and I can't actually see what I'm going through. I'm going for squiggles, aren't I? So I'll take the AL card.
Bubbles and waves, I see. The AL card?
Is that one of the ones I'm collecting?
Yeah.
It's about this big on my screen.
Sorry. Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just could take whatever, you know.
So I'm next because I've got H. So I'll take the one that I wanted, which is nice. I like that. Then it's you. That means you, Chris.
Wait, which one's in the middle here? Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. So it's the one of these two.
One of these two. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna take this one then.
And that's good for Bez, because you get one that you wanted to collect anyway. So all the cards that have just been played get put into the middle, and that's what we are bidding on next round. Ooh. So, I'm gonna.
Yep. Are we playing the whole game?
We could just do a couple, maybe.
So at this point, I would personally be thinking, okay, again, I've got a couple of cards in the middle that I'm wanting, and it looks like person up top. Ooh.
Normally, you don't see your
Something
opponent's
really
cards, of
on
course.
Alan's screen.
Really? It's so helpful.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
you do see what
We could
they-
play it
they
Hanami
are
style with all the
trying to
cards
collect.
facing outwards, but that,
As they call it, Picocal.
so I'm going to play my lowest lettered card, the P.
I would be
because
again using.
I don't want anything.
The EP.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
And again, I would put down my worst card because I think, okay, there's a couple and it looks like people aren't competing with me so much.
Are we not?
I don't know, other people don't seem to have that many lines.
Alex, you're first? No, sorry. Zane.
Say you're first.
I actually
With a
ended up
P.
first playing my worst card, so go figure. I'm going to take away one of the line cards because I don't want to have it.
That's one of the ones I wanted.
Yeah, so
I'm going to say the other one because I'm next.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to take the one that I wanted then. Because I'm
And then-
next, and that leaves Bez with that one.
But Bez is very nicely putting another box in. Thank you, Bez.
Yeah, that is very nice of Bez. I wonder if you're going to get it.
I need to get one of those SXs.
Well, I've been a bit scuppered. Now I've got a third suit, which is really not what I wanted. And probably want to put in. I'll go with RD.
I'm putting in my OC card.
OC, yeah. I don't. Hold on, there we go.
I mean,
Hello,
obviously,
Duchess.
I have to have the X card if I can get it because it's got my letter. And hey, Duchess.
Ooh. Zane first?
I am taking the SX. Of course I am.
Bez?
EP matches me. It's the only thing that matches me. Of course, I'm taking that.
Of course.
So again, you're trying to build the biggest suits that you can, and
Nice. Thank you.
the main decision is really in which cards you put down and trying to sometimes get out of the way of your opponents and sometimes trying to step on their toes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's me next. Sorry. Yeah.
Hmm?
The alphabet is not my forte, apparently.
Stuck with bubbles, which I do not want, but
When we were playtesting, I sang the alphabet song so many times. I'd just be looking at my cards being like, A, B, C.
Even my own hand is wrong, I'm pretty sure of it. So. On my cards before I put it out. Okay.
I could just play one of my cards. I can't see them, and I don't really care. just put one down.
that is a legitimate strategy.
I mean, I'll just pretend I'm the bot. So when we were playtesting this, our bot was named Dave. When we were playtesting a two-person against one bot. Yeah, well, we usually use Dave because that was the Whitechapel days, and we were always. It was Team Brown against Dave the Ripper, and so we played with fake Dave. He beat us a couple of times.
Ah, Bez really wants that card.
Okay, so this is the first time that we've had the same bottom letter played by two people. So we should mention that in that case, that it moves to the top letter between those two to determine the order.
So SD goes first because you always look at the lower letter. So with my SD, of course, I'm going to take the RD, which helps me get more points for my biggest suits.
I guess this one.
That means I get this one because N becomes before T.
That's fine with me.
Honestly,
I needed squiggles too.
And hello, Slivers. It's lovely to see you. And that's totally fair, Duchess. Totally understand. And I hope you have a lovely breakfast.
Out for breakfast sounds nice and romantic. What are you having? Make us jealous. Is there a cinnamon roll involved? I really want a cinnamon roll.
Isn't H before J? Asks Mac.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, only in the normal alphabet.
Last.
Just, you know.
Only if you are using the alphabet correctly.
I was wondering who was the first person to notice that, but I thought I would just let it go and see.
I think the A confused me.
Sure.
I'm just saying I fully admitted that I was not good at the alphabet before this, so I'm not cheating.
Yeah, I sing the alphabet to myself before every play, so.
So at this point, I'm looking in and I'm thinking, okay, I really want to expand with that.
Yes.
AJ that went in there. There's nothing else that I particularly like. So I'll chuck in my best card again, OF.
And actually flipping that was not required. Not required.
There's a strange dexterity element involved in playing this game on Tabletop Simulator that actually does not come into play if these are cards in your hand.
It's a little bit easier in person, yes.
It's an extra mini game, really.
So I'm going to take that one.
And so let's get this straight. N is before O, yeah?
It is. So I'm going to take the lines card. TH.
Hello, Alan. Are you going to take over my hand?
Well,
think-
my camera's working again. It stopped working.
That's the obvious choice.
I'll have to try and see if I can get TTS to work. Hang on. Sorry, I had massive technical issues.
We-
unlike anybody
I
else, of course.
What were you about to say, Seat?
I thought we were just going to show a couple of rounds. We don't necessarily
Yeah.
have to keep playing this.
Yeah.
It's a little bit
There's
fiddly
like
doing it this
three
way anyway.
turns left.
Yeah.
I mean, it is actually a short game. Honest.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 10-minute game unless you play it on stream, and then it's a...
And Pre says, this is why I don't like Tabletopia and have never tried Tabletop Simulator.
I find Tabletop Simulator works better with my computer than Tabletopia. I can't in Tabletopia, but I don't particularly like any of the digital versions of games at all. I'm very much an analog, old school type of person. I mean, I'm sitting here on my Apple IIgs, just hoping my dial-up modem can keep up with you guys, and
It makes sense, and for sure, when you've got a, something on a bit of paper, if you're able to print it out, like I know Deluzas do quite regularly, that's a nice way to print and play, and like was on Miles thing, that's a nice way to bring back a little bit of that physicality of playing a game, which can be quite a nice thing.
Do you have any preference of card?
Oh, me. I am going to go for my
Yeah,
best
okay.
TG.
Oh, sorry.
I'm hoping that's...
I will play my
like,
worst
meh.
card. Because meh.
That's great. That's terrible.
Okay, so
Dial-up
Genius
modem?
first.
I'm still using cassette tapes.
Bez, I'm guessing you want to go for the crosses because you have 4 already.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I
And
mean,
now
that
nobody
is
else gets a
76.
choice. So we can all just take one.
Yep. That's kind of how I figured that was going to happen.
Between us, we are doing a great job.
Oh, wow. Those are some nice cards.
Hmm.
I still want to play my worst card, please.
EL, please.
But I like all the choices. That's the difference.
But the thing is, you can't take all of them, can you?
I wish I could. That would be really nice.
Is it me?
It's you.
There is definitely...
Yeah, I'll take this one. Yeah.
Say, I think it's you.
I really can't see my cards. Just one of the ones I have a lot of, please. Whatever I have the most of. I can't.
Okay.
Is
There
there a
you go.
line? There's no line,
Bubbles.
so bubbles.
I mean, come on.
Okay, last one.
And then finally, everyone will play their last cards. Normally, obviously, these would be hidden in the hand. And
Oh,
IB is actually the best thing.
They're both exactly the same, so I shall just take that one. That's fine.
Pray you've played this game.
it literally doesn't matter for you, Shape. So you get to choose something that somebody else wants.
Yes, please. The thing
what's
you
content-
want the most, I want to take from you.
So Xix is all about smashing Alex. Sorry, smashing Aquitulus.
I don't know that I would have phrased it like that, but yeah.
But the other one isn't, so I get this other random card.
How would you have phrased it?
Never mind. Chris understands me, I think.
I got it.
I've done really badly, so I've got 11 points. So I've got a set of 4. That's doubled to make 8. And then my second largest is 3, so that's 11. They score 1 each. Bez has nailed it with a 6 and 3, which is 15.
15.
I think that's also your score, Chris, is it?
Yep, joint double.
And so you've got 9, I think. Is it? No.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's the difference in this way of scoring to our way of scoring comes out in my hand, I think, a bit. Because in this version of the game, we're only scoring 2 suits. So if you end up having to take more suits because your cards are bad, or you start with something that ends up not being a good option and to swing to a different choice, that's a lot of wasted tricks. So.
It ends up being, yeah, so the big change, there were changes, so you might not remember it, that's possible. But again, the ranking of the players would likely be exactly the same if we did check the scores.
Yeah.
With the triangular numbers, because it just goes up so dramatically at that point.
So do we have to decide
I mean, it's
a
possible
tiebreaker?
that. Well, we can't because it's like 6-3-1, 6-3-1.
So.
Oh yeah.
If you
The person who can the most quickly make a flattering word out of their cards about their opponent wins. Quickly reshuffle your cards and make the most flattering word you can.
Plant a tree.
Wait 23 years.
Cool.
And whoever's tree throws the most shade.
Oh, half my cards just fell off the table. Oh wow, they're now in the
Alan asks about how often ties are. They are more frequent than desirable. That is one thing about the game. And for sure, having some other additional wrinkle in there to bring back some slight additional bits at the end.
Yay!
We had actually played around with a rule for breaking ties, but it ended up being so fiddly, and we thought that it might not be the best option, so we left it out. What we had said was that the numbers on the cards don't technically matter unless there's a tie, and then whoever has lowest value cards would be considered. So when you're picking and there's like 2 cards with lines on them, sure, it's irrelevant, but in that case, for the tie break, you would pick the one with the lower number if you could.
Or maybe it should be whatever who the last card played, whatever numbers on the last card you played.
That would probably be slicker.
Oh, yeah,
just whoever plays the highest value card at the end.
Yeah, best card played at the end is always going to be different.
Yeah.
So that will break a tie, which is actually really neat. I like that.
I use my B card, so I win then, right?
Yes.
Oh wait, but I cheated earlier, so do I lose?
Yes. So you win and lose, Chris.
Yay!
Cool. Well, there you go. That's
that is an overview of what Biddable is like. Let's do 1 or 2 rounds of Invisible now, if folk are up for this.
Sure.
I mean, that's going to be really hard on this tiny screen, but we can try it.
Let's just...
So... with Invisible,
I was going to say I have
the
a safe table set up, but you can't get to it.
Is that you take 25 cards, any 25 cards, it doesn't really matter. Although I suggested, we started thinking that maybe you might want to remove the difficult letters because if you get although having like if you get NZ and SX and a bunch of consonants with no vowels around them for a while, that can be problematic.
We did have the rule in there originally about there have to be a certain number of vowels out. Is that still a rule?
That was never a rule as submitted.
Well, it was as playtested. Maybe it wasn't as submitted, but that was one way we're trying to mitigate that during playtesting.
I think I put the option there that the hider gets the chance to swap some cards around or swap out some cards.
Yes. Yeah, you did put it as a suggestion. It wasn't... So I kind of made a bad decision with rewriting it and said that it should just be the lower numbers because that seemed to be quite a neat way to do it. But really, that's not the problematic thing. The problematic thing is if you've got, let's say, a grid of 8 consonants and all 8 consonants in a circle, unless it's SH, for example, like that's going to be something that you can smash onto the end of a word, like smash. But yeah, otherwise it's a bit tricky. So yeah, maybe that just needs to be the way it is. That, yeah. Are you laughing at the word smash?
No, I'm laughing at the go, Chris.
I mean, there's definitely someone here who is Team Chris.
So who's
It might
hiding?
be Chris.
Who are gonna? I think.
Shall I hide?
Can you do a straight down view and a sideways one for this one?
No, Chris.
Make the cards. Like, actually, yeah, there we go. That's good. Thank you.
Me, Chris, because your connection's better than mine, you should be the hider.
Yeah, okay.
And if
Poor Chris.
Chris has been psyching sales up all for about 5 minutes. So.
You've got this, Chris. You've got this. Oh, you're on that card.
Okay, so just to double check, am I starting on the card that's flipped on the next turn? Because I couldn't remember if it was, do I start next to the card or do I just start wherever now?
The first turn you got to start wherever.
you start adjacent to the flipped card.
Yeah, sorry, I meant on the next turn, but I'll get to that when I get to it.
Next turn you start on the card that you finished.
Okay.
So in this game, Chris is looking at the grid, thinking, okay, what's a word that Chris can make using one letter from each card, either starting TM or SD or RH. So I can see the word, for example, test. If you use the TM, then the EL, then the SC, then the TL. That's one word that Chris could make. Chris could also go with T, TE, and then E again. Or tell, T and M, EL, RL, AL.
You're limiting Chris's options now. Just keep listing words.
Okay.
Obviously, you see where this is going. I'm not going to list all the possibilities, but Chris is trying to do something which uses as many cards as possible without ideally being the only word of that length that is possible. Because let's say you found an 8-letter word. If there's only one possible 8-letter word, then the other people are going to know exactly where you are. I've personally found that a good strategy is like the 3, 4, 5 letter, but I don't know what are you guys feeling generally.
Yeah, I like 4 to 5 letter words generally.
Yeah, if you can only get a 3-letter word, it's a little bit limiting. Usually the space around that is a little bit easier to find, but sometimes you have to. Like I'm looking at these here, the cards here.
I know where I would be.
That seems like a tricky place to get through. So depending on what this card is as well, that could be quite difficult to get covered. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Okay. I've got my card. I've got my word.
How long is your?
I have to announce. Yes, 5.
So Chris has a 5-letter word. And yes, Robin, each card can only be used once.
So
we're
for
going
example,
through and
it could be steer, STEER. That's a 5-letter word, and it starts on one of these ones.
If I was British, I would be doing tears. Because
yeah, I like it. So now we get to ask a question, don't we?
Yep.
What's our question going to be?
I mean,
because it's what the start
this
letter
is
is.
a sort of situation where there needs to be the question of whether I can't actually remember what was the flipped card on the top left.
we don't know yet.
Because I was going to just wondering whether.
What is that?
Oh, that's bad. That's real bad.
Because in this situation, with so many consonants right next to each other, is that even?
Is that
possible?
Chris not wanting to give things away with the facial expressions?
I think
No.
it might be close to impossible to get into that corner.
Yeah. And
So, I mean,
Praise says it could have been scribe, except that would be 6.
Flip the card back over so we don't consider it. That's really loud, by the way, Chris.
what should we ask for? Should we ask for the first letter as a starting point?
So the questions we're allowed to ask are: first letter, the suit of the card that Chris landed on, the number on the card that Chris landed on, and did you keep the 4th question or did you get rid of it?
It's just those 3 now.
Okay, good. I didn't like the 4th question.
Nobody liked the 4th question.
Nobody liked it. The 4th question used to be like, what type of word is this? But it was just kind of like, I was really good at giving very, very vague answers to that, and it annoyed people.
Yeah, it's just a
I'd be
really
like, it's a verb. Like,
It was
Okay,
just
let's
completely
just
unclear
go
what
for-
kind of answer you were meant to give, whereas with
Yeah.
the others, it's very clear what information you're giving.
yes.
Should we go for the first letter?
So what do people want to hear? And other people in the chat can do parts of this, can be parts of this seeking team.
There are too many 4s and 5s that would come into question as the place has landed. Should we ask for numbers? So that does not narrow it down very much at this point in the game. I feel similarly to suits, to where there would be a suit that would very much nail it for us, but everything else is pretty much ambivalent at this point. So yeah, first letter.
Okay. Chris, can you tell us what the first letter of your word is, please?
TM.
No, you have to say the letter, not the card, right? You have to say which one, T or M.
M.
Oh.
Well, I've spotted the word messy. Is that enough? That's enough letters.
Yeah, and it's a tight little grid too. That's a beautiful word. Chris, if you did do messy, that's actually very beautiful. Very well done. Unfortunately, it also means that when we now guess that, Chat, you can play along. If you see another 5-letter word starting with M that's better than messy, you can try to talk us into it, but miser,
Yeah.
but I like messy better.
So
Robin has an idea. What if the hider, and I'll move Chris down here. What if the hider has some number of vowels that represents the life force, or some number of letters that deselects at the building that can only be used once? So it's like letters that you can use additionally as you're passing through things,
I think that would
just to get out of a consonant-rich field.
mm,
I mean, is it really that bad with consonant? I mean, look at how many vowels we've got out there. I don't think we need that.
Yep. How are you going to use that RH? Sure, I can see dash, but then how are you going to get out?
it's a good question. Yeah, I mean,
You
this is why,
don't have to land on it until the very end. I would just keep
That's
that
a
as
fair
like
point.
the last card I tried to land on. There's no reason why I have to get it now.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
And maybe
Okay.
that's additional difficulty for the hider, seeing as, the hider tends to, I think have an easier time in some ways than the seeker. Maybe it's not that bad a thing to give the seeker a wee bit more information. Well, Praise says miser.
Yeah, that's what I said a second ago
Oh,
too.
sorry.
Yeah.
Mice is nice.
So do we think Chris is more of a miser or messy? Metagame this one. At this point in the game, we don't have that much information to go off of. One of the things that I like to do when I'm the seeker is to remember all of the possible words it could have been and where they would have ended, so that my next clue that I'm asking for, I use the information gained from the first clue and the second clue to narrow it down extremely to where I think they might be. I got very good at catching Aqua by turn 3. In fact, maybe I shouldn't play right now and give you guys a chance. I'll repeat what chat said instead of thinking for myself.
The 3 lives thing is a nice mixture, because it gives you a chance to be caught and a chance to evade. And
Rumbly, you get 1 clue per turn of those 3 clues that we listed. So, Bez,
Those are nice words, Tom. Mills, merit, and melon.
I mean,
so is Chris hungry?
yes, Chris is hungry. Let's go
I
for
think
melon.
Chris would go for Mills.
It's
I would guess Mills.
Why?
Mills.
Just because I said Mill, and maybe Chris heard Mill and then puts an S on the end. I don't know.
So do we go for this Mills or this Mills?
I'm more likely to think. Chris
Oh
would
yeah,
then-
that's a good point.
I'm more likely to think Chris then would not pick Mills because you said it.
I do not know.
I'm
Right,
tending to think Aqua's very first
Okay,
guess
Kate.
because Chris immediately covered the camera.
I can't even. I can only.
I think
look at,
Alex should be the final team lead. I think Alex should be team leader.
Go for it, Aqua. Say something.
Well, I'll defer to Prey because it agrees with me and I'm the best. I mean,
Aqua
gonna
is great at this game.
we think it's messy. Okay. Sorry, everyone. Sorry.
Now, everybody remember all the other cards that Chris might possibly now be starting from. And on this turn, we're going to have to work out words from all of those to figure out which is most likely.
Super short game.
It is a good word, Prey.
I mean, if you
don't need-
really like
don't need to
AP, this
apologize.
game is great, and I love AP. Like, I like that thinky bit of games when you're just staring at something, trying to
You think
figure it
they're
out. I actually enjoy that part of the game quite a bit.
Do you think they'll go to AP?
I'm very much like you, Zay. I really enjoy this game for that.
Yeah. In fact, my regular
Think of
game
your
group and
words,
I
Chris.
we have a rule that
Am I starting on the last letter of my last word?
Yes. So
Or
you
do I have
start
to
from the
start
last.
Jason?
on the card of it doesn't
On
have
the
to be the
card.
same letter.
So just so people understand, the reason that Chris is confused is because we tweaked the rules back and forth. And there was a while when we were starting adjacent for a few weeks, and then we reverted it back to starting on the card.
Rumbly, that's the card
it's-
that we guessed. That's why we turned it over. And had Chris had ended on that card, we would have caught Chris, but they did not. So now that's the card that's not in play for this round. But now they have the RB back that's up in the corner.
Oh,
So for me, my last.
Oh yeah.
I'm really
Right.
sorry. I just want to double check. I am starting. So the last letter of my last word in my head is now upside down, right?
No. The card that's upside down is the card that's upside down. You can
Okay.
you use
No,
the
I
card,
meant as in. So I have to use the last letter of my last word, as in the last card.
the last card, not the last letter.
Your
It can be the
starting
letter on that card.
round is your last.
So sometimes you make changes to a game and it's like, okay, maybe this is a better thing. And it's like, oh, no, actually, that wasn't a better thing. And then you revert it back to the way it originally was. That's just the way that things go. And that's kind of what happens with reusing the last card or moving to one adjacent.
Oh, that would have been perfect.
Wouldn't
So-
it have?
The thing, so at this point, we don't know where Chris is at all, except that we already know that starting with M, we had Miser, Mills, Merit, and Melon. So,
Plus a few
unless-
others.
oh, can you see others?
I think we had 6 or 7 guesses that we had put in. Hi, Michael and everybody.
Got my second one, and it is another 5
Oh,
letters.
5
hello,
letters.
Michael. It's lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Hey,
So
Michael.
what we know is that ending
Thank
on
you.
a 5-word that started it with the TM card up in the corner, we have to find a word that ended on it. From that card going away again 5 more letters is where Chris now is. So where might that be? Chris feels very sure of themselves.
Chris, do you remember to mute yourself when you put up the thing? Muting yourself, or just seriously use the camera because that turn off the camera might be easier.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
So
Okay.
a really nice combo for getting a clue is to use the last letter, either the number or suit, and then for the next round, getting the first letter. So you generally get a good idea exactly where they were with a bit of luck. So we could try doing that. Should we pick a suit or a number?
Yeah, at this point, I would be inclined to go with something about the finishing. So to remind people, there are 3 options. You either choose the start letter, which I don't... Well, there are some unique things, of course there are, because there's a V, for example. You could ask the final number on the card, or you could ask the final suit.
I would go with number at this point.
Although suit breaks it down into more things. With suits, do you not normally have fewer options?
Yeah, but going off of, well, okay, I said I was going to keep out of it. I'm the voice
sorry,
chat.
I will-
I was going into from where I think they might have been at the end of last card, the information that would now tell me the most based on where I think they might possibly now have gotten to. But since I'm keeping out of it, chat, what do you think you should do?
I think we might have lost chat.
Chat's like, chocolate? Teotihuacan?
You're
Yeah,
the
just
master
go
of
with
this,
what
so
you said, Nate, and
Yeah. we'll follow your lead.
I'm supposed to be keeping out of it.
why?
Yes,
You were the
we're in
only
agreement.
person who said you should stay out of it.
So, number.
Okay, 5.
Darn. Wrong
Okay.
answer.
So so all of these
Can you
cards.
take that down again so we can see the cards, please? Bez? Yeah.
Got quite a large decision space.
can
So large that I think if you can, maybe if we all pick one of the other words we found last time, and find another 5-letter word that reaches a 5, we'll pick one of those. The first one that finds one. So I'll try and get a 5-letter word from Mills. So it's starting with an S, and then see if it ends up on an S.
Sears, Seers. Starting with the SC and then going to the SD.
Yeah, let's do that.
So
Do we get him?
Oh, the cards are so hard to see.
at that point, at this point, I think we should do a quick recap of the rules for anyone who's a wee bit confused, but wrap up and talk about this, and let Rory come on in
Yeah.
a couple of minutes. So to recap the rules.
Wait, can we first find out where Chris went while we're still in?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Chris, do you want to maybe explain what you were doing each turn?
Yeah, so I'll show you my sheet so you can see my planning and as to where I went.
Oh.
So you were correct with the first word. Somebody did mention it a few times. It was Mills, but I purposefully chose it because I knew that there would be 2 S's on the edge. So I knew that even if you got Mills, it would have been a 50-50 chance still, which I was quite pleased and happy about. It wasn't as good as Messi, but you guessed that anyway. So and then from there, I then went from there. So I chose the SC card, obviously for the Mills, and then I went from the C to Coates, going down into the corner.
Nice.
Sort of that way.
So MILLS.
Yeah.
Then TOATS.
Perfect. Yeah.
So in theory, if our next round was asking you the asking you the first letter, then we might have got you a bit closer. But
Right,
Yeah.
that would have narrowed down to 3 possibilities where they could have started from, and the likelihood that they had already passed through the 2 in the middle would have made me guess the bottom corner as the starting point at that from there on.
And as the seeker, you might want to draw your own wee grid and then be tracking, okay, where's the person likely to have gone? And if you're
That's
able
how I was
to
catching Bez.
work out where they've managed to get to, then you can even work out, okay, what possible paths might they have taken? And I used to put little, okay, this is maybe they've gone here, okay, they've definitely gone here, so that you can keep track of where they're likely to be. People can revisit cards later in the game, but they are less likely to in some ways. And this is another game that, yeah, if you want to try it out, if you want to try this, or if you want to try Bitabel, then you can try those in the Discord. And let me actually double check on my Discord what the time is meant to be, what's meant to be happening, because I think that we are about to have Rory join us in a wee bit for Scora. And meanwhile, in the chat, honestly, whatever people want to play, if you are interested in getting a game of March of Progress, or indeed MonsDRAWsity whilst it's around, then let peeps know. Whatever you want to try, there are designers ready to show off all these things to you and to teach them and go over them again within the Discord, which has its own private video chat thing. Why should do the wee Discord thing? But yeah, Chris,
I love that function.
so how are you feeling, Xate and Alex, about is there anything else that you want to say quickly before we wrap up this wee section that you want to say about how about the competition so far, or how it's going, that you want to share publicly?
Yeah, I'm quite excited to be able to work on it again. I think I as I said, I mentioned it a bit earlier. It's a very challenging, thinky game. So getting it to a level where it can be a bit more approachable, and I think we've already had a couple of suggestions about how to do that I'm quite excited to try. That's what I'm looking forward to, because as it stands, it's very much an really deep analytical game, and I don't think it needs to be all the time. And for certain players, I think it would be nicer for them to have an extra level of accessibility.
I mean, for Invisible, one possibility is having different options that people can potentially remove those training wheels. I mean, I know training wheels has negative connotations, but hey, sometimes you just want to ride a tricycle because maybe you can't ride a bicycle. I don't know. But yes, those kinds of little aids, and then maybe some people keep those aids and some people don't never use those aids, and some people use them initially and then eventually cast them off.
Yeah, nice. Thanks so much. I've really enjoyed today, and I'll be around a bit later.
Yeah, it's been lovely. And would you like any thoughts on any thoughts from you, Xate?
I think we covered a lot, so I'm good for today.
Okay,
I have
well,
a feeling you'll hear from us again.
Yeah, and so this is something that development will continue for a while, and I think that I would love to have both of you on if you're willing, if we can arrange something at some points in the near future. So yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, hopefully we can chat about this whether on the stream or privately and continue developments. And I'm really excited to see how it carries on, and everyone is obviously invited to be part of that if they would so wish.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hello, Rory, and goodbye, Rory. Goodbye, everyone.
Hey, hey.
See you later.
Should I do
And
now
so,
too?
it's up to you, Chris. And so, yeah, thank you. So we are still here for a wee bit. So we've still got Scora coming up now. Is it better a 3-player or 2-player, Rory?
I think it works either way. There's slightly less rules with 3-player, ever so slightly. So yeah, whatever works really. Yeah.
Because just double checking, it's Tabletopia, this one.
Yep.
Cool. So for this one, I would suggest that we set up a game, and if anyone in chat is like, oh my god, I really want to try Scora right now, you know, you could actually jump on. And as long as I trust you, you know, I'm inviting, hope that's okay with Fury, just kind of that, yeah, like a couple of people from chats. We already chatted to you a wee bit this morning, Rory, but let's do the quick 1 minute overview of who you are, graphic designer, game designer, but presumably are more.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm so used to sort of introducing myself with what I do. I guess that's not necessarily the best way to introduce yourself. Yeah, I'm Rory. I really like board games, as I suspect is the case with most of the people here in the chat as well. I started getting into sort of, I guess, modern board games maybe 4 or 5 years ago, maybe a bit longer than that. So relatively new to the hobby, like still learning loads of stuff. It's really cool to be part of stuff like this as well, because especially at the moment, like I obviously can't go to my local gaming group, can't go to my local convention, HandyCon. Shout out to HandyCon. So yeah, so it's really nice to be able to do stuff like this and
Paul
yeah,
Harris.
get involved with folks. Yeah, Paul Harris. Shout out to Paul Harris.
Hi, Paul. If I don't think Paul's actually watching, but just in case you are, hi, Paul.
Maybe like 4 years in the future, Paul will be looking back on just looking through all the content, and he'll be like, "Ah, yeah, there's my shout out."
Yeah, I don't imagine that happening, but hey, you
never know.
Just in case Paul does watch this at some point, hey, Paul is a fantastic person, wears a lots of orange, not as much orange as I wear red, but yeah. So you came from another background, and are you a dabbler? Like, do you do wee bits of banjo playing, Alex mentioned in the background?
Yeah. So I think so. I think I don't know. I think I probably have a fairly short attention span, and if it's up to me, if I've got a day where I can just decide entirely what I'm doing, I've got no other sort of commitments, then I'll probably try and squeeze in as much stuff as possible. So like, like play 20 minutes of a video game and maybe a solo game, and if I can convince my girlfriend, maybe I'll play a multiplayer tabletop game, watch a little bit of TV, read a book. I don't know. I think I like to sort of fill my time with lots of stuff. So I guess I'm a dabbler. I guess that's what I am.
So at what point did you decide, okay, this is what I want to do? I not only want to play games, but I want to make my own.
I think when I started working for myself, doing graphic design, I wanted to sort of take it as I'll try not to make this sort of a full life history of me, by the way, but yeah, I wanted to work on stuff which I thought might be more interesting to my own kind of hobbies. And I've always been interested in game design, sort of video game design, and yeah, when I went freelance, I thought this is a chance for me to try and do some game design. And the tabletop gaming industry is really, really friendly, and often if you reach out to folks, they'll chat to you. But at the time, I didn't know anybody in the industry. I didn't even know where to start. So I thought, if I just sort of start thinking about my own games, then maybe that's a way that I can show people, hey, this person can do kind of art for board games. At the time, that's what I thought I wanted to do. I thought maybe I'm not really cut out for game design. Maybe I can just use it as a way of getting people to take notice of what I can do, and then maybe people might give me money to do work on the graphics for their games. And yeah, I started doing game design and thought, actually, this is really good. And there's a sort of having done a little bit of video game design in the past, there's a real freedom in tabletop game design, because you don't need very much. You need a pen and a bit of paper, if that, to get started, and you can have a game made with just those components. Like your Make a Word Search game is a fantastic example of something which is incredibly fun and engaging, and there's just very little there's very little stuff that you need. You don't need a computer, you don't need you don't need dice or anything like that. And so I think that's what I kind of fell in love with tabletop game design, is that it's incredibly approachable, and you can do stuff if you're motivated. You can do stuff very, very quickly, and you can find out if stuff works very, very quickly, and you can find out if stuff is rubbish very, very quickly. And so that's a very interesting kind of way of working, I think.
Yeah, it's the nice thing about board games versus video games, for sure. I mean, for sure, there's things like Portal, okay, Braid, this kind of time travel, this kind of Twitch gameplay, from which Twitch kind of got its name, I assume. But yeah, there's all sorts of things that you just can't do with board games. But at the same time, to go the other way, dexterity is something that it's a lot nicer with board games. But ultimately, let's say all the games that are kind of crossing that similar space. So, okay, there's deck builders online, there's deck builders with cards. And the nice thing about playing it with cards is that suddenly you don't need to know any programming. You just draw on the cards, and straight away you're playing the game. You're able to do the design, do the bits that matters, and start tweaking those bits. And so that's a lovely thing. We could, and I would love to have you on, like, if you want to come on again onto the show. It's with all my guests, genuinely, like, if you want to come on, it would. But Rory, like, you are a lovely person. It would be lovely to have you on again. But just now, to push forward a little bit, I asked people in the morning, but I didn't get to ask you, why do you think you design games? Is it just because you get a buzz from it? You want to experiment with what's out there? The mental curiosity? The thrill of seeing other people enjoy themselves?
Yeah, I think it's all of those things. But, and I feel like this is probably an answer which is not specific to game design, but I feel like kind of particularly at the moment, in times which might be a bit trying for people's mental health, when you have something which is you're so engaged with that you can't stop thinking about it, it's just such a good focus of your energy and your time, kind of focusing on something which is potentially positive. You're thinking about something which is a creation. And I think like once I started getting into it, once I started dabbling in board game design, I realized this was something which was really occupying my mind. I guess that's as much of a hook as anything, really. I think I'm not someone who's done drugs before, but I was on a podcast, the Who What Why podcast.
Oh yeah.
Julio Nazario was talking about his process, and he was sort of describing it as like it's an addiction. And I think that really resonated with me, because I think it is an addiction when you sort of latch onto design and you think this could be something interesting here. It's very hard to stop thinking about that, and I guess there's negative connotations with that too. But also, it's a really great feeling when you're so involved and so engaged with something.
Addictions are problematic if they stop you from doing other things or, interacting with other people in a healthy manner. For sure, if I was, so obsessed with board games that, it doesn't have a lot of problems, obviously, that, and to get slightly dark for literally just 1 minute, that alcohol abuse does. I've seen someone get violent because of alcohol. I've seen someone basically sit in the dark for several days drinking a bottle of whiskey a day and vomit into a thing, and they don't have anything going on. But I think that alcohol addiction is, in that case, it might have been symptomatic of. Leaving that aside, like people say, okay, the addiction is when you're doing it behind people's backs, or when it's taking you away from your loved ones, or when it's taking you away from these healthy relationships. Now, one nice thing about board games is, sure, they breed relationships, and that's a really healthy thing about them. But for sure, if my only way to interact with people was via board games, let's say it was like, oh, I can't even have a conversation without you unless board games are related, that would be problematic, I think. And but otherwise, you know, we are all addicted to, in some sense, to oxygen and water and these nutrients. It's just something that we need. And having them, okay, it allows us to actually live. But then we ask, okay, if it is an addiction, and if it's something that we are compelled to do, maybe it's more of a compulsion than an addiction is maybe a better word. But if it is a compulsion or an obsession, is that adding to your life? Is it enriching these things? Are you still able to enjoy the rest of everything going on? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a balance with everything, isn't there? I think I guess it's like isn't it? It's a very overused word, isn't it? But like passion would be something that I would use to describe it as well. You know, it's when you're very passionate about something that you feel like you were saying, you feel compelled to do it when you have free time, or you know, I think that's really great. And you know, I think a lot of folks struggle to find what that thing is that they are passionate about, or that they can get passionate about. And so in many ways I feel hugely fortunate that I have found something that I'm passionate about and that I can do. And like you were saying, it's not hurting anybody, it's not hurting myself, it's just something I can throw loads of energy at and hopefully get some good things out of too. And yeah, I think you mentioned when you work on a design and then you play it with someone and you see the enjoyment that they have from it, or you know, something gets raised and you think, well, that's really interesting, I never thought about it like that. It can be such a positive thing. And yeah, just board games, they're great, aren't they?
Yeah, boom, board games, that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
But we're not going to shout anyway. So let's talk about Scora specifically. I think like this whole notion of why do you design it, it's been interesting hearing the different answers over the course of the day. And yeah, for sure it varies from game to game, but no one's able to put a clear points in it. But Scora, do you have it up? And board games are great, says Alex. There you go. At least someone in chat agrees. Only one person out of 13, but still. One person out of... Oh, okay, a second person. Two people out of 13.
Let's hear the love for board games.
Yeah, let's have some love hearts for board games. I mean, board games for the win.
Yeah.
Me too. Okay. So we've confirmed that Alan does actually like board games. Alan isn't just playing obsessed with these and being, oh man, I hate these damn board games.
Yeah.
But I'm so driven, like another one. I need. Oh, yeah. So, Scora, do you have a Tabletopia instance right now? Can you share the link?
Yeah. What do I need to do? Just share it to you in the chat. I can set up
share it to me in the private chat.
In the private chat, yeah. Let me just set up a game. Shall I set up a game for just the two of us?
Set it up for free if Chris is able to pop on again in a minute, or if we have 3 people out of 13 like board games. If anyone wants to jump in, then they can take priority. Yes, I am obsessed and driven and so on, not addicted. I can stop whenever I like, certainly, easily, no problem at all. Yeah. So share it in the private chat and we'll get...
I think that should be good. I always struggle with Tabletopia, even though, I mean, I've used it quite a lot now, but I don't know why, but it always feels like a bit of a wrestling match when trying to get onto a game.
Ooh, doesn't like board games, just like cooking. But no, We were all wrong because like is not strong enough. There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Flipping the script. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I roll. Okay. Nicholas, if anyone wants to jump in to Tabletopia, let me know, and we will start that up. Otherwise, I am going to join that, and we will have a third player in a minute. I'll give people 1 minute to kind of ponder what this is. So could you explain what kind of game people might be playing if they jump in right now?
Yeah, so Scorer is thematically we are Nordic style fishing clans, and we're fighting for the best fishing grounds so we can claim the best fish to feed our clans. How that manifests itself in the game is we have a number of boats. We have an ocean board, which is kind of a central location that we are playing our boats into. And then we have cards, and the cards represent different sea creatures that are living in the ocean. On your turn, you're playing a card, and you're doing the action of the card. So hopefully it's very straightforward to kind of get to grips with. I guess kind of crucially, the game is played in two parts, in two phases. And in the first phase, we're all just playing the cards from our hands. So in Scorer, you have a hand of cards at the start of the game, which is a set number depending on the number of players. And once you've emptied your hand, that's it. So you don't ever draw cards. You don't ever pick cards back up in the first phase. You're just playing cards to your to the table, to the board, and then that's it. And then the second phase of the game is kind of the scoring phase, but there's kind of a bit more to it than that. There's some tactics involved. And in the scoring part of the phase, you are using your boats to take cards back. So depending on where you place your boats, and depending on what cards are out on the board in which locations, kind of gives you the options for which cards you can take back. The cards all have a point value. Whoever has the most points at the end wins. But they also have a suit, and the suits come into it for these kind of secret objectives, which you can see on the screen now on the right hand side. And so this will be a secret objective that you'll have at the beginning of the game, which no one else will know, and it will kind of augment your scoring, or it will give you some bonus points. So the 6 is the highest card in the game, so you might be after 6 cards if you just after points, but that might not necessarily be beneficial for you if you have, for example, the bonus which gives you more. It gives you 5 points if you've got more claws, which are the kind of the red crab suit. So it's kind of trying to position your boats in a way that you think, well, that's going to get me the best cards, the best scoring hand at the end of the game. And yeah, that's it really. I suppose the only bit which requires a little bit of explanation, which might be easier to explain when we're actually in Tabletopia and we can kind of look at some examples. But the area control bit, which is when you play your boats out into one of the ocean locations, the number of boats in each location, the number of your boats versus the number of your opponent's boats, determines the turn order for how you pick from that location. So if I've got 3 boats in area A and Bez has 2 boats in area A, then I'll pick first because I have more boats, and then Bez, then back to me. So you have a little bit of control about the order in which you can take cards. Obviously, if you think you and your opponent are after you and your opponent or opponents are after the same card, then you might want to pick first in that region. But kind of everybody is going to get a chance to pick, if you've placed your boats correctly. And that's kind of the whole game. And then find out who will be the highest scorer. Yeah, or who will have the highest scorer. Yeah, and if there's ever ties for the number of boats in a location, you gain axe tokens throughout the game, and the axe tokens are a tiebreaker. You gain axe tokens by playing a card which is the same suit as the card below it. So if there's a red claw suit in one of the areas and I play another red claw suit on top of it, I'll get an axe token. So that represents the kind of the battling, the Nordic clans battling. If there's still a tiebreaker after that, then you look at turn order. The person who's earlier in the turn order gets to break the tie, but you still spend an axe token. So every time you break a tie with an axe token, you spend one. So your kind of strength in battle is diminishing the more you fight. Which is kind of fairly philosophical now I think about it. But yeah, so you're trying to. Yeah, go on, Bez.
So that is a brief overview of Scora. I think in a couple of minutes, Chris will be back in a fit and we'll get a free-player game going on. In the meantime, I wanted to ask you a wee bit, go into how the game came about. This particular, what was was it entirely that you had those graphics anyway, and you were like, hey, let's do a game that's based around these particular things, around Vikings, as fish. How can I use this? This is something I want to draw.
No, I think I didn't have any graphics to begin with, but I had a sense of what I wanted the kind of the vibe of the game to look like from before I even designed it, which I guess is a bit of a blessing and a curse if you do all the artwork yourself, is you're constantly thinking about that. But it came about really because I mean, when I started my kind of collecting board games and playing board games, I was mainly playing smaller titles, and when I went to a few playtest sessions, and playing other designers' games, and I was kind of struck by a lot of them were very big games, and I don't know. I just wanted to do something that was small, and I wanted to do something that was fairly rules light, and that sounds like an easy thing, an easier prospect when you set out to design a game which doesn't have many rules. But actually, I kind of soon learned that it's difficult, because if you're limiting yourself to making something which is hopefully simple and hopefully easy for people to play, then it has to kind of work from every angle, because you don't really have anywhere to hide. So I started playing around with some kind of ideas for it. I was in Cornwall on holiday at the time when I sort of started making notes in a notebook, and so I think that's when I started on the kind of fishing theme. Alex said, "Do you settle on white and black look early on?" No, I don't think so. I think that came when because it wasn't originally kind of a Viking theme to begin with. When I got to the kind of Viking-y, when I started thinking about it in those terms, then that's when I really started thinking about this kind of, I guess, this fairly striking black and white graphical style. And yeah, I think also, I mentioned this earlier, but how I like to do kind of prototypes is every time I feel like I've got to a stage where a prototype has done well enough that I want to implement some feedback, whether it's my own or whether it's through playtesting, and I need to make a new prototype, then I'll do a little bit more art. And so I think as a result of that, I think it tends to lead to more sort of minimalist or reductionist art, because the art is basically just an evolved version of the prototype. And I find that a really interesting process. I mean, this is probably boring for everyone in chat because it's just me talking about my own process, but I think there's something quite refreshing about, well, I'll just think of an icon for that and I'll put that in there, and then after that icon sat in there through maybe 4 iterations of a prototype, we start thinking maybe that icon is enough, or maybe I need to change it because people don't really read it correctly. And that in itself,
so you're
is
playtesting the graphic design and the intelligibility as much as you are playtesting the design of the game. I mean,
exactly, yeah.
I kind of feel like, I definitely draw parallels to that, to Kitty Cataclysm. I mean, obviously a very different kind of game, but drawing those illustrations and then be okay, I'm going to draw these on this card and see how it goes. But there's something lovely, and I want to, before we get into it, was there any parts of the game that was challenging for you?
Yeah, I think I always struggle with the development side of game design. I feel like I have a lot of energy, and this is probably true of many designers. I would have thought. Feel like I have a lot of energy at the start, when it feels like the whole world is your oyster. Really, you can do anything. And as you start to sort of narrow down what you want the game to be and what's enjoyable, obviously you have to make decisions about what to trim, what to keep, what to refine. And I think knowing I'm a relatively new designer, and I'm not. I'm happy to admit that I'm still learning, and I'm still fairly naive to kind of some things about game design. And so understanding when something has been developed enough, when something needs more polishing, that's the bit I struggle with most. In every game I've worked on, I think I get to that point where I have to make a call about whether it still needs developing, it still needs polishing, or whether it's okay. And a massive massive part of that is playtesting it enough. And when you get to a stage when the playtests are largely positive and people are largely enjoying it, then that's great, and that gives you a lot of confidence. But it's still
yeah, and also on my end, this feels like something that we could spend another 2 hours about. But
yeah.
let's maybe get into the game. I think that yeah, Chris is back. Chris, you are able to press the button.
Hello.
Do the Tabletopia sharing, if that's okay, Chris.
Yep, I can do that.
Thank you very much. So let's start it up and see what this is all about.
Do you want me to run it? I guess that's easiest, isn't it?
Yeah, let's get into it.
Okay.
Let's play the game and then show everybody what the thing is and start it up.
So, as a heads up for people watching in the watching in the chat, and for you guys playing, that the Tabletopia interface and Scorer aren't the best of friends, because kind of Scorer is largely about kind of laying cards on top of each other. That's the kind of format in which it plays, really. And as anyone who's kind of played Tabletopia a lot will know that that's not always the kind of the best. That's not always how Tabletopia works. So there might be some hiccups along the way, but we'll get through it. So what we have here is the 3-player game already set up, which is super handy. There is a number of cards which get dealt out into this middle area. Well, 3 cards in the matter the player count. So if we were playing a 2-player game, you would still have these 3 cards here. If it was a 4-player game, you'd still have these 3 cards here. And there's always these 3 locations that you can play into. So can you all see that on the screen at the moment?
Are you actually
just a sec. I've managed to get it in. I think Chris's is not yet loading. Oh, there we go. Miraculous. Okay, so this is what we've got here.
Yeah, so this is the central area which we will be playing our boats into. And as I was explaining, there's 3 locations which you might be able to see kind of labeled A, B, and C. These sort of 3 areas of this shape, and that's the kind of the places we're putting our boats into. They're the different areas of the ocean, if you like. And as I was explaining, there's always 3, regardless of the number of players. You're always kind of battling over these 3 locations. These cards here are randomly placed out every game. Sorry. So we've got a 5, a 6, and a 6, but they might have been different. That's just the setup. You have your boats, which I'm the purple one here. There's the yellow, and Chris, you're the sort of grey-white ones down here. And these are the pieces you'll be using to sort of score, to catch the fish, essentially. And I'll explain how we place those out in a moment. And in front of you, you've got 2 decks of cards. You've got a deck of cards with 6 cards in, and the makeup of those is we'll all have a card, a 1, 2, and a 3 card. So we all have those in our hand as part of the setup. And then you'll have some combination of 4, 5s, and 6s. So you might have in your hand a 1, 2, and a 3, and then 3 6s. Or you might have a 1, 2, a 3, 4, 5, 6, or 2 4s and a 5. So that's random on setup as well. That's the makeup of your hand. And as I was explaining earlier, the game, the first phase of the game ends when we've all emptied our hands. So you don't do any more drawing of cards. You're just playing cards from your hand into one of these locations here, and you're doing the action on the card. And when you've emptied your hand, when we've all emptied our hands, then we'll go into the kind of scoring part of the game. All okay so far?
Yep.
Okay. The other deck of cards you've got is 2 cards here, and these are your secret objectives. So you're probably best taking these into your hand and just having a look at them. They give you your bonus scoring conditions for the end of the game. So I'm looking at mine here, and you're choosing one of these and deciding which one you want to keep. But it's probably best if I explain the kind of whole game before you decide which one to discard, because you obviously want to understand what's going on in the game before you decide which bonus objective to take. But essentially, you'll be taking one of those cards before we start the game, and that will be the objective that you're kind of aiming towards. So if I look at if I just look at one of these cards here, to kind of go through the makeup of the cards that we'll be playing, they've all got a suit, and there's only 3 suits in the game. So there's fish, who are the blue suit, there's claws, who are the red suit, and then there's sharks, who are the green suit. They've all got a symbol as well. They've got a point value, and the point values range from 1 to 6. So in the fish suit, you've got a 1 value card and a 6 value card. In the claw suit, you've got a 2 value card and a 5 value card. And in the shark suit, you've got a 3 value card and a 4 value card. So all of the suits add up to 7, if that helps with your kind of your math stuff as well. And then they all have an action which you must do. So this action at the bottom of the card, whenever you play a card, you've got to do it. It's mandatory. So you can see this one here. If I was playing this card here to one of the locations, it would say I've got to move another or any other catch card 1 location anti-clockwise from where this card is played. So I would have to do that. These ones that are out on the table, we ignore the actions for those because they've already been played. They've been played as part of the setup. The other types of cards you've got, I'm just going to take these into my hand so I can explain. Help if I knew how to use Tabletopia properly. The other cards you've got in your hand, as I say, we'll all have a 1, 2, and a 3, so we all start with those, and then some combination of 4, 5s, and 6s. If I just go through the 1 card as an example, the 1, 2s, and 3s all let you place boats, so that's how you get your boats out into the ocean. So this beacon fish here, the action there you can see is place 3 boats in the location where this card is played. So if I wanted to get 3 of my boats out here, then I would simply, I would place this here. That would be my turn. I would do what was on the card, which is place 3 boats. Oops. And I would place 3 boats in this location. The reason you're placing the boats out is, as I was explaining earlier, you're using your boats to take these cards back later to score them. So when you're playing the cards out, you're playing them for their actions, and pretty much that's it. when you're taking them back to score them, that's when you're paying attention to the number that's in the top right-hand corner, which is the score for that card. So if this was the end of the game now, and I was choosing one of these cards, I might choose this value 5 card because it's worth 5 points. This one's only worth 1 point. But again, my secret objective might say otherwise. Are we all good so far?
Yep, seems to make sense.
So we just go around the table playing cards to these locations. You can choose any location to play a card. You can choose any of the cards from your hand. Obviously not your secret objective because they're secret. Yeah, if you play the same suit, so if I was to play this one here, if I decided to play it here instead, something I might want to do, I would put my 3 boats out again, but I would put them in this location here. So we go here. And then I would take an axe token because these suits match. So if you ever play a matching suit, you take one of these tokens, and yeah, these are used for tie breaks later on in the game. So we carry on going back and forth until we've all played our cards, and then we go on to the scoring phase. And the scoring phase is essentially just choosing cards from each location and placing them in front of you to kind of mark that they're yours. And we start with area A, which I think is this area here. So we would look at the boats in this area to determine turn order. So Chris, if you had 3 boats here and Bez had 2 boats here and I only had 1 boat here, then that would be the turn order. It would be Chris, Bez, and then myself. As I say, if there's a tie, so if myself and Bez had 2 boats in this location, we would look at who had the most axe tokens. Let's say, for argument's sake, it was me. I would then choose one of my axe tokens, and I would, I don't think you can flip them on Tabletopia. I would just discard it, basically. I would place it to one side to say that had been spent. So yeah, like I say, your kind of ability to break ties diminishes the more ties that you're involved in. So that's maybe something you want to think about as you're sort of positioning your boats around. I think the final thing to mention is that on your turn, so every time you play a card, regardless of that card, whether that card has placed you boats or moved fish around, you always have the option to move one of your placed boats to another location. So if I had played that 1 card, which I had out earlier, and I played it into this location, I would put my boats, and I could decide if I wanted to move one of my boats to another location. So I might decide to move this one here. And you can do that, yeah, regardless of what cards you're playing, you always have the option to move one of your placed boats to another location. That's kind of it. So yeah, as I said, the 1, 2, and the 3 value cards. Oh, I think we've lost Bez. Have we lost Bez from the stream as well?
I think so.
Oh no. I guess we'll carry on for now.
I think they'll come back, yeah, when they've sorted their internet, probably.
Yeah, it's tricky having to use all these kind of online platforms at once, isn't it? It's a little bit taxing on the old internet connections. Chris, do you have any questions while we're waiting?
No, so I'm assuming once we get to the end, we're just scoring the cards that we've managed to collect from one of the sort of areas that we've nominated, shall we say?
Yeah. So if you've managed to kind of position your boats, well, if that was your strategy to position your boats in such a way that you manage to get a card with each boat, because each boat can kind of fish 1 card from a location, you'll have 6 cards in front of you. And it's just the combined total point value of those cards plus kind of any bonus scoring that you might have. So as an example, I'm just going to discard this one because this one is actually only for a 3 to 4 player game, I think. So it shouldn't have been there anyway. But if I look at this one as an example, it's the bonus scoring objective here is, so catch type is basically the suit. So if I managed in my scoring hand to have 2 of each catch type, So I had 2 fish, 2 sharks, and 2 claws. I'd gain an additional 7 points if that was the objective that I've chosen. I've actually decided to choose my other one. So yeah, that's something that you can kind of be doing while we wait, is just decide which of those bonus objectives you want to keep, and then the other one should just get discarded face down so we can't see it. And hopefully they make sense, but if they don't, you know, we can try and interpret what you've got without it being too obvious. Yeah, as I say, catch type is the term for suit. Creature is the term for the actual type of creature in the suit. So as I say, each suit has got 2 creatures. And scoring hand is just the name for the cards that you've collected at the end of the game.
Okay, I've chosen the one that I'm going to keep.
Cool. Okay. The other one just can just go off somewhere, wherever works. Maybe quickly, I'll just say, yeah, the 4 and the 5 cards. Their ability is, I read it out earlier, but you can take another card from that stack and move it either clockwise or anti-clockwise. So if I was to play this this card here, let's say I had it in my hand and I played it over here for argument's sake. I have to do its ability, which is to take another card from this location and move it anti-clockwise. So I'd have to take this 6 and move it round to here. So the kind of the creatures in these different ocean locations will kind of move around as we play the game, and that's just obviously a consideration that if you were to play a card and it's got an instruction that says you have to move something else, you have to move something else. That's kind of how it works.
It seems relatively chaotic then, in the sort of way that it's going to play out.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think yeah, the way I would describe it is it's hedging your bets, really. So I guess a little tip is to not put all of your boats in one location, because that probably won't work out. Is to kind of spread them around, but to try and get to a position where you think a couple of your boats are going to be able to get you something that you want. That's kind of the best way to play the game. So yeah, it is quite chaotic.
Yeah.
But it's sort of, yeah, trying to think about, it would be really great if I could take that 6 value card from area A, so I'm going to sort of focus on that, and then maybe hedge my bets elsewhere to try and get some other cards that might help me out. Still no bears.
Right. So how did you end up getting your this sort of idea and sort of game towards a publisher? So how did you end up in the position where you were able to talk to Inside the Box about it?
I guess plucking up some courage is the honest answer. I did a lot of playtesting, so I first met Bez at the playtest sessions that were run at the Royal Festival Hall, which were, you know, I was slightly nervous about going to, because going and showing your game to a bunch of talented, experienced designers is obviously pretty scary, but it was a great atmosphere, and I think that helped a lot with confidence. Is, you know, if you can play your game with people who understand games and who play a lot of games, and if they can recognize some merit in it, that's really cool. Got a lot of great feedback. So the kind of version we see today is probably not the version that Bez last played many years ago at the Royal Festival Hall, because it's changed, in part because of, you know, the great feedback that I got from those sessions. So yeah, I did a lot of playtesting, felt confident that there was something interesting there. I'd done a lot of the artwork because I kind of iterated upon it with every prototype. So it took a fairly high fidelity prototype to. Alan says we're all friendly. Yeah, it's true. Took a fairly high fidelity prototype to Inside the Box. Well, I emailed them through I submitted it through the online submissions portal, some email correspondence, and then took it to them. They played it and enjoyed it. We did some more development still, because it was still not quite, still not quite there. And then it was kind of a bit of a roller coaster from there of getting it kind of to production state and sent off to print. But I think I don't know, I think for anybody who's designing games, you have to be prepared for people to not like them, and you have to be prepared for people to say no, this isn't right, and that's difficult. I think
which must be very hard. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's your own creative idea and your own like personal baby, I guess, in some sense of the word.
Yeah, for sure. And I think trying to understand how much of people's feedback to take on board versus how much of it that you might not be right for the game that you're trying to produce is difficult. And I say I'm still quite new to game design, so I'm still trying to learn all those things and listen to people and try and take kind of every piece of feedback I receive on board and decide whether it's right for the game and right for me. But yeah, as Alan said in the chat, like I don't think I've met an unfriendly game designer, so it's pretty good so far. It's been a pretty good run. Yeah. Bez,
are you back in now, Bez?
I am back in. I am noticing that, yeah, it is a wee bit starting to be a wee bit close to 5 o'clock. It almost feels like when I look back, this will be. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It almost feels like this will be the one with all the internet issues, and this will be like, oh, but I am going to say that given the COVID situation right now, it is likely that I'll be here for at least another month. I'd in many ways rather not be, but yeah, we are getting. Oh, I sorry, I just saw this. Rob saying I can be unfriendly, but yeah, I will be getting better internet on 21st.
Well,
I'm really sorry that this has gone not well, Rory.
No, hey, listen, it's great. I mean, I think
I was going to suggest. Oh, they're finally able to press the button to add Chris's thing to the screen. Hopefully, people have got an idea of it, and
we might have lost Bez again. Yeah, I mean, I'm as I'm sure I think especially over the last few months I've engaged with probably quite a few people who are in the chat, and yeah, so you probably, a few people know where to find me. If you don't, I think my social links probably are attached somewhere to this day. So seek me out and give me a shout, and I'm always happy to play Scorer or talk about game design. Alex has got a question. That's a really great question. I'll try and answer it very quickly.
So, and a quick hello to Eric. We're just finishing up here.
Hey, Eric. Yeah, so no is the answer. It's the 2 games where I've signed a publisher contract. It's just been a slightly higher royalty rate, which is, I think a lot of publishers probably have like a, they have a particular way of working, and everything is a discussion and a conversation. But yeah, the 2 publishers that I've been fortunate enough to get to that sort of stage with, they've been cool about talking about how's the best way to remunerate. That's not the right word. How's the best way to pay you for kind of what's been done? And so, yeah, I've been happy with that so far. And yeah, that's kind of how it's been. But who knows what will happen in the future? If I wouldn't be averse to having separate contracts for a game. I worked on the design and the graphic design. I guess it's just as long as it's recognised that those are two separate things, and that they both take a lot of time. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, so it was really good to have you on. I apologize for the internet disruptions that we've been having.
It's all good. It's part and parcel of it, isn't it? Yeah, and it's great to be on and actually just running through, talking through how Scorer works. Hopefully that's helped some people out. Rob, I just saw that message from Rob, said he's got Scorer and he hasn't played it. You've got no excuse now, Rob, because it's rules rundown. So yeah, like I say, if people want to reach out and ask me questions about it, or if people want a demo of it, yeah, just hit me up on Twitter or in the Discord whenever. I'm on those platforms every day, so I'm around. Just let me know, and yeah, cool.
I'm just gonna post that Discord link once more, just for everybody to see. So if they do want to actually play your game and try and get into Tabletopia, yeah, go straight over to there.
Yeah, cool. And like I said, any questions, give me a shout. I'll head off and let you crack on with MonsDRAWsity, which looks really cool. And yeah, I'll catch up with you all soon.
Thank you again.
Catch you later. Bye.
Bye. So unfortunately, I'm standing in for Bez, as they are unfortunately having internet troubles. They are sending me WhatsApp messages, just letting me know what I can do to keep things moving on. But hi, I'm Chris. You must be Eric, the designer. Is it designer? Sorry.
Yes, designer.
Yes, excellent. So you're the designer of MonsDRAWsity. So do you want to just give us the lowdown, let us know what it is, what it's about, how you came about to sort of think of it, and then we'll keep asking questions.
Sure. So MonsDRAWsity, oh man, what in order to talk about things. So it's basically, if you imagine a police sketch artist game, but if you worked for the Men in Black or the X-Files or something like that, instead of trying to draw a person's face, you're drawing what an alien looked like, or a demon that came out of a portal, or some trans-dimensional being. So essentially the way it works is one person is a witness. They're the person who saw the thing. They're going to look at a card for 20 seconds, memorize all that they can about it, put it face down, and then they have 2 minutes to describe it to everybody else who's trying to draw. They're asking clarifying questions. They're just trying to do their best to kind of draw their police sketch artist profile of this creature. And then they reveal it to the witness. We get to see what the original monster looked like. And then we kind of do some scoring based on who got the closest and whether the witness had a good memory or not. So it's part communication, part memory, some drawing in there as well, but a fun little party game.
Excellent. And do you make any other games? Is this your sort of first experience publishing, or?
This one is my third game to be released. My first one to come out was Nerd Word Science. That's a word game from Genius Games. They do a lot of science games, and they came to me to design their first party game, which was a cool experience, trying to design a party game based around science. And then after that was Tattoo Stories. That one was by Bicycle Games. And that one, you're tattoo artists and you're trying to combine elements to draw a tattoo for somebody who's come into a tattoo parlor. That one's a fun little party game as well. You're trying to pitch your tattoos, so the drawings aren't. That's not really what you're being judged on. The quality of the drawing, you're trying to pitch this concept. So you have these ridiculous sketches that you have to make sound good, even though your potato looks like a kidney bean or a beanbag chair or something. So yeah, this is my third game to come out. I also got to work a little bit on Trekking the World, which is the sequel to Trekking the National Parks. I got to do some development on that. It's really fun. So yeah, it's been pretty busy last couple of years.
Thanks. So when did you release your first game then? How long have you been doing this?
Nerd Words came out, I think, in October of 2019 was the first one. And Tattoo Stories, I think, also came out a few weeks later. I think there was a Kickstarter early 2019 for Nerd Words. And but yeah, I've been designing since 2016, I think. 2015 is when I really started getting into board games and just buying up everything I could find and getting into gateway games and trying to find my niche of what kind of games I liked. And I was really drawn to party games and kind of social experiences. And so I started making my own and making other types of games as well. But the party games I designed were the ones that kind of went over the best at playtesting events and those sorts of things. And yeah, it took me about 3 years probably of designing to get something signed, from going to pitches and conventions and stuff. So it was definitely slow going, but it's been worth it to see people around the world playing the games and having fun, especially this year. A lot of the games, all three of the games that have been released have been great over Zoom for people this year. So I've gotten a lot of really good feedback of people. I got to play with my family over Easter. I got to these things where people would normally get together with their family. My games have been a cool little social glue over Zoom. So that's been really rewarding.
Would you say that you prefer party games as a general rule then? Or, I mean, seeing as you seem to design more of party games, I'm just wondering if that's a personal preference or whether it's more of something that you feel like you're naturally better at designing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I might. Yeah, that's hard. As far as playing, I enjoy playing everything. Once a game gets over probably 2 hours, that's usually not my type of game. It's going to be probably too heavy or crunchy for me, those long games. But I love, those evergreens, those, Sagradas and, King Dominoes and Patchworks and Reefs and those like really clever, just elegant games. And RPGs, I love playing everything, but something about party games just like clicks with my specific type of creativity. Before doing design, did stand-up comedy and improv and a bunch of other things that were specifically about trying to make people laugh and understanding the psychology of why things are funny and how to get people out of their comfort zone safely and those sorts of things. So yeah, it just kind of combines a lot of things that I find interesting, social structures and how you can kind of bend those and break those in order to create surprise, which I think is a big part of comedy, is kind of having expectations and then kind of subverting those a little bit, like having drawing games where the drawing skill isn't like the forefront. So yeah, I have other things that I've designed and some things in the pipeline that are coming out that are not party based, but I don't know, something about the way my brain works. I prefer making people do silly stuff for points.
That sounds like just an added side bonus to being able to design games, is that you get to, shall we say, manipulate people into doing or thinking certain ways. Like, yeah, that's really, really cool and interesting, I have to admit. So what was the original inspiration for this game then? So MonsDRAWsity, what was the original sort of the brain bubbling idea that sort of started it all off?
Yeah, so I was driving back from my first ever board game convention. I was driving with my fiance, Casey, and she said, there's so many games at this convention, but I can't find any like drawing games. She's a phenomenal artist, a fantastic artist. Can you try to think of a game? We had this long ride ahead of us. It was like a 9-hour drive. Can you think of a game where like drawing is the focus? And so I was like, sure, it's a nice little mental exercise. But immediately the challenge is like, okay, you're an incredible artist. How do I make it so that you don't just win every time? Because if we play Pictionary or Cranium or something where you have to sculpt or you have to draw, she just immediately wins because it's just like, oh, that's a broom, that's a roller coaster, that's a blender. Like she's just immediately really, really good. So I started thinking about, I'm a kind of a theme first designer. I like giving people the experience of feeling like you're doing the thing. If a game is about roller coasters, then I want you to literally be standing up and sitting down and waving your arms. I want you to be doing physical things. So I started thinking about what are like jobs that relate to drawing. And that's where Tattoo Stories came from. And a forensic sketch artist was the first one that came to mind. And the more I started thinking about sketch artists, the more I started realizing that a lot of their job is not, they're not in control, like they didn't see the suspect. They can only draw what the witness tells them. They, the quality of their drawing doesn't matter if it's not accurate to what the witness saw. They can draw a beautiful portrait of somebody, but if it's not actually the witness's memory, then it's a useless piece of art at that point. So I started kind of playing with that idea. And originally, again, this was all over the span of like one car ride. I was thinking, oh, you could have like different suspects, and this one's got a scar, and this one's got an eye patch, and this one, different people's faces. And then I kind of just started slowly turning the dial higher and higher until eventually it was like, what if you're drawing aliens? What if you're drawing monsters? Because that makes it even harder. You don't have the context to draw from. And especially me, like I've designed 2 drawing games. I cannot draw. But if you say, draw hands or whatever, like I'm just going to like trace my hand on the board or something, or, I just draw like a Simpsons hand that has 4 fingers on it. But if you tell an artist to draw a hand, then they just know what that is. They have that context. But when you're describing an alien, it's harder for them to they have to really listen to what you're saying in order to draw. So, it really came out of trying to design a game that, Casey couldn't automatically win, and making it feel like you were a forensic sketch artist. And then the other side of it was wanting to kind of make people think about memory, and that's why there's like kind of 2 games that you're playing. As the artist, you have this whole forensic sketch artist thing, but as the witness, you're experiencing what it would be like to witness a crime or witness some sort of event. And like I said, you have 20 seconds of dedicated silent time to memorize everything you can about this card. And then what's interesting is you kind of, as you start describing it, you immediately forget everything. Like you don't remember anything about this thing. So it really is interesting when you think about witness testimony in court cases, and times when people are like, oh yeah, the car was blue. 100% it was a blue car, and then you find out later it was red with like pink stripes, and you're like, where did you get blue from? But yeah, our brains are really interesting. So I wanted to give that experience to people as well. So it's very kind of a complex backstory.
No, it's really well described and explained, and I can kind of see the thought process and the working towards the final project that you wanted. And you were saying earlier about how you really like the psychological aspect of the game, and the fact that you've introduced like not just one but like 3 separate different sort of I don't even know how to explain or describe it, because I'm not exactly a major board game designer, so I'm not sure what the name for it would be, but the fact that you're translating from several different mediums, like speech to drawing to memory as well, just to make sure that there's no single person out there, unless they're multi-talented or gifted, who could just immediately be good at this game. It has to be something that you have to work together towards getting towards a final project. And you know, it's almost a bit icebreakery, a bit, but that's what you want in a party game, I feel like. Yeah, it sounds really, really awesome. So next question for you would be the design of the game itself. So the illustrations, those sort of aspects, are moving away from the mechanics of it. What gave you the inspiration for that as well? Like you mentioned that you were going more and more crazy with that dial of just upping and upping and upping it. So what happened in that sort of transitional period there? Did you come up with some base ideas with the illustrations, or did you have somebody else who was very good at kind of taking your idea and then making it physical? Or
yeah, so once I kind of settled that it should be aliens or monsters or creatures, because that was like a really interesting hook to me, and I've always loved creature concept art and, you know, monster movies and science fiction and fantasy as a, you know, comic book, you know, movie, D&D nerd for years and years and years. The monsters are always like my favorite part. So I immediately started kind of grabbing art that I could use for prototypes, for, you know, Casey and I to try, for me to eventually take to, you know, protospiels or other kind of like prototyping conventions. So I did a kind of a deep, I spent, you know, weeks and weeks, like days, you know, whole days just scrolling through DeviantArt or ArtStation, learning about creature concept art, and learning a lot about creature concept art design as well, and how, I mean, there's whole classes you can take on, you know, creature concept thing, because it's a lot of it is really anatomical study of animals. You know, you have to study a lot of real life animals so that you can understand how legs are supposed to bend. Even, you know, if an alien has a weird tentacle or whatever, it probably needs to abide by some sort of physics, you know? So I got really deep into that. There's whole communities of people who do like xenobiology, or kind of, they call it speculative evolution. Like if, you know, there was another planet that had this type of atmosphere, what would creatures look like on that planet? So I got really deep into creature design and creature concepts, and I, you know, just was pulling art and art and art, and also keeping track of all of these artists that were producing these creatures, so that later, if I did a Kickstarter or if I, you know, signed the game, I would be able to hand over this document to the company to hire some of these artists. My dream for the game was also to be kind of a platform for artists. I always wanted like the artist's name to be on the bottom of the card, so that if you really liked a creature design, you could then like Google that artist and hire them for your own project, or see the rest of their portfolio. So in MonsDRAWsity, we have, I think, 11 artists that did the creatures, the aliens, the anomalies, and because there's so many, there's not one art style. Whenever you flip over a card, not only do you have no idea what the creature itself is going to look like, but you don't know the style. You know, some people are more photorealistic, some people are more cartoony, some people are more horrific, some people are cuter, and so it really gives you that, as the witness, that shock every time you like flip over a card. You get that surprise moment. So yeah, just a lot of researching into the actual creature concept art, and like I said, a deep dive into forensic sketch artists as well, and how that actually works, and what type of questions you ask as a forensic sketch artist. You know, what are the things that witnesses frequently misremember? Yeah, all kinds of stuff. I also fiddled with, you know, the how complex the creatures should be. And basically, eventually when I signed the game, we had to, create a style guide for the artists. And the style guide was essentially, go wild, do whatever you want, just whatever you could come up with, that's what we want. However, there's, like 3 different things that you have to do because it will work better with the mechanics or will elicit better conversations and descriptions. So the creatures have to have a certain level of complexity. They have to have, I think in the description, we say that there has to be 6 identifiable things that would be hard to describe, because you have 2 minutes to describe. So if you do like 20 seconds for each thing, it puts enough time pressure so that if the legs are really wonky and weird, then that's 20 seconds. If the head is like upside down and inside out or something, then that's 20 seconds. So other than that, we really just kind of let people be as creative as they could. Sorry, just looking at Bez's thing in the chat here. But yeah, it was really just making sure that the creatures were complex enough that they were shocking when you flip them over, that they were hard to describe because they weren't too close to a normal animal. Sometimes we would get something that was basically like, this is a squirrel, but it has robot legs or something. And we would send it back to the artist and say, either we would say, okay, you need to really ratchet up the complexity, or we would do specific things like, okay, can you also add, a tree growing out of its back? Can you also add, he's got a slime trail behind him? Can you also, we would give really specific things for them to add. So it was really about the complexity in the art, but while letting the artist be as creative as they can.
It sounds like, so not only have you gone to make a party game, but you've also used a party of people to try and move this game into completion. Mm-hmm. And I think from what I learned from about most board games is that obviously that creative stage is where you need that melting pot of ideas and illustrations and all those things that build a game together. And yeah, it's really, really awesome to hear that you've managed to sort of also make sure that the people who have done any work for your game have got that credit as well, because there's so many instances in the past where I've noticed that not happen, and that's really, really awesome of you. Mm-hmm. So what would you say is the part of the game that you would definitely say is your favorite? Like, is there a specific part of the game that you would go, that right there, that is what I most enjoyed or most liked about developing it, or something along those lines? What was the one thing for you?
I think this is kind of a cheat answer. So I would say the element of surprise in the game is what I like watching people in. Thankfully, there were a few conventions that we got to preview this in before we stopped having conventions. But watching people play, even in playtests or at demos, if you watch people's face when they flip over the monster card and they know that they have to memorize this thing, just the range of emotions that people, their face just changes of shock and surprise. The eyebrows go up and they're squinting. They're trying to, you can see their lips moving as they're saying stuff to remember, like 3 feet, 3 feet, 3 feet. They're really going. They get really intense about it. But that lean back and the eyebrows going up is great. And then there's another moment of surprise where after everyone has drawn, at the end of the time, we flip our boards around and show it to the witness. And at that point, we don't know what the thing looks like, but they kind of have a memory of it. So they get to see this menagerie of things of interpretations. So that's like an additional cool moment just for the witness to see how close or far away they got. And then eventually the actual card gets revealed, and then that's a moment of surprise for the artists, because then they get to see what they should have been drawing, and either it's really close or it's really far away. So I really am proud of the moments, these emotional moments that are kind of baked in, where you're constantly being surprised. That's kind of like I said earlier, a bedrock of comedy, and a lot of party games as well are based on surprise and shock and kind of playing with people's expectations. So that's been really fun. But something about, especially that witness, they flipping over that card and getting your first look at what these creatures really look like is really, really fun to watch.
That does sound like a really good aspect of the game. I'm genuinely excited. It seems like a few other people are excited in the chat as well to get on and play this game as well. One more question for you would be, so you mentioned about the previous games that you were designing and going through. You mentioned a few different publishers, so I'm just wondering, how was the publisher for MonsDRAWsity? How did you maybe come into contact, or how much information would you be happy to talk about them rather? But just in essence, like, how was that process for you?
Yeah, so Deepwater Games is the publisher of MonsDRAWsity, as well as a company called Bread and Circuses. The game itself has kind of gone through an interesting life cycle. It was with another publisher kind of briefly, and then some things happened with that, and I got it back. And then Bread and Circuses signed it. They had heard about it kind of through the grapevine and basically snagged it as soon as it was available. We were in the process of developing it and finding artists and stuff. And I went to a convention and was playing it just at a party, just a random kind of after hours party. And one of the heads of Deepwater happened to walk by, and he was like, "Oh, what is this?" And I kind of explained, "Oh, this is game, and you're drawing the monsters." And he sat down and played it and loved it. And he was like, "Hold on, just 1 second," and got up and ran and got Nolan, his another one of the heads, and brought him back. And Nolan sat down and played it and was like, "Give us this game. Is it signed? Because this is the most fun I've had all week," or whatever at this convention. And so I was like, "Well, it's signed with this publisher," and they were like, "Oh man!" And they were really disappointed, and they set up with a meeting with me the next day to see if I had any other pitches, just because they liked the way my mind worked. And we kept talking throughout the week, and I emailed the original publishers, and throughout several meetings, they decided to collaborate. So like you said, this party of people, it has really been like a labor of love for several groups of people. This group of artists who got to be as creative as they wanted, two sets of publishers who got to, kind of put their own spin on it and work together to make it real. It's really been a really cool a product of a lot of minds coming together. But Deepwater's been great, really collaborative. Like I said, when I sent them they were like, "Man, we have to find all these artists." I sent them the document that I had been collecting for years, and it was like 100 artists, with links to their emails and all this kind of stuff. And so they were really happy about that. And we worked on the style guide. We worked on kind of refining the rules a little bit, because it was slightly different in the original iteration to what it is now. But they've just been great about doing live streams over the very quickly in the pandemic. They set up a live stream schedule. Deepwater, they do a lot of they have a game called Welcome To, a game called Floor Plan, these like roll and writes that you can play just like on your own. So they've been doing these live streams every day for people, to give people something to do, and they would kind of play MonsDRAWsity peppered in there, and to give it kind of more of a platform. They've been great about getting it out to reviewers and demoing it at conventions. They've been excellent. So great experience working with a publisher.
Excellent. And okay, so I'm going to ask one last question, and then I think we should probably get into like maybe giving this game a go, because I am genuinely excited. So my last question for you would be, is there anything from this game that you would want to take away and move on to another? is there something from this that you felt that you didn't know when you came into it, or is there something you've learned from this?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think that well, part of this and Tattoo Stories are part of a combined. I don't know. They have kind of a similar mission statement or philosophy behind them of kind of getting more people to make art and be comfortable making art, and kind of having fun, just doodle. Because I feel like we all, as kids, we all colored, like we all drew and doodled monsters in our notebooks, or, you know, even if you were just drawing that little S thing all the time, you know, everybody was drawing and doodling. And then at some point you either realize you are a good artist or you're not. And then those people who think they're not just stop, you know. It's like people who are really afraid to sing, or you know, they don't write anything. But even the people who feel like they can't sing, like everybody sings in the shower, or like the, you know, spirit moves you in the car and you're singing, you know, with your windows rolled up, or people who feel like they can't write. Those people are still texting all the time and making jokes in their group chats and stuff. So it's not that you can't do it. It's that you're really scared about that feedback. So, and getting judged for it and compared to somebody who is proficient. So I've tried to create these spaces where it's safe to play around with making art, where you are getting assessed, you are earning points, but it's very low stakes. And if you do make mistakes, it's funny, and other people around the table are also making the same mistakes. And so I have some other drawing games that I'm designing that kind of carry that message forward. Aside from just getting people to draw more, I think the thing that is interesting about this one is the combination of skills. I think is a really interesting idea. Like, there is a drawing aspect to it, but it's very communication heavy too. You have to be good at asking questions. You have to be good at translating an answer that you've gotten. You know, like when someone says elephant legs, does that mean, like, what do you mean by that? Like the thickness, or the knees are wrinkly, you know, like, you know, like, and asking clarifying questions. Active listening is really important in the game. As the witness, obviously you're trying to work on your memory a little bit. So I want to carry that through into some other games as well. Just like Tattoo Stories is partially drawing, but it's also pitching and improv. So, you know, for a lot of, you know, those evergreen games that I was talking about, the more classic board games, the skills that they assess are more analytical or, you know, mathematical, you know, those forethought chess move kind of skills. And that's fun, but something about kind of assessing different parts of the brain at once in a playful way is really interesting to me.
Yeah, no, that's really, really wonderful to hear. So take us through just then how you would start and go through the game. Do you have the game with you? Sorry, just
I do. Yeah, it's
excellent.
It's MonsDRAWsity.
Perfect. Do you want to just like do a little bit of an unboxing and then just take us through the general gist of it, if you're able to, because I don't have it here.
Oh yeah, sure. So so this is MonsDRAWsity. In the box, you got your rule book here. We kind of styled it to look like a official kind of a FBI document. There's like parts that are redacted in the rule book. So really, we got really playful with the rule book. You have this giant deck of cards here. Again, all of these are individually illustrated monsters. I believe there's 100 of these by 11 different artists. And you also get these the whiteboards, your artist boards with the cool little logo on the back. There are the markers or the erasers that you get as well. And then they did a neat little thing with the inside of the box. There's two separate wells so that you can keep the deck in one side, and then as you use cards, put them in the other side, kind of face up, so that you know what you have seen and what you haven't seen, because that surprise is a big element of the game. We also found, because we've been playing this game for a long time, once you get through the deck, people are like, "Oh, I've seen all the monsters." If you shuffle it, you're not gonna remember. I swear. You're gonna vaguely remember, like, oh yeah, that's the one that kind of looks like a mosquito. But once you start trying to draw it, you're not gonna remember. So, but we
just trying to describe it once it's not there anymore.
Yeah,
for example.
Exactly. So we do have an expansion as well, Cute Creatures, that comes with a whole other board and I believe 40 more cards. And we're releasing 4 more expansions this year. A robots one, a horror one, a science one, and kind of a dinosaur themed one. So we are kind of going to constantly be injecting new cards into the game, but because of the way that your memory works, you'll be fine for a while with this this base set. So yeah, like I said, you're as the witness, you're going to be looking at a card for 20 seconds. And put it face down. Then you have 2 minutes to describe it. Everyone's going to be drawing and asking questions. When I live stream it, I'm answering. The witness is encouraged to answer questions from obviously the artists who are actually playing it, but also from the chat. The more that you can distract the witness, the better. So if they're trying to look at different things at one time, that again brings that feeling of being a stressed out witness home. So. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. After you've described it, we show our drawings, and then the witness they secretly write on their board which one they think is the closest. So all the boards have like a number on them. This is number 1. And so you look around the table and you say, okay, I think number 7 is the closest. You write 7 on your board. Then you reveal the creature to all the other artists, and looking at their drawings, they decide amongst themselves which one they think. There's like a vote. And then you see if those numbers match. If those numbers match, then the witness gets a point for having a good memory, because the thing that they think is the closest based on group consensus. But other than that, the person that the witness picks gets a point, and the person that everyone picks gets a point. So there's a possible 3 points up for grabs each round. And that's pretty much it. Have I played the game with the FBI? I have not. However, Casey's mom is ex-military, and I played it with her, and she just loved it. She was like, "Oh, this would be great for training. Like, this is some stuff that we used to use like for identifying suspects and those sorts of things." So I would imagine that they would enjoy something like this, and would be a cool little experience for them to play, to train them to memorize details.
So Bez has actually questioned in a question on WhatsApp as well.
Okay.
Do you ever think that you'll make a strategic Euro game?
Ooh, Bez. I would love to. I got to, like I said, I got to do a little bit of development and trekking in the world, which is somewhat similar to the feeling of something like a Ticket to Ride. So that was a cool system to work in. Maybe I think it would need to be something, either the theme was something that I really was interested in, and I could mechanically make it feel like you were, doing the thing, or I would have to come up with something really creative, some sort of really creative system. For me, I just, there's so many incredible Euros or these evergreen games. If I came up with something that was even remotely similar to Reef, my first thought would be like, just play Reef. Like, if I came up with a, oh, you draft these dice or whatever, I'd be like, no, just play Sagrada, just play Dice Throw. Like there's already those games. So it's a trap. It's something that I have to get over as a designer. I get halfway into a deck builder design, and I'm like, I'll just play Star Realms. It's great. Just or just play Dominion. So it would need to be something where I really felt like I was giving people something that wasn't already out there, and I was doing it in a way that was kind of tickling your brain in a different way. I would, a drawing party Euro game would be great. I think I've started fiddling with some roll and writes. I think that's like the closest I can get to still being able to draw and doodle, but have some strategy behind it. Very cool.
Which does mean, from the looks of it, that we've got another 20 minutes. So, some more big questions. What do you think? Do you think the party games are better at drawing a crowd because of the visual physicality that onlookers can see?
Yes, for sure. This game and Tattoo Stories, I think, both got signed specifically because the publishers were walking by and saw people at the table drawing and laughing and cheering and yelling at each other at the convention where I was playing Tattoo Stories. I originally I had a 4-hour block of time to test these games. And my original plan was I had 4 games and I was going to play each one for an hour, but I happened to pull out the tattoo game first, and people just kept asking to be next for the entire 4 hours. So it was great. It was such a beautiful day. Like, I'll never forget it. Such a vindicating thing that this game had an audience and was really addictive. And so that was, what happened with Tattoo Stories. MonsDRAWsity, as I told you that story earlier, with the publisher walking by and seeing it. So there is that, you see people showing each other, you see people laughing, you see people, those moments of surprise again, you see people's faces changing. It has that feel to it. I think one of probably my favorite game, whenever this gets asked in an interview, is this game called Happy Salmon. And I love it for several reasons that are probably more philosophical than the game merits, but because it's a very, very silly, simple game, but it's doing so many interesting things at once in this little fish-shaped package. But when you see it at a convention, it always draws a crowd because it's the most physical game, and people are running around, people are high-fiving each other and giving each other fist bumps and actively sweating, and it's something that you don't normally see in board games. I think something like Throw Burrito is another game that kind of took that physicality or added some physicality to board games, which again I think is really interesting. But yeah, that table presence, that visual aspect is really neat. It also makes it kind of socially shareable. You can take a picture of a funny tattoo you drew, or take a picture of a monster that you drew and post it online for people to look at, which is cool. And you get that feeling of mom putting the drawing on the fridge that you did in school. Everybody gets you get this artifact after the game, which I think is also my favorite aspects of drawing games, is the concept of having an artifact. I know that in some games people have this, for roll and writes, for example, when some people, there's this game called Gone Clever, and I know some people, once you hit, I think it's over 300 is a crazy score. Once you hit over that, people save their sheet, this is the time I finally did it. But with these drawing games, I've seen people, take pictures of their tattoo and, save it on their phone, or I have, played party games with one of Casey and I. One of our first dates was a game night, and I still have a drawing from Cranium that she did for me to guess during a game, because it's just a beautiful part of our relationships. We were on the same team and we won based on this clue. So just the concept of having an artifact I find really interesting, because with, again, these Euros or these mainstream kind of games, you win and then that's it. You pack up the game. Maybe you have a memory of a cool moment or a cool combo that you did with the cards, but it's somewhat fleeting, and
non-tangible.
Yeah, it's less tangible. It's a great word for it. So I like that tangibility in party games. Even the word games, like trying to think of things like code names, or there's inside jokes that come out of that. We have an inside joke from a game of code names that, what's your favorite flavor? Ketchup. That's what the person I was playing with wanted me to guess ketchup, and they said flavor, and there was like mint and berry and like all these flavors on the board, and none of that was what they wanted me to guess. It was ketchup. So just party games have that. I think because it's something, they make you laugh, they make you have these like visceral reactions. There's something about them that give you that stronger memories, I think.
So also going back a little bit further to what you were saying about, so you mentioned, so the whole game premise is about a witness being part of describing, having to figure out and recall their memory, and to see the accuracy of what people pick up from what they recall from that memory. Mm-hmm. And did you intentionally start out with the idea that this might be in a sense, a bit of a statement against, political witnesses? Sorry, not political witnesses, but witnesses in general, and the sort of the way that policing is done in that sense. Was that intentional, or was that a byproduct, or somebody mentioned it to you after it came out, and then you were like, oh, I didn't even think that this would be so struggling with words a little bit.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I think it was pretty immediate once the idea came to me of a forensic sketch artist. It was kind of this waterfall of everything just fit. Once I said, a draw game where you're a sketch artist, I started thinking like, oh, well, that works because, the witness has to remember, and this works because you have to ask questions, and it just kind of fit into place. But really early, the first thing, aside from making it so that Casey didn't automatically win, the next thing that I thought was, okay, the witness has to be fun. You can't just be the engine for everyone else having fun. Not that games with like a dungeon master or something aren't fun, but I think that role is a little bit more challenging or more niche. So I didn't want it to feel like you were being more passive. So that's where the constant asking questions came from. That's where trying to play with that memory aspect and feeling it disappear, feeling it go, and dealing with that stress of, not being able to answer questions and not being able to remember if it had a face or not. So it was pretty immediate, and it's something that I don't ever bring up, aside from right now, but like at booths in conventions and those sorts of things, I don't, go off into a whole tangent about, the justice system and witness testimony and all that kind of stuff. It's on its face just a kind of a silly party game, but you would be surprised the number of people who, we're playing it, we're having a really good time, and they go, man, it's really fun, it was great. And then they sit for a second, and then they go, that really makes you think about memory. And then we get into like a really big conversation anyway. So it's something that kind of organically comes across, but I don't have to do in a preachy way, I guess, or in a, like hit you over the head with it. I think probably I don't know, 5-10% of the time, people just kind of organically say like, huh, you know, I wonder if this is how it really works with police stations or those sorts of things. So it's been an interesting phenomenon to see that switch turn on for people.
So now I have to ask, was it intentional from the beginning that you felt like it was gonna go this way, or did it end up this way? Just
how intentional was the justice system aspect? Like I said, I think as kind of a theme first designer, I look for things. Sometimes even when I'm designing a game, I'll put something in a game that to me thematically makes sense. You know, it's like oh man, I'm trying to think of an example. You know, oh, there's 4 dicks because there's like 4 chambers in the heart or whatever. I don't know. You know, there's some number, you know, metaphor or something in there. Just because I'm looking for every place where I can add thematic ties. So yeah, like I said, very early on, the memory. The fallibility of being of relying on witness testimony was very, very quickly in there, but I didn't think people would get it as regularly as they do without me saying it. So that's been kind of a happy accident. You know, it's like when, you know, when a game designer, like a video game designer, hides an Easter egg or something in the code, and then people find it. You know, it's like, oh yeah, you found the little, you know, the thing that I hid in the code. So it's interesting.
Hey Yoda. Yeah, I'm sort of running out of questions. Is there anything that you personally just wanted to say about this game, or is there anything that hasn't been mentioned? Or
sure, I think there's a
question that I missed there as well. Yeah,
Aquasalis. Yeah. Yes, I do teach. At the time when I was designing, I taught 6th grade language arts, and yes, it definitely influenced it a lot. In multiple ways. The main way, going back to what I was saying about people being able to draw and having anxiety, as a language arts teacher, not only I had to, you know, every day was dealing with the stress that comes from teaching and the discomfort of learning, because literally you're you don't know, like you're ignorant, you know, you have to deal with that stress every day. And coupled with that, I'm asking kids to, you know, push themselves with their reading level, and struggle with that. I'm pushing kids to write things and share, you know, very personal, share art, which is a personal thing, share memories with me when they're writing a personal narrative, or make a speech in front of a class. So I had years and years of practice of making these safe spaces and kind of pulling different levers to allow you to express yourself in a safe way. So that was part of it. I think also it helped me with writing rules and making sure that I explain things very well, because when you give directions for an assignment, children can interpret them all kinds of different ways, and board game players are no different. So yeah, that definitely helped me a lot with my rules writing. Yeah, and I played it with my kids as well when it was an early prototype, and they loved it. We played it as a writing exercise, working with, you know, adjectives and descriptive language to try to describe these creatures, and they just had a blast drawing the aliens and then trying to write a description based on them. So yeah, the teaching aspect really has had a big part of it. To answer Nordlock's question, having played the game 1,000 times, do you think I would be a great witness? Absolutely not. do not get me on the stand. I will sink the case immediately.
What are monsters?
Yes, especially if there was monsters involved. I not only, well, first of all, I'm colorblind, so I'm not going to be helpful with like the color of the car or what, what hair color they had or anything like that. But I think that what's funny is, and we've talked about this on the publisher side, we have seen these drawings for years. Like, we collected them from artists when they were pencil sketches. We helped color them. We sent them to the printers. We've seen these over and over and over again, and we still cannot draw them. we still forget, like, oh yeah, that's the one with 2 heads. Like, I forget that it has a necktie. So yeah, it's something about these really wacky monsters is just impossible to sear in your brains. Actually, the drawings that people do are probably stuck in my head more than the actual drawings themselves, because they're so funny, or either they're so close and I'm so impressed by how close they got, or they're way far off and I'm ashamed at how bad I was at describing the creature. So
yeah. Alex, and hello everyone. I'm sorry about all these internet issues. We are going to, if we can get maybe a couple of people to jump in. I know Alan's going to be joining us, and maybe a couple of people can jump in and we can actually give it till we go.
Sure.
But yeah, Alex mentions it would be an interesting thing to try with someone who had an eidetic memory, which is the technical name for a photographic memory, in case anyone was wondering.
Yeah, that would be really interesting to see if that translates into them being able to reproduce it as well. As the artist or as the witness.
Yeah, if you have a perfect memory, I guess that only really means that the game has a shorter lifespan.
Oh yeah, maybe, yeah, for that one player, I guess, yeah, because you'd be able to.
First time around, I actually was curious. Just looking, now I can see everything, and I see you. And good screen choice, Chris. I just want to say that. Yeah, I see Nyctophobia behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously, Nyctophobia is a game, for those who don't know, everyone's blindfolded except for one person. It's a really strong gimmick, and I'm really wanting to play this myself. I've still not got to the chance to play it. But yeah,
is that a request?
No, yeah, Eric, please send me your copy of Nyctophobia.
Sure, I'll post that right over.
In all seriousness, does this reflect your taste in games? Does this reflect that you're wanting to always seek the new, and that you prioritize novelty and freshness over, let's say, revolution over evolution, if you know what I mean?
For sure. I think, yeah, I mean, like, evolution, or not, where's Nyctophobia is over there, but there's also Drop It, which is like I think a really interesting toyetic game. I was trying to think of my weirder things that I have. Doodle Quest, I think, is really interesting. Oh, yes, working with hand-eye coordination in an interesting way. I mentioned Happy Salmon.
Dr. Eureka there.
A lot of Dr. Eureka is very tactile and toyetic. This game Medium is really neat. The kind
of Medium, like, it's an interesting one, and I don't want to spend too long because I do want to say, and again, if anyone wants to, I'm going to say there's not, if anyone wants to jump in, I'm going to actually paste the link because I got a lot of people here, but I trust at least 40% of them. So the others we can. I'm willing to extend the trust for just a minute, but I wanted to ask more about your taste in games. Like, what is the heaviest game that you enjoy?
Oh man, the heaviest one that oh man, what is my heaviest game? Maybe something like Evolution, maybe. I really maybe Carpe Diem.
I can see Gloomhaven there. I've heard that's pretty heavy.
Sure, Jaws of the Lion. I haven't gotten a chance to play it, so but I got it.
So it doesn't really count if you haven't played it.
It
right?
does not, and I just specifically got it because I didn't want to invest in giant Gloomhaven, so I got wee baby Gloomhaven to try out first. But yeah, probably something like Evolution or Carpe Diem is probably the heaviest that I've gone. I do, like I said, I like games like Reef or Sagrada or a Role Player. I really like as well. These things with interesting decisions, and I really like Gizmos. I really enjoy engine builders. So, there's a level of complexity that I like, but not only the heavier games.
I mean, I feel kind of weird asking it because it's almost like when I reflect on it, there's an aspect of gatekeeping there, isn't there?
No.
Like me asking, hey, what's the heaviest game? Are you a real gamer? Well, if you've not played Jaws of the Lion even, well, bleep you.
No, I think I get what you mean. I think it's for me, I think of it the same as if you're a cook or like a chef, if you're incredible at you're making burgers or soups or stews or something like that, like these comfort foods. Not everything has to be gourmet plated swizzles and drizzles and all that kind of stuff on a tiny plate, $300 a plate, Michelin star restaurant. That is an area that you can explore, and that's a different type of experience, but that people can enjoy. It's just a different thing that you like, and that's one of the things that I enjoy about TV personality chefs is you have this idea that they only eat gourmet foods, but if you actually dig into them, a lot of them will say that their favorite place is like Gino's Pizza on 12th Avenue or whatever. It's something about comfort food is universal. So party games are like my comfort food, I'll say.
That's totally fair, and I think that I'm kind of biased. I mean, yes, it's partially what I'm known for, but also it's just, I'm not saying that one is better than the other. It's just quite often what I go for is lighter things. But, if your jam is 18xx and you want to sit down with the trains and work out, how to get that $1 extra, I think most of them are in dollars because, America's a big place, right?
Sure.
And then anyway, so working out how to get this extra $1 to buy that better train to, now you can't, now all your trains rust away and how to take over that track. I mean, sure, I can get behind that and I've enjoyed that. And, I've heard of people who are all about the naval warfare where they roll literally about 20d6 over and over, and then what you need to do is you need to get to 6 followed by 6 followed by 6, and it's literally 1 in a ridiculous number chance, and then they sit there for several hours rolling these d6, torpedoing each other, and then eventually one of the torpedoes, it represents the torpedo hitting the submarine, hitting the chassis, and then the submarine blows up, and it's phew, that was a great game. And for me, I just can't get my head around that. But if that's what's your bag, then honestly, and I'm coming off slightly dismissive maybe, but genuinely, I mean, we should embrace all of this, even those games which are not needing anything else. And so I think that brings us nicely full circle. Because I see that a lot of people are here now from the day. And so thank you for joining us, Alan. Thank you for joining us, Alex. It's lovely to see you. And it's 4 players minimum, isn't it, Eric?
You can play with 3.
Okay, so even if I drop out again, then it won't be the end of the world.
Sure, it will not. It's fine.
But fingers crossed, I will survive. And I've got so let's play a couple of quick rounds, and
Sure.
people can get in on this. We can explain how the game is working, and let's do it. Eric,
Awesome.
take us away.
Fantastic. So people at home or people on the stream, you can play along as well for the drawing part. If you just have a paper and marker, or excellent, or a dry erase or something like that, that's what you're gonna need. Chris is on their way to grab something, it looks like. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna GM the game, just because I have the game here and all the cards and stuff. So one at a time, you're gonna be the witness. I'll just kind of go in order of how it's set up on the screen here. So Chris, you will be the first witness. What I'll do is I'll tell everyone to close their eyes, and I will hold the card up to the screen like so, and Chris will memorize it for 20 seconds. I'll put it face down. I'll start another timer for 2 minutes. Chris goes into explaining as fast as they can. Everybody else is drawing. You're going to come off mute. You're asking questions, clarifying questions. Chris, you're trying to do your best to listen and talk at the same time. And I might throw in some questions that might be helpful as well. And then we'll do the scoring after this first round, just because it's not necessary.
Yeah.
Okay. So questions before we get cracking. All right.
Sorry. Any questions, anyone?
If you're playing at home, if you want to draw along, you can just close your eyes as well when I tell you to, so that you don't know what you are trying to draw. Let me get my timer set here.
I mean, you can see, if you want to see how terribly we are explaining things, then you can look, or if you want to look away, then you will be as oblivious as everyone else. It depends whether you want to laugh at us with your knowledge, or you want to share that wonder of ignorance.
Exactly. And you can bounce back and forth. We'll do some different rounds. Okay. So my artist, close your eyes.
Or just turn away and
Turn away.
give us a 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm turning away.
And I will tell you when to look. Chris, are you ready?
Chris is looking at the picture, that is what I see. Chris is looking at the picture, and I guess Alice is playing notes in the room.
And you can turn around or open your eyes, artists. Chris, you have 2 minutes. Begin.
Okay. It's. Have you ever seen The Thing? The Thing turns into a big blob of random crap. That is exactly what it looks like. It's a blob. Imagine a melted ice cream on a sidewalk. It's got 7 legs. It's got 2 teeth and 2 arms. It's unhappy. I remember that much. It was a dark green.
What kind of legs, Chris?
What kind
7
of
legs, 2 teeth, 2 arms.
I would say they're more like tentacles.
Does it have eyes?
A little bit. It had 2 eyes. And it had
Are
a
the
thing
eyes
on its head,
above
but I wasn't
its
sure if it
face?
was- Imagine Star Wars. The
Jabba the Hutt.
Yes. Imagine that. That's the face.
You mentioned something on its head.
Any arms?
Yes, it had 2 arms and they wrapped around the side. And it had something poking out the side of its shoulder, but I don't know what it was. It was just another bit of the blob.
What kind of eyes?
They have humanoid arms. Arms.
Very, very basic eyes, just like 2 black circles, I guess. What did you say?
Are the arms humanoid?
No, well, they're more like tentacles as feet, but up high and longer.
What color was it?
It was dark green.
Ah. I haven't got a green.
Wait.
In the game, you
Okay,
only
I've
have
got
black
pencils here. Dark green. Oh man.
You look
That's
happy or
right.
sad.
It's okay. It's okay.
It was kind of like imagine a bit of ice cream on the sidewalk on a hot day. That is exactly what it looked like in presence.
Was it happy
taller-
or sad?
Sad.
Oh, sad. Oh dear. Sad mouth.
Anything
Two
about
giant
its
teeth.
skin, any texture or anything?
They weren't giant teeth. The texture was just mottled, like the surface of the moon.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
okay.
Okay, I'll give you 5 seconds to work that in. Moon skin
Oh,
and time.
well, okay.
Okay, so all right. So we're gonna need numbers here. So just for again, I'm going by the stream. Chris, you'll be 1. Bez, you'll be 2. Alan, you're 3, and
Okay.
Alex, you're 4. So everybody shows your feature.
I can't even. Ah, wait. All right.
Getting there.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
All right. So, Chris, secretly, you're looking at who do you think, based on your memory, who got the closest? You're going to kind of write that number down secretly.
Yep.
These are quite
All right.
different.
They are wildly different. Okay. All right. So, artists, here is what you were trying to draw.
Yes, yes. Oh, all right.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
That I was expecting it to be more flat somehow. Oh man, it's
Well, I
really
wasn't, yeah.
wrinkly and
Yeah.
like
think
you said,
it's
wrinkly
saying
and
that
the teeth going
it's
up.
It does look like
What is
melted
that?
ice cream.
Teeth going up.
It does
It does
look like
look like melted ice cream. Yeah.
that was a great description.
Hmm.
Okay. So
I
now,
imagined melted ice cream after it had already been out for a few hours, not just like the first 10 minutes.
it just dropped on the ground. So
That's
now,
pretty good. Mine's this is my standard of artwork. You see.
That's a very,
I
I
think
say
my-
a very frowny face.
My 3-year-old daughter can do better than that. Granddaughter, I should say. Excuse me.
So
My daughter's
artists, we're going to do I'm going to say 1, 2, 3 vote, and you just hold up the number of fingers of the artist that you think got closest. So Bez is number 2, Alan is number 3, Alex is number 4. You cannot vote for yourself. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, vote. 2, 4, and 3. All right. So very friendly tie here. So in the actual game, everyone would get a point because
Yay! Points for everyone!
We all
Yay!
win. Hooray.
Chris would get a point because the picture that she chose was chosen because it was a three-way tie. But Chris, which one did you say was actually the closest? Number 4.
Yay.
Alex.
Thank you.
It was a very good drawing.
Yes.
Alex
So-
was spot
yeah.
on, says Tom.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah.
So Alex would get another point there.
So you get a point for being voted the best, and the ID person gets a point if who they pick is the same as the popular vote.
Correct.
And that's
Yeah.
all the scoring in the game.
Yeah. So you get 1 point for being chosen by the artist. You get 1 point for being chosen by the group, and the artist can get a point if the thing that they chose wins.
I'm going to end on a high there and say goodbye to everyone. It's been a
Well,
lovely
thank
day.
you very
Okay.
much,
Thanks
Alex.
for that, Alex.
Having
Thanks,
done
Alex.
the spot on picture,
Yeah,
thank you so
win.
much for
I can't like it.
joining us.
Have a great evening,
And
everyone.
Cheers.
lovely to see you. Bye for now. And thank you so much. But thank you, obviously, to Alex and also Xate. And I'm not sure if Rory's able to make it on, but thank you to everyone who's been here. Alan, are you happy to carry on for maybe 2 more rounds before we finish up?
Yep, I can do that.
Okay,
Bearing
great.
in mind my drawing capabilities.
That's even better.
Okay, so Eric, maybe next time you can hold it up, but
Not look. I'll try to.
yeah, so you
try.
can.
All right. So actually, I will. I'll be the witness this time. That way, I can look at this one.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. 20 seconds. Let me start now.
Ooh.
No pressure then, you two. No pressure.
Pencil.
Yeah, I'm just using one pencil. I mean, I could go and get my grandchildren's nice crayons, but I'm resisting that. For some reason.
Honestly, like I was not
Crayons would be
planning
good.
colors. I just happened to have emptied because for those who don't know, I've started Chaotic Shenanigans, and this used to be my cup full of colored pencils. And there were assorted colored pencils in here.
I'm
I emptied
going
them out.
just monocolor for me.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Is
2
it
minutes.
unfair if I use? I'm allowing myself multiple colors. If no one else makes me
fair
to talk.
enough.
Play the game you want.
Yay! Thank you.
All right. Here we go. Okay. So the posture, the general body shape is kind of velociraptor-y. So, or like that, kind of, like an ostrich, where there's, the body in there on like kind of chicken legs, but, the legs go down and then the feet go backwards. So instead of going out.
So are they like, spiny like chicken legs?
No, like velociraptor legs. So kind of, that thick thigh, and then the thin lower part. And then the feet, I think, go backwards. Then, kind of velociraptor body, that triangular body, it's going to go to a tail. The tail comes up into kind of like a scorpion tail, like it's long, but instead of one barb, I think it splits off into two smaller tails with like balls at the end of them. I don't think that they were like stingers or anything like that. Okay, the head, it's going to go up, kind of a long neck. It's going to come to like a football, a vertical football shaped head with 3 circles on each side. Sorry, American football.
Oh, so the circles are the eyes, right?
No. They're like orbs. There's 3 on each side, just like growing out of the top of the head. And then there's no face. It's just a zipper going down of teeth, just like a vertical mouth. The whole head is a mouth with these thick teeth as the zipper spokes. And that's all I remember.
Oh, didn't even get to ask about the arms.
I don't remember if it had arms, so you're fine. All right, give you a couple seconds to finish up.
This is what I've done.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we've got a new contestant. Tom is going to join us for the next game. So, hello, Tom.
Oh, excellent.
Are you ready to join us for the final round, Tom? Ooh, that's quite different.
Made no sense to me.
All right, Alan, are you ready?
Yeah, having heard it, I feel like the zipper mouth should have been bigger. Oh, wow. Tom's looks amazing.
Here. Ooh.
Mine's more of a Jabberwocky, I think.
Okay.
I feel like Tom's is where it should be.
Ooh, Alan. Okay. All right.
Can't really see that.
Oh, this is difficult.
Oh, wow.
I need to give you a number, Tom.
I've got
You can be the new number 4.
Oh, yeah. I guess I'm number 4.
Okay, I think I have decided. All right, I'm writing it down secretly.
Kingmaker rules, if anyone's interested. Only paper I had.
Reduce, reuse, recycle. Okay, all right. So here is what I was trying to describe.
Oh, right.
Oh, wow, that's very different. And there's spines and
I
everything.
see.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, which is the head and which is the...
Wow.
Oh, that's because it's got two heads. It's got two heads. And
Ah.
a rear. That's why the feet are around the wrong way, because it's
Yeah.
got two. Ah, right, got you. Oh, that's okay.
What are those heads?
I think the heads are heads of the two heads.
Stuff
I
there.
You said it was free, didn't you?
I don't. You know, who can recall? Who can?
Who can recall? Yeah, I mean, it's a split second thing.
Yeah. All right. So, artists, if
man,
you want
that's
to
a
hold
good
those
picture.
up, hold those drawings up again, and then look around and see who you think did the best, who got the closest.
Ooh. So which numbers are we?
Chris is 1, Bez is 2,
2,
Alan, you're 3, and Tom is 4.
Okay.
I put them after our names on the thing.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody got a vote ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, vote. All right. So,
Woo! Yeah.
Ooh.
I got the points.
So there were 2 4s and 2 2s, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So that's a tie. Bez,
I get a point. So
you get a
Tom
point.
gets a point.
Tom gets a point. I actually chose Bez.
I wouldn't have got a point for my first one, I'm afraid. But anyway.
So I chose Bez actually. I think because of the posture and the head.
Yeah.
Balls. So Bez would get an additional point, and then I would get a point because Bez was chosen. So there's that one. All right. So now I'm going to try to. We're going to have Alan be the witness.
Oh, okay.
And
That's
I
on the
will
ground on the grounds that I can't draw it.
Everyone.
Very kind. Very kind.
I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna try not to look here,
Okay.
so that I can draw along if I need, because some of the cards are sideways.
Okay.
So
Sure.
just let me know if I need to rotate it. Everyone else, close your eyes. Everyone but Alan, close your eyes.
Not looking.
Let me know what you need.
Rotate it, please. Other way. Sorry. That's it. Okay.
Alan, what does Alan see? I don't know what Alan is seeing.
Okay.
And time.
Yes. Well, this is quite a weird creature. It's quite squat. It's squat.
Landscape or
Landscape probably better.
okay.
It's squat. It's got a shark's head. Shark's head, but 4 legs and a short tail. A very short arm. It's mostly grey, but it's got one arm that I could see. Yeah.
Does it have a fin like a shark?
No, it doesn't have a. It's just a shark's head. Shark's head. The main. It's mostly grey, but the actual back is green.
Is there a human hand?
It has got a kind of weird human hand, and it seems to be putting something into its mouth. Something black. Looks like a lump of coal, actually, but it could be. I couldn't make out what it was really.
Interesting.
A short tail. The tail is quite stubby,
like a whale tail.
No, like more like a reptilian tail.
Oh, okay, all right.
The body is quite bulky, but the whole creature itself is squat. So the head is slightly smaller than the body, but not much smaller.
Whoops.
And the tail is very small, and the 4 legs are quite stumpy. So it's quite a squat creature, and very kind of flabby, fat.
The 4 legs, are they like kind of like elephant?
Shorter than elephants. They're really short legs, more like
their belly folds?
more like lizardy legs, but vertical somehow.
Okay.
Are their belly folds?
They've got lizardy feet as well.
It's got feet, yes.
Is there belly folds?
There's no belly folds. No, I couldn't see the belly folds. I couldn't see whether there were any. It seems quite a lot of back, quite a lot of green back.
Okay.
Weird shark's head on the front.
Any really spots or stripes or anything?
No. Green on the back and grey everywhere else.
Gosh.
And it has got I could see a single eye. I think it was a single eye.
Well, just a single eye.
I'm
Is
not
it
sure.
a round eye?
It
Is it a big eye? Is
should-
it bulbous?
Sorry, it could have had two. It could have had two eyes. No, it's quite small. It's like a shark. It's a shark's head, really.
Okay, we got about 30
And it's
seconds
got teeth.
left.
It's got teeth. It had teeth. Shark's teeth.
Sharp teeth.
Yeah.
You said it was putting something black in its mouth, a lump of coal.
Yeah, lump of coal or something, or a lump of vegetable matter or something. Very dark something was putting it down with a kind of human sort of hand. Really
All
odd.
right.
Yeah.
And time. I honestly, again, I have no idea which one we're drawing. All right.
Okay.
So,
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
Tom? Oh. That's quite whale-like. Yeah, I see what's going on here.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, it was a short arm I heard. Eric, that's quite a long arm.
it is quite long. Sorry, I couldn't.
I mean, come on. I thought
Okay,
you were
I
taking
I
this
have-
game seriously.
I have made a note.
All right, he has
Yeah.
different choice here. This is
my
this
God.
one. This one.
This thing.
Mhm.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
So
Crazy.
Wow.
everything is right. It is squat. It does have a.
That is so different to, I think, like the long nose bit is kind of.
Shark's head.
Yeah, I
thought.
did it. I guess the thing
maybe
is,
not.
maybe you know sharks better than I do. I'm not too embarrassed to ask more questions.
Yeah.
Yes, shark.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so Alan
Oh yeah, that's what sharks look
has
like. I
already.
forgot.
Alan, had you already taken a number?
Yes, I've noted a number.
Okay, so now everyone else picks the number.
Let's see. Let's do a thing here.
Oh, I can take off.
Okay.
I was going to take off the names, but then you wouldn't be able to see the numbers.
All right, I think I know. All right.
I
One.
think
I
I.
know what to do.
Oh wait, Eric should be number 5.
Yes.
I think we got the point.
Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Vote.
1, 2,
Oh.
2, 4. Oh, woo!
Hey, Bez.
Ooh.
Cleaning up.
Yeah.
Some good drawing skills.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's all about the listening.
What?
Alan, who did you pick?
But I picked number 5. I picked
Oh,
number 5 because I think it had
Oh,
the
no.
essence of the head and the feeding bit. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
see
that's
the
what I
feeding in
felt.
there,
Yeah.
you see,
that's a spitting
Yeah.
image right there.
yeah.
So I would get a point.
Point for Eric.
Alan would not get a point because there's a disparity between his memory and our judgment. But yeah, Bez would get a point
Yep.
there as well.
So
All
that
right.
is
Great.
MonsDRAWsity.
Yeah.
And that is the game. It is such amazing fun. And I know, like, yeah, if you get stuff, it was from Deepwater Games, nothing to do with them. But, you know, a package that's meant to be like $25, and then I end up, apparently I owe someone 65 quid in import fees.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
So,
I think
Again,
hopefully we're working on that. Hopefully we can get it closer to you.
but yeah, I think this is such a fantastic game.
It is
And
very fun. That's a very fun game, even for somebody like me who can't actually draw at all.
it is very much about the listening. It's not about the drawing
Yes,
so much.
exactly. Yes, I think so. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else did this, but when I think it was like towards the end of primary school, maybe it was like primary 7, and then we had this exercise where someone kind of told us how to draw this big landscape, and it was just meant to be okay to see if you can listen and to develop your listening skills. And that was so much fun. And, you know, here's that entire thing. and it makes sense to some degree that there's all these expansion packs coming out because, yeah, sure, you can go through them and maybe you forget about them after a while. But if you're playing it, and if you are playing it all the time, then, you know, you're going to eventually run out of content. But then at that point, I guess you can just, you know, give those cards to someone else and get the next bit.
Sure.
Because...
yeah, it gives us the opportunity to get new artists for every pack as well.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
the style is different. The artists, you're discovering new artists, and then we'll have some different variants as well. So that even some variants that allow you to use those old cards in a different way.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're really excited about that.
Ooh. So you might not want to give all the things away. Although I guess if you are giving your games away to friends who are then enjoying them, then
Sure,
spread the love, eh?
that's a gift. Yeah.
But, you know, do we have anything more that we want to say about this game in particular? Let's wrap up this game in particular and then wrap up the entire day.
Sure.
If that's cool. So,
Well, I
for
did
a
want
couple
to
of minutes.
say.
Yeah, go.
Oh, I just want to
I
say.
mean, sorry, not as in leave us, but, you know.
Chris, phenomenal interviewing skills. This is one of my favorite interviews I have ever done. I've been doing podcasts and all kinds of live streams and stuff all year, and really good questions, really good responses, and analysis of of things. Hey, great job filling airtime.
No, I do want to say thank you very much, Chris. Yeah,
I tried my best.
I'm really happy that you were here, and thank you very much for filling it in. And I'm so sorry, everyone, for having dropped off the internet. Yeah, hope fingers bleeping crossed that after the 21st, because I was not expecting to be here that long. I was expecting to go down to London for the 29th for a medical appointment, but it sounds like it might not be right to go down, so I'm going to try see if I can get... It's a dentist appointment, so I'm going to see if I can get it postponed for a few weeks. Might see what Chris thinks. But yeah, thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone. That was a great game. I don't know if anyone in chat has any quick questions to wrap up, but or if Tom, Alan, if you want to say anything about this before we do the proper... Well, let's...
Thanks very much to Eric for laying that one on.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Yeah.
And I want to say, yeah, let's recap the entire day. So we started off, we had all the people, and then, oh my gosh, I should have written more notes now, I realize. So we started off, I played the Make a Word Search with this book, where we actually used the graffiti, and that was good fun. And I think that Alex won, so congratulations to Alex. And then we played
Again.
Alan's game. I don't know what... Maybe it's a really bad sign that I am so over-competitive that I fixate on who won. Like, then we had Alan over for some lovely chats, and I managed to win that game, which I was quite excited about, because I remember not quite managing to do it the first 2 times I played against Alan, and it's got that lovely, okay, one more game mindset, and it feels like there's just... It's like this really constrained system, but you know that there's not that much and you really want to explore it, but there's just enough bite there that you're like, okay, what else could I do? And of course, once you're done with one of the settings, then go to the next one. And it's a really, really lovely thing. And then we played a wee bit of Bidel and Invisible. We had Xate and Alex on for a lovely, lovely chat. Connection issues started. We had Rory Muldoon on. That was a great chat, and then my connection issues continued. Eric Slauson came on, lovely person, and then I completely dropped off the face of the internet for a while. Thank you. And of course, Rory, I didn't properly mention, we did announce in the morning that Bidabel and Invisible are the winners of the LDEC Design Contest. Again, congratulations to Alex Cannon and Xate. Great things. Oh, I hope that I'm assuming that now Eric's internet is maybe not okay. Or maybe Eric just had to go for a week. Oh, okay. Eric had to bounce. Well, it was lovely seeing you, and that's totally cool. All the best and lots of love. And yeah, then so congratulations to Xate and Alex Cannon. Congratulations to Rory Muldoon for making a great... I mean, congratulations to all these people for making great games. And Eric, and yeah, then we had Tom join in, like the lovely Tom, winner of the 2018 LDEC Design Contest and Categorical, which is coming soon. And yeah, we should check in with folk what they think of Chris's new achievement sheets, which is... And I'm going to try and do all the... yeah, I thought this was going to be a challenge to do all the letter shapes before I went back to London. I thought that was going to be a challenge. Now it's like, yeah... I'll do it by the end of the month, and then we'll see what happens next month. Hopefully in February I'll be able to come back down.
Alternatively, Bez, you could do... Charlie's doing some letter shapes at the moment with animals. You could use hers.
Not for categorical, but for another L game.
Yeah,
we could talk for sure.
Yeah.
But that is that, and thank you everyone for being here. I'm going to share some links, so if you want to check me out, I am Stuff by Bez in all the places, and so yeah, check out, if you're not at the Discord by now, then yep, check it out, and check out the YouTube, Twitch. I stream every day at 10 a.m. UK time. Tomorrow I'm going to be reviewing maybe a couple of podcasts, maybe a comic that I've just... I might even do a review of Spades. Spades, it's a good game. That's my... But I'll say a bit more tomorrow. Alan, where do you like to be found on the internet?
I like to be found at alan@surprisetakegames.co.uk, email preferably, but I'm also on Twitter at Benthamfish. So my two main ones. Yeah, that's me. Alan@surprisetakegames.co.uk is preferred.
Please remind me, can you send me that in a Facebook message? I'm very sorry about this. And yeah, if you want to check out Alex, who was here earlier, then check out Alex's Geek List, and also that's Alex on Twitter. Xate, a wonderful artistic marvel, a great design head. Check out Xate at all these places, on the YouTube, on the Twitter, on Instagram, and even a blog where you can read a bit more about actual edible versions of games. We had Rory Muldoon, and Rory is on all these places. And finally, I might have already done it, but I'll do it once more just for good luck. Eric Slauson on Board Game Geek and on Twitter. And I believe Eric does also have an Instagram, but I think it's the same one, but I'll need to double check that. But that is us. And again, thank you so much, everyone. Everyone who has been here, everyone who's come on screen, I want to quickly give a special shout out to them. So thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to remember all the names now. So Tom Cauldron, Christian Eden, Alan Hacker Hearn, Alan Paul, Eric Slauson, Xate, Alex Cannon, Rory Muldoon. Who am I missing? Am I missing someone? Damn. I said Eric Slauson, Rory Muldoon, Xate, Alex, Alan, and me. Yep. And yeah, that's everyone. So thank you, everyone. And most importantly, also, thank you, Chris, for filling up that things. Thank you, everyone who's been here, being part of it. I want to say thank you for being part of it. Thank you for joining us. It's been wonderful having you, whether you popped on screen like Tom, or contributed to the chat, or just been like popping in and supporting your friends when Xate and Alex were on, in which case you might not hear this, but you know, that's cool. And like, it's lovely having people pop in and come out, and it's been a lovely, lovely hub. And thank you, Nicholas. And I cannot express how much this past year, having this connection has lifted my spirits. Honestly, I don't want to overstate it, but you know, it has really contributed to me being able to like survive generally, if you know what I mean, 2020. So I know that people say, oh, thank you, Bez, for doing this, but thank you so bleeping much for being here and being friendly, being super awesome, being great moderators, being you know, giving all the questions, giving lovely comments, appreciating this, you know, listen. And I feel like I'm just going to repeat myself, but yep, I just cannot express that enough. So we get to the end and I ask, over to you. What are you up to? You can share anything you want to. So as we finish off, what would you like to share? Let's go clockwise. So that way, from Tom.
Have anything to share? I was very happy to have tried all out the LDEC competition entrance, and I'm happy that they both won because they were both very good games. I'd like to try them a bit more actually in the next week or so. I'll have more an in-depth look.
And thank you, Tom, for being a judge for that as well, I should say.
Yeah, it's fun.
Chris.
Anytime.
I'll definitely second that. All the games that have been played today are really, really awesome. Loved being in the chat with you all. Loved seeing all the comments. And yeah, later on, I'm just going to eat and probably sleep because I've been on this stream for like 6.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to everybody who took part, shared the games, and participated in chat. I'm going to have an evening off, and I'm going to spend it with my wife, and that will be jolly, jolly good.
Oh, can you say hello from me?
I will indeed.
Unless, no, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to ring. You probably want your alone time. I might. Maybe I should ring tomorrow. Maybe I should ring and say hello. Do you think that would be appropriate, Alan? For me to ring early tomorrow morning. You wake up pretty early, don't you?
Well, about 7 we normally wake.
Yeah, it's earlier than me. Come on.
Yeah, I know. So from your point of view, yeah, quite early.
I haven't seen 7 a.m. in over a year, so yeah, it's early.
Early tomorrow, you know, about noon. Yeah.
I was up just before 7 this morning, but this morning was a special thing.
Indeed.
But yeah, I am going to head off. I'm going to say hello to the other people in this house, to my parents. So I'm going to, because
We'll do that.
Yeah, I might go out and stretch my legs, even though it is dark and it's not as brightly lit here in the streets as it might be in London. But yeah, might still go for a wee wander and keep my distance. Might eat something, might read some comic, I don't know. But yeah, it's been lovely. And if you want to know what I'm up to with my following streams, then check out my stuffbybez.com/streams. If you have enjoyed this, share, spread the word. What am I up to? Actually, let me double check the streams now. Tomorrow I am reviewing stuff. Monday I am reading more of the Warlock of Firetop Mountain. Tuesday we are discussing inspiration with Alan Paul and Rita Modal. Then at 8 p.m. on Tuesday, I am back. We are having a special guest on Tuesday, which I'm quite looking forward to. It's someone who's into education. And I said, oh, you should come on and I could show you some of the LDEC games. And I've got some words games that might work. And I was inviting them on for last week. And they said, oh, I can't make it, but I'll come on. So we'll play maybe Nano Muckle, I'm thinking, because that's a good one for kids. And then after that, maybe Mini Muckle or Micro Muckle. Anyway, Wednesday, meeting Jessica Mederingham, discussing remaking a game on Thursday. Oh, I never invited Alan to that. I mean, it's a bit late now, unless you want to join in that conversation on Thursday.
Which one? Which one? What's that about?
Remaking a game on Thursday.
Remaking a game. Oh, I've never done that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure what I'm doing on Thursday. I have no idea. Drop me a drop me a message.
It's going to be with Benji, and if Alan wants to drop in, you know what? Alan is welcome on my stream. I was going to say literally any time, but now I'm thinking. Now I'm kind of trying to think: is there even 1% of the time when I would not want Alan Paul on my stream? And you know what? I cannot think of any time when I would not want you on my stream. So literally any time.
That is a privilege, Bez. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because Alan Paul speaks well about lots of things. And it's always a joy to talk to you.
I feel overwhelmed.
Friday is Friendly Friday Forum, and next Saturday, next week, I am starting a completely new series where I'm meeting Dick, also known as Dutch Yoda, for then every couple of weeks we are going to be doing a mentoring thing, which, like yourself a few years ago, Alan, when you did a redesign contest, I have never done this. I have not, I've not even a quarter of the experience that you had back then. I was trying to do some very quick maths, but you know, all you need to do is slightly ahead of the person that you're mentoring. So hopefully I'll be able to be of some value. And I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, if anyone else wants to share anything, then please do. Otherwise, we might as well raid at this point if I can keep the Twitch going long enough. Go into music channel, or if anyone's doing anything cool. Share, spread the word. And does anyone have any final words to say? Alan, anything?
Abracadabra. There you go.
Hey, presto.
Final words.
Okay. Oh.
Wir sind fertig. We're finished.
Talking about Dutch Yoda. Shall we? Okay, so Dutch Yoda is doing, I think it's Danish? No, Danish is from Denmark. Dutch. Oh, of course, Dutch Yoda is Dutch, yeah. Sorry. I keep getting confused because the Netherlands, Dutch, they sound so different. Like Glasgow, Glaswegian, that sounds similar. London, Londoner, fine. Britain, British, fine. France, French, fine. Germany, German, fine. Denmark, Danish, fine. Netherlands, Denmark, what? Sorry, Netherlands, Dutch. What? You see my confusion. I can't even say it properly. Anyway, we are going to raid Dutch Yoda stream. If you want to hear a snippet of Dutch for some reason, it'll be fun. Go in and say hello. And for now, all that we've got left to do is to say bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along. Bye, 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 bye. This is the end of the show. Bye, 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 bye. And now it's time to go. Bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along. Bye, 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 bye. This is the end of the show. And bye, 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 bye. And now it's time to go. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. We're just going to wave awkwardly for another 3 seconds.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.
That was really fun. Thank you, seriously, everyone.